Chapter 120, A Heart as Cold as Ice. Xiao Ran interrupted, saying that he was also one of the people who committed perjury and slandered me as a prostitute to clear Yuanjie. Later, I heard that he was fired by his original counseling agency, but Yu Jiaqing paid for him to set up a new one. Xiao Ran was stunned and said, "Did Yu Jiaqing also participate in bullying female students? Otherwise, why would he keep this person around after his son died? He even does the same kind of work." So, to say that Yu Jiaqing did not participate? No one would believe it. Maybe they used to take turns or even do it together, but Xiao Ran was the only one involved that time. Although Xiao Ran despised these two scumbags, it was impossible for him to go out of his way to find them and kill them in some corner of Suzhou. Of course, this is impossible. His feelings for the Su sisters were not that deep. And, it will never be possible to reach that level. In this life, he has closed off his emotions, and to women, he only enjoys them. At most, he treats them with favor, love. What a joke! His heart had already closed when he was stabbed by his ex-wife's family and learned that his son was not his own. No matter how beautiful she is. Lu Mei is good enough, but Xiao Ran never thought of pursuing her, but rather of using supplies to directly knock her down after the end of the world. Unfortunately, human calculations are no match for the calculations of heaven, and she was actually taken away by her younger sister. But there is still a chance. Maybe, he can get a pair. Lu Mei is a smart person. After experiencing a few months in the post-apocalyptic world, she will naturally abandon her naivety and stop dreaming of becoming his girlfriend or even his wife, and drive all other women away from Xiao Ran. After 3 days, Lu Yan was finally caught. He was still captured alive. However, he was also seriously injured. His right arm was broken and dangled in an unnatural state, and his left eye was also blind. His nose and mouth were also covered in blood, and it seemed that he had been beaten up a lot. Xiao Ran kept his promise and gave some food, then let everyone leave. Lu Yang was still not convinced and said, "Xiao Ran, you don't have to kill me. You have great strength, but I have a clever mind. I can help you manage those people. This is a chaotic time, and heroes are born in chaotic times. With my help, you might even become the emperor." He seemed to believe what he was saying, and his one eye was full of excitement. With this extreme weather, the country is no longer there, so we, the people of the wilderness, can compete for the throne of the Central Plains. Have you watched too many TV dramas? How can you even use the word rustic? Xiao Ran smiled lightly. First, I don't have such big ambitions, and I don't even dream of being an emperor. Even if it's such a small community, I don't even bother to manage it. Second, I don't know when this extreme weather will end. How do you plan to unify the country or even the world? You can't even walk out of the community, so don't bullshit me. Lu Yang, I'm only asking you one thing. Do you regret being my enemy? Lu Yang had to nod. I regret it. My biggest mistake was getting involved with you. Xiao Ran smiled, so, you should repent. He then shot a stone from the other dimension, which hit Lu Yang's left knee with a loud bang. Lu Yang let out a piercing scream. Looking at his left leg, the thigh and calf were almost separated, and the flesh was bloody. Xiao Ran continued to shoot stones. After a few more shots, Lu Yang's screams gradually stopped. He's dead. Xiao Ran wasn't trying to kill him, but rather to test the power of the kinetic stone. It was quite impressive. In terms of damage, bullets are actually far inferior. Of course, bullets are superior in speed, which is not comparable to kinetic energy stones. Xiao Ran nodded and returned to the villa. From now on, he would not bother with the people in the community, because there was no longer any need for them to interact. So, these neighbors would eventually have to leave the community because they were thirsty. He had only given them food, not water. And people can go without food for at least a week, but without water? 3 to 4 days. Of course, he did it on purpose. Knowing my secret and having no use for me, there is no reason for you to live. Selfish? Cruel? Sorry, this is the end of the world, and Xiao Ran has no extra sympathy. Sure enough, the next day someone came to find Xiao Ran and begged him for some water. When Xiao Ran ignored him, he even offered to trade food for water, but Xiao Ran ignored him again. The man became hysterical and, after yelling at him, had to leave. By noon, a total of 19 people had come to ask Xiao Ran for water. Why should Xiao Ran give them water? Am I your father or mother? This is the end of the world. Not actively hurting people is already the greatest kindness. And help others enthusiastically? Come on, that's stupid. They're all dead. Do you think I'm cruel? Xiao Ran asked the 9 women. Su Qingmei was the first to speak up, with a cold smile. If I had my way, we should attack them all and kill them. She's seen a lot of cruelty in prison, so she's the most cold-blooded and indifferent. Wang Lulu was also cold. If they are pitiful, who will pity my son? She now realizes that her son is probably being taken away to be eaten. So, this woman naturally has no good feelings for anyone in the community. Han Yun also nodded. We have no obligation to help them, and if we help them this time, what about next time? If we help them this time, what about next time? If we help them this time, what about next time? If we help them this time, what about next time? If we help them this time, what about next time? If we help them this time, what about next time? If we help them this time, what about next time? If we help them this time, what about next time? If we help them this time, what? This is the human heart. Zhou Yunsu said disdainfully. As a top-level green tea, she naturally lacks compassion and even more so, kindness. Yu Nuantong and Jiang Yuning both opened their mouths, but in the end they just sighed. Indeed, are there still good people? You saved them, but who knows if they won't come back to stab you in the back. Su Xinran couldn't help but nod. She always put her sister first. What about Zhang Jingya and Zhang Lei? Of course they had no objections. Xiao Ran nodded in secret. At this time, if anyone were to jump out and make a speech about the Virgin Mary, then I'm sorry, whoever you are, please get out of here right now. Fortunately, even the most moralistic Yu Nuantong and Jiang Yuning only sighed and didn't say anything, which shows that they have deeply realized the cruelty of the end times and no longer have illusions about human hearts and human nature. In the afternoon, Xiao Ran saw someone rushing out of the community with a thick quilt. Xiao Ran didn't give them water, so they had to take a chance. However, the nearby convenience stores and supermarkets had already been visited by Xiao Ran, and even the toilet paper had been emptied, so they were doomed to never find any. And if they stay out for too long, they will never be able to come back. Farewell, my neighbors, forever keep my secret to yourself. Xiao Ran stood at the window, expression calm. Chapter 121, The Oil Thieves. After staying in the community for 3 days, Xiao Ran was restless again. There was no way around it. He had to be aware of the crisis. If he stays stagnant, others will continue to grow stronger and surpass him. And in the early days of the apocalypse, this is the easiest time to improve your strength. Xiao Ran could imagine that as the power of the supernormal gradually rose, powerful supernormals should be able to overcome the cold and walk freely outside even if they couldn't be completely free, but with the strengthening of their physical constitution, their resistance to the cold would also greatly increase, at least allowing them to stay outside for a much longer time. At this time, the superpowered people are not too strong, and they can be killed with a gun. Therefore, it is the easiest time for superpowered people to plunder each other's powers. What about later? As more and more powerful psychics appear, they will inevitably form groups and form their own forces. At that time, if you still want to hunt psychics and seize their powers, it will be too difficult. Moreover, if you don't get stronger, and you still want to hunt down and kill people at that time, it will easily attract the attention of a certain or even certain forces. So, Xiao Ran can certainly enjoy a comfortable life now, with endless food and beautiful women, and he can do whatever he wants. But what about a year later? Or even just half a year later? When a powerful psychic comes running over, rips the villa apart with his bare hands, abducts Su Qingmei and the other women, and laughs at him, how much regret will Xiao Ran have? Just imagining that scene, Xiao Ran was filled with a sense of urgency. He needs to get stronger. He must, now, immediately. A person who has died once has a far greater attachment to life than the average person. After breakfast, Xiao Ran set off alone. The car slowly drove out of the residential area, and there were not many people left behind in the windows of the buildings watching him. The large residential area, after the riots in Building 4 and Xiao Ran's massacre, was almost completely empty. Xiao Ran drove out of the community. He wasn't just driving blindly, he had a plan. The main focus was on finding energy. Although he had already stored a lot of fuel, this energy reserve was far from enough if calculated over decades. So, he naturally aimed for gas stations. The main purpose was to collect energy, and if he could meet a superhuman by chance, that would be even better. Half an hour later, he arrived at the first gas station. Collect. Unfortunately, the tank was not full, only about a third full. Forget it, even a mosquito's leg is still neat. Xiao Ran didn't mind, since the other dimension was big enough, so he just filled it up. He headed to the next gas station. In every city, the most numerous establishments are banks and gas stations, so it didn't take long for him to reach the second gas station, where the tanks were more than half full. Since he was already there, he naturally took the opportunity to loot the gas station's small store. Although he didn't care for these things, they could be used to win people over. In this day and age, there is no reason why food should not be precious. He had studied the map and selected an optimal route. By 3 p.m., he had visited 9 gas stations only because he was driving at a speed of 20 miles per hour. He arrived at the last stop of the day, cleaned out the gas station, and then headed home, so that the fog would not gather again and trap him in the wilderness, where he would have to spend the night in his car. He arrives at the last gas station of the day, but as soon as he arrives, he sees a group of people busy in the storage area, clearly trying to pry open the tank to get the oil. There are 7 people working, and 2 more are sitting in the car. Big truck. Of course, how much oil can you carry back without a truck? However, what made Xiao Ran's face turn black was that these people had actually built a fire with wash basins to keep warm. Are you crazy? There are oil tanks right next to you, and you're lighting a fire to keep warm? Xiao Ran didn't dare to go forward. Of course, he wasn't afraid of these people, but he was worried that these people would slip the brazier towards the oil tank and cause a big explosion. This is no joke. Xiao Ran's nervous reaction and crisis warning should have allowed him to open the space door in time, but the space door is a flat surface that can only absorb frontal flames and shockwaves. Besides, the space door can indeed absorb all attacks, but the frame cannot. Xiao Ran tried to hit it with a stone, which would cause a certain amount of backlash for him. The more powerful the impact, the more severe the backlash. Therefore, if he is hit by a big explosion, Xiao Ran can't guarantee that he will survive the backlash. Damn it. Sure enough, the biggest fear is a fool. Xiao Ran shook his head. He didn't dare to start a war here, for fear that a bullet or a high-energy steel bar would accidentally hit the oil tank and cause an explosion. Hey, someone's coming. Oh, that's Big G. Off-road vehicles are suitable for bad environments, and this one seems to have been modified. It's a snatch. The 7 people who were working looked at each other and rushed over. They were prying open the oil tank, so they all had various tools in their hands, either hammers or wrenches, which they used as weapons. They came at him menacingly. Xiao Ran had plenty of time to drive away, but did he need to be afraid of these 7 people? He was only afraid that stray bullets would hit the oil tank or that the brazier would tip over and set off the oil tank. But now that the 7 people had all come over and moved away from the oil tank, what was there to be afraid of? In fact, Xiao Ran even opened the car door and got out. Swish! A wrench shot at him. It was fast and accurate, and the target was his head. This is to kill him. Xiao Ran's expression was indifferent, and he reached out his hand, and with a snap, he grabbed the wrench with uncanny accuracy. What? The 7 people were all stunned, their eyes full of shock. You have to know that the wrench was spinning when it came at him, as fast as a fan that had just been turned on. So, how did he manage to catch it with his bare hand? For ordinary people, this is extremely difficult to do, but Xiao Ran's physique is far beyond ordinary people, so even if he doesn't use his superpowers, he can easily do it. Xiao Ran looked at the man who had struck him, smiled coldly, and then waved his hand, and the wrench immediately smashed toward the man who had attacked him like a shooting star. Pop! The man didn't even have time to react. When he saw a black shadow suddenly grow in front of his eyes, the wrench had already smashed into him, and then he lost consciousness. His head exploded and he died. Xiao Ran clapped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant. Old Li! The others exclaimed, but they saw that Old Li slowly fell backwards, and a wrench was embedded in his face, not going in by at least 6 or 7 centimeters. Oh my god! Chapter 122, News from the Chang family. Everyone was shocked and their scalps tingled. A wrench can indeed kill a person, but it is too exaggerated and terrifying that it penetrated the face and embedded itself after being thrown 6 or 7 meters away. This strength is too great. And as Old Li fell, the 2 people in the truck couldn't sit still either, and they opened the door and got out, involuntarily shivering. It was so cold. Then, the two of them simultaneously drew their guns. Damn it, you dared to hurt me. Get on the road. The two men fired at the same time. Fierce and domineering. You killed my man, and I don't care about the circumstances or the right or wrong. I just want your life. One life for one life. As soon as the two men raised their guns, Xiao Ran had already opened the door to the space, and the two bullets had already been fired. Therefore, the moment these two people fired their guns, they were already dead. Xiao Ran has always been decisive and ruthless when dealing with enemies. Since he had already made his move, he naturally couldn't just kill two. Xiao Ran thought again, and with a whoosh, a stone flew out of the space portal and slammed into 5 of the remaining 6 people. How fast were the stones? More than 20 meters per second. How fast is a human being? Even the 100-meter world champion only runs about 10 meters per second. Moreover, this also includes the reaction of the nerves, and the movement also requires an acceleration process. Therefore, the 5 people were almost completely unprepared, and their heads were smashed to pieces. This is the danger of throwing objects from a great height. Xiao Ran was shocked. There were originally 9 of them, but in the blink of an eye, there was only 1 left alive. It wasn't because he had any special skills, it was purely because Xiao Ran wanted to keep someone alive to question. The man had a cruel, mocking smile on his face, but he didn't have time to wipe it off, and immediately became filled with fear. His expression was truly a sight to behold. What's going on? What's going on? 8 people who were just alive and kicking, and in the blink of an eye, they were all dead. Demon! This man is a demon. He looked at Xiao Ran blankly, unable to stop shaking. Xiao Ran also looked at him and smiled. What's your name? Zhu Hongming. The man stammered. Xiao Ran nodded. Where are you all from? Zhu Hongming hurriedly said, we are from the Baolong group. Baolong group? The Chang family. The Chang family of Chang Shuli. Has the Chang family not fallen yet? Xiao Ran was slightly interested and asked, who is your boss? Of course it's Grandpa Chang. Zhu Hongming blurted out. Xiao Ran rolled his eyes. Who is the old man Chang? He only knows that the Baolong group is a large enterprise in Suzhou that is involved in both the black and white worlds, but he really doesn't know who is in the Chang family. Who cares? The old man is called Chang Baolong, and he is the one who founded the Baolong group. Zhu Hongming said. Xiao Ran thought for a moment and asked, what is the relationship between Chang Baolong and Chang Shuli? Do you still recognize our young master? Zhu Hongming asked in surprise. This is like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Don't you recognize your own family? Zhu Hongming was slapped. Zhu Hongming was slapped in the face, and he also came to his senses. He quickly said, young Master Chang is the eldest grandson of the old man. Oh, he's already a grandson. Xiao Ran pursed his lips. You guys are quite capable, you can even drive here. Zhu Hongming was slapped and dared not to go around with Xiao Ran again. He quickly said, our old master has a transport team that travels to and from Mom all year round, so our trucks always have snow chains and other measures to keep them warm. Xiao Ran's expression was slightly strange. This was really a blind cat hitting a dead mouse. It was too coincidental. Before, because it was still hailing, even if the trucks had enough cold and anti-skid capabilities, they didn't dare to come out. But now that the hail has stopped, as soon as the fog clears, the trucks can naturally come out. It's just that the Chang family is quite powerful. Now that social order has collapsed, and the wealth that the Chang family used to gather people's hearts has all been lost, so what does the Chang family rely on to make these people obedient and not dare to betray? Money is useless. What about supplies? Since they have sent people out to gather energy and food, the Chang family probably doesn't have enough supplies to unite people. Can't figure it out? Then ask. You already have 2 heavy trucks, you can go anywhere, why don't you run? Xiao Ran asked. Zhu Hongming shook his head, it's freezing cold outside, but the group has heating, and... He hesitated for a moment, and then saw Xiao Ran's displeasure, so he said, and the second son of the old man, Vice President Chang Yingxiong, seems to have superpowers, just like you. Oh? Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. He had only been a little interested, but now his interest had suddenly skyrocketed. Tell me. Zhu Hongming said, actually, I only heard that Vice President Chang can spit fire, like the Red Boy. Fire powers? Xiao Ran couldn't help but ask, how did Chang Yingxiang acquire his strange superpowers?
I don't know either. Xu Hongming shook his head. His status is too low. If we had kept the two men with the guns for questioning, would we have learned more?
Forget it, there are no ifs. He asked again about the Chang family's whereabouts, how many people there were, and so on.
Xu Hongming dared not hide anything and quickly told him everything.
After listening to him, Xiaoyan casually threw a stone at Xu Hongming's head, which smashed it to pieces. He then collected the bodies, and after the oil tankers were taken away, he threw the bodies into the tankers, and then collected the two heavy trucks. The traces of Xu Hongming's group's visit were completely erased by him.
Unless someone searches for the
place where the oil tank is stored. The Chang family, including the backbone of the group and security, now all live in the Chang family villa. The security force has more than 50 people, and the core members are the old brothers who followed Chang Baolong to fight for the country. There are about 15 of them, and they are actually a group of whitewashed gangsters. They had previously looted a police station, so they had guns. The key members all had guns, but the security guards could only carry guns at the captain level.
The Chang family's villa is huge, covering an area of about 10 acres. Is this a villa? It's clearly a manor. It is located in Dongshan, on the other side of Taihu Lake.
Xiao Ran rubbed his nose. It was still a bit far away, especially at his current speed. He could only drive 20 kilometers per hour, so it would take half a day to get there. However, the Chang family has a superhuman, and it seems that the Chang family's villa was also built to high specifications. Otherwise, even with the heating on, how can it withstand the current low temperature?
If it's big enough, maybe we should consider moving our family there after we take it over?
Xiao Ran couldn't help but be tempted. His own villa was nice, but it was a bit small. It was already a bit crowded with 10 people living there, but what if some more people came in the future? And there's nowhere to walk the leopard, so it has to go to the cold underground garage.
Well, I'll take this manor. Chapter 123, Hope Camp, more. Xiao Ran thought about it and didn't set off right away. It's too far. It's already 3 p.m. now. When will it be when I get there? And
even if he can successfully take down the Chang family's manor, but in the future, if he wants to go out, such as to collect energy, it's too far. Every time he has to drive more than 30 kilometers to enter the city, what a hassle. So, Xiao Ran decided to collect more energy. His only shortcoming at the moment was energy. Oh, and firepower. After learning that the Chang family has a psychic, Xiao Ran has developed a fear of insufficient firepower.
Should I prepare tens of thousands more energy-generating steel bars? Absolutely.
After all, there are more than 100 people in the Chang family, and they also have guns. We must be careful.
Go home first.
Xiao Ran returned home and returned to the community before the fog regrouped. On the way, there were bodies lying all over the place. The temperature during the day is already around minus 40 degrees Celsius, and at night it drops to minus 60 degrees Celsius. The people of Suzhou are not prepared for the cold, and they are far from being prepared. They were hungry, thirsty, and cold, so some people rushed out to take a chance, but most of them became frozen corpses on the streets. Xiao Ran's state of mind was as calm as a well. But he was dead. He had died before. When he entered the community, he saw someone in the security room, holding a kitchen knife and other weapons, but there were no signs of life. They froze to death. This group of people probably couldn't take it anymore and planned to ambush themselves here, but they froze to death before they could return. When you are hungry, your body becomes weak and your ability to withstand the cold is even weaker. Xiao Ran just scanned the area with his spatial awareness and continued driving. The entire neighborhood was silent, as if it were a ghostly realm.
Is it just the Xiao family with 10 living people? Xiao Ran didn't think much of it.
Under the double blow of extreme cold and a lack of supplies, at least 90% of the world's population would die.
10 rooms, 9 empty.
This will be the norm for the entire world, and it will last a very long time. Without environmental recovery, it will be difficult for humans to recover and thrive, let alone return to the top. That night, the entire neighborhood was unusually quiet, so quiet that Xiao Ran was bored. Fortunately, there were more family members, and they could play many games.
The night passed. The end of the world entered its 30th day. Before I knew it, it had been a month. Tomorrow is July 1st. But does it feel like summer at all? Will the sun ever shine again?
Xiao Ran muttered to himself. Today, he continued to go out to find energy.
Xiao Ran planned to empty the entire gas station in Suzhou.
The amount of oil in his hands would last him a lifetime, and he would definitely have no problem with it for a few years.
With enough energy, he could consider taking over the Chang family's manor.
Xiao Ran drove out of the residential area and began collecting energy along the route he had previously planned. However, plans always fail to keep up with changes. As soon as Xiao Ran received the third gas station, he saw a group of people there, obviously collecting fuel.
Are they from the Chang family again?
If they are from the Chang family, he doesn't mind wiping them out again, because the Chang family only has 100 people in total. If he wipes them out in waves, he will encounter less resistance and the risk factor will be reduced when he attacks the Chang family in the future.
With this in mind, he stopped the
car, opened the door and got out. It seemed casual, but the space door had already opened in front of him. A car drove up, and the people collecting fuel of course noticed it at once and turned their heads to look. They were all dressed in extremely bulky clothes, and their faces were covered with thick cloth. Of course, it wasn't to conceal their identities, but because it was so cold outside that they had to protect their faces in this way, otherwise every breath would be as painful as being cut by a knife. Look at their eyebrows, all of them are frosted. A man with a blurred face came over and said, "We are from the Hope Camp in Suzhou, an official organization. Report your identity, otherwise we cannot rule out the use of coercive measures against you."
An official organization?
Xiao Ran almost laughed.
How could there still be an official organization these days? Even if there were, it would probably not be in Suzhou. However, he was curious. What is a Hope Camp? He asked. The man said, "Can't you see the natural disaster that's happening now?
The extreme cold and poisonous hail have caused a shortage of supplies, and too many people have died of cold, hunger, and thirst. Our government in Sioux City built an underground city years ago, which is not very big, but it is large enough to house tens of thousands of people. This underground city is called the Hope Camp."
Hope, young man, do you know what it means?
Because the camp is underground, and it is tens of meters underground, the temperature there is much higher than outside. In addition, the government has long since prepared a large amount of supplies in the camp, as well as many sophisticated equipment and some top scientists. With the help of these scientists, I believe that the problem of the toxic water source can be solved, and we can definitely get out of our difficulties. Young man, there are still a few places available in the camp.
Do you want to come? Xiao Ran smiled and said, "What is the price of entering this camp of hope?" Young man, get on the road.
The man nodded. First, all supplies in the camp will be distributed according to need, and no private property is allowed. Therefore, your car will be confiscated. Of course, the organization will not take your things for free, and it will definitely give you preferential treatment in the daily distribution of food and assign you a good room. In addition, you will also need to work in the camp. After all, food does not come out of thin air.
Xiao Ran shrugged. That's fine, I prefer a free and easy life. Young man.
Seeing Xiao Ran turn to leave, the man's eyes flashed, and he immediately reached out to stop him. I hope that the camp represents the organization and the country.
This is an extraordinary period, and the organization needs your things, but you don't cooperate?
So? Xiao Ran smiled, impatient, very impatient. The man made a gesture, and those who were still working gathered around. Those who do not cooperate with the organization are naturally traitors to the organization. In times of emergency, extraordinary measures are used, and traitors are killed without exception.
Chapter 124 Underground RD Center.
Oh. Xiao Ran looked at these people with a smile, but he didn't say anything pretentious.
No need.
If they dared to threaten him, they would already be a pile of corpses.
Since they are all about to die, why waste time talking?
Oh, he still needs to keep one alive for questioning.
Go!
The man who spoke just now waved his hand, and suddenly, the others immediately attacked.
But they didn't have guns.
Wrenches and hammers were their weapons. With a laugh, 10 or so bullets were fired at the same time, and blood spurted out of everyone's forehead, killing them dead.
There was only one exception.
It was the man who had just threatened Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran spared his life, not to take revenge, he was not that petty, but this man looked like a leader and might know more.
You, the man stammered, unable to speak coherently.
Xiao Ran patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come, let's talk in the car.
It's too cold outside." Would the man dare to disobey?
He had no choice but to get in the car.
What's your name? Xiao Ran asked.
The man was shocked.
How could it be so warm in the car?
They had also driven here, but they were all freezing like dogs, but this car was too warm.
Different people, different cars? My name is Hua Mingli.
The man said in a flattering tone, "Brother, I was blind and didn't recognize you.
Please forgive me and don't take it personally. Just treat me like a fart and let me go."
Xiao Ran ignored him and asked, "Let's talk about the camp."
Yes, no problem. Hua Mingli quickly said, really acting like a reasonable person.
One asked, the other answered, and Xiao Ran quickly learned the basic situation of the Hope Camp. In fact, Hope Camp did not belong to the government at the beginning, but to a pharmaceutical group, which was also foreign-owned. It was previously an underground secret research and development center, but what it was specifically researching and developing, Hua Mingli did not know. After the disaster, the RD Center seemed to have made a breakthrough in an experiment and urgently needed live people to conduct clinical trials. However, at first, no one dared to leave because of the toxic hail and fog, and in fact, they couldn't leave. It wasn't until the poisonous hail stopped and the fog cleared up that people were able to leave. The RD Center sent people out to look for energy and to trick people into returning as test subjects. Using the name of the Hope Camp, combined with the government's construction, is naturally to make people believe. However, as for the strength of this camp of hope, Hua Mingli didn't know. He was just a small leader, and he was not qualified to know any deeper secrets, let alone core secrets.
The RD Center is on Xishan Island. Xiao Ran couldn't help but rub his nose. The Chang family's manor is on Dongshan, and the Hope Camp is on Xishan. Did you guys agree on this? Dongshan and Xishan are both in the Taihu region, but Xishan is an island, while Dongshan is not. The two are very close in a straight line.
With the current low temperatures, the lake's surface is naturally frozen solid, and a hovercraft can be used to drive directly across.
Why not a snowmobile instead of a hovercraft?
Because the hovercraft has a cabin, which can block the wind and also hold a heating device, but the snowmobile can't.
Please. Xiao Ran opened the car door and let Hua Mingli get out. Hua Mingli was taken aback. He didn't expect Xiao Ran to let him off so easily, so he quickly got out of the car, bowing and scraping, and said, Thank you. I will always remember your magnanimity."
Before he could finish his sentence, a bloody hole had already appeared on his forehead. He stared at Xiao Ran, his eyes turning venomous in an instant, but they lost their luster immediately.
He's dead.
This guy must have cursed himself furiously in the last moment before death.
Xiao Ran smiled faintly. How could he let this guy go? Chang's Manor, Hope Camp. He sighed slightly.
As his range of activity increased, the number of people he came into contact with also increased. In his previous life, how could he have known about these places, or that there would be people with supernatural powers in the world?
Ordinariness might be a good thing.
He muttered, but immediately shook his head. No, being ordinary is just being a fish, to be slaughtered at will.
What time is it now?
The weak are prey to the strong. If you don't have enough self-defense, when others come to kill you, they won't be polite or negotiate.
Do you need a reason to kill someone these days?
Xiao Ran cleaned up the scene, collected the oil can, and then drove away. Because he had spent some time here, Xiao Ran did not visit all the gas stations on his original plan, but instead drove home one stop early.
Sure enough, when he got home, the fog began to gather rapidly, and soon it was almost impossible to see. Xiao Ran couldn't help but admire his own wisdom.
When he got home, the girls were waiting for him. Now, Xiao Ran's fate is completely bound up with theirs. If Xiao Ran were to die outside, they would be trapped here and would eventually die as well. So, naturally, they all hoped to see Xiao Ran return home safely. If they were to say, since Xiao Ran has so many supplies, why does he need to go out and work so hard every day? He could just lie down and play games with them, and that would be good for everyone.
Well, maybe Xiao Ran's kidneys would say no.
When Xiao Ran returned home, the girls began to cook.
After half an hour, a dozen dishes were on the table. Dinner.
The Xiao family's meals are incredibly sumptuous even compared to before the end of the world. After all, Xiao Ran has hoarded around 3 billion supplies, and there are many precious ingredients among them, which are just right for the women to show off their skills. In fact, the girls had nothing to do, so cooking was a good way to pass the time.
What humans lack most is time, and what they have the most of is time. Why is there a shortage of time?
Because there is no water or food, and you are always worried about whether you will starve or die of thirst tomorrow. Of course, time is extremely precious, but for the rich like Xiao Ran, there is too much time, and they have to rack their brains to think of how to spend it. This is actually one of the reasons why Xiao Ran wanted to go out after the fog had cleared.
The same neighborhood.
Two dark figures appeared in the window, and from here you could see Xiao Ran's villa, but now the fog was so dense that you couldn't see anything.
Let's go and notify the boss. Chapter 125, Go Find the Boss.
Xian Zhang, a resident of the community. He ventured out a few days ago to visit his cousin in the engineering team.
What for?
To blow up the villa where Xiao Ran lives, get rid of Xiao Ran, and take his place. The plan was to lure Xiao Ran out of the villa and kill him, or blow up the villa. However, when Xian Zhang returned to the community, he found that the entire community had become a dead city.
Everyone was dead. Some were obviously killed, but some were not.
They had starved, died of thirst, or frozen to death. This made him both puzzled and scared. When he saw Xiao Ran coming out of the villa in the morning, he had a suspicion in his heart. All the people were killed by Xiao Ran. He didn't know what had happened, but the fact that so many people had died was a bloody reality that made him extremely scared.
Lao Qian, are you sure there are a lot of supplies in the villa?
Zhao Guoqiang said.
Xian Zhang nodded vigorously, there is no doubt about this.
But as you can see, there should have been many people in the entire community, but now I am almost the only one left. Although I don't know what happened, 99% of it is because of that Xiao Ran. Cousin, I say we should forget about it and not risk our lives.
Zhao Guoqiang looked thoughtful and then nodded.
Indeed, with just the two of us, even if we blow up the villa, we may not necessarily be able to beat that Xiao Ran. Let's go back and find the boss.
Xian Zhang naturally refused. If Zhao Guoqiang's boss also joined in, then he and Zhao Guoqiang naturally wouldn't be able to talk, so even if they took down the villa, how much benefit would he get?
Xian Zhang naturally saw his hesitation and couldn't help sneering, saying, You yourself said that Xiao Ran is suspected of killing everyone in the community, and you were just backing down.
Since you don't have the ability to take it alone, why not cooperate with others? Even if you can't get the meat, at least you can get a sip of soup. Xian Zhang was still reluctant.
After all, the construction team was a bunch of rough people, and they didn't know how many days it had been since they had last touched a woman.
If they were allowed into the villa, wouldn't Han Yun and the other beauties be ruined by them?
He dreams of that woman with her charming smile and expression, but he doesn't want to sleep with a broken toy.
But, as the old man said, if they don't find more people, they won't be able to break into the villa.
That would be like trying to catch the moon in the water, pointless. So, he nodded, okay. After saying that, he felt powerless. Now, he had no initiative or bargaining power at all.
Let's go and find the boss. Zhao Guoqiang immediately wanted to leave, but was stopped by Qian Zhang. You're crazy. It's foggy outside. Aren't you afraid of getting lost and freezing to death?
Xian Zhang hurriedly said. Zhao Guoqiang slapped his head. It's been 30 days since the disaster, but I still haven't been able to adapt.
Then we'll spend the night here, and we'll go to the boss's place first thing in the morning. We'll be back before nightfall, and then we'll take over the place.
Xian Zhang nodded, and the cold wind blew the window open, and both of them immediately huddled their arms.
They quickly closed the window. Oh, I should warn you, our boss is not easy to deal with.
Zhao Guoqiang seemed to suddenly remember something. We old brothers can let it go, but you are an outsider after all.
When you meet our boss, you must kneel down first and lower your posture, understand? I'm already dead in the morning, and I have to kneel down to everyone I meet? Xian Zhang couldn't believe it.
Zhao Guoqiang sneered, our boss is no ordinary person, but a superhuman. Xian Zhang looked at his cousin with a look of horror, and suddenly regretted asking him to cooperate.
Look, they've all gone paranoid, even the superpowered ones have come out. Oh, you don't believe it, do you?
Zhao Guoqiang said slowly. In fact, I didn't believe it at first either, until I saw our boss leading us into the housing estate where the contractor was, and killing everyone there.
Only then did I realize that there really are superhumans in this world. Superman, superhuman.
Xian Zhang opened his mouth wide, not knowing whether to believe Zhao Guoqiang's nonsense or think that the guy had gone crazy because he had been in the doomsday for too long and his nerves were too tight.
Hey, let me tell you.
Seeing this, Zhao Guoqiang began to tell the story. Compared to the cold and hunger of Qian Zhang and Zhao Guoqiang, the villa was full of spring. Xiao Ran played a role-playing game. Actually, it wasn't really a role-playing game. Han Yun and Yu Nuantong were indeed teachers, Zhang Yuning was a clerk, but she was also a police officer, and Zhou Yunsu and the others were all real college students. So, Xiao Ran is sometimes a confused student who eats forbidden fruit with his classmate, and sometimes a rebellious disciple who rushes to his master. And when it comes to Han Yun, this beautiful demon has to add a line. Where is my husband? He's having the time of his life. Faced with this reality, which is like the end of the world, even the most morally upright women, Yu Nuantong and Zhang Yuning, have thrown away their sense of shame and indulged in pleasure. Fortunately, Xiao Ran absorbed a few more superpowers, further strengthening his body, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to hold on. The night passed, and the time came to July 1st, which was a new chapter. But the world is no different. It was still overcast and extremely cold. While Xiao Ran and the others were still sleeping, Chen Zhang and Zhao Guoqiang took advantage of the fog to leave the neighborhood. They had tied wooden planks to their feet and were holding 2 sticks in their hands, making a simple sled and sliding on the ice. After traveling for 10 minutes, they found a place to hide and rest, and then continued on after they had recovered. The good news is that their destination is not far away. After another half hour, they arrived at a villa area. The two of them went inside and arrived at one of the houses. They knocked on the door and entered. Suddenly, a burst of heat came in. Qian Zhang and Zhao Guoqiang felt as if they had been reborn, and quickly took off their bulky jackets. But they still had to wear a sweater, because they would definitely freeze if they took it off. In the living room, there was a fireplace burning fiercely. If you looked closely, you could see that it was burning table legs and a broken piano. No wonder it was so warm here, but it was still not as good as Xiao Ran's villa. This is normal. Xiao Ran's villa was renovated at a cost of 80 million yuan. In addition to strengthening its solidity, keeping warm and preventing cold is also a top priority. How could an ordinary person possibly think that the temperature in Suzhou would drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius or even lower? Old son, look, look. A man's voice came over, your daughter is so well developed, have you ever thought of peeking at her while she's taking a bath? What kind of nonsense is this? Xian Zhang couldn't help but look over, and then he was shocked. Chapter 126, Hell Everywhere. In the living room, there were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. One of the men was kneeling on the ground, his hands and feet were tied, and he was only wearing a pair of 4-cornered shorts. He was covered in scars, and his expression was extremely numb, and there was no luster in his eyes. The other man was standing on the man's head, his face full of a cruel, perverted smile. The 2 women, one in her 40s, still full of charm, and the other probably not yet 20, full of youth and vitality, and the 2 women looked somewhat similar, and it was clear at a glance that they were mother and daughter. However, both mother and daughter were only wearing underwear, and they both looked numb, as if they had lost their souls. Zhao Guoqiang immediately said, "Boss." The only man standing looked at Zhao Guoqiang and said in an impatient tone, "What are you doing?" His name is Deng Hua. Zhao Guoqiang pushed Qian Zhang and signaled wildly with his eyes. Although Qian Zhang was unwilling, he could not help but be afraid when he saw what had happened to the family of 3. He quickly knelt down and said, "Boss, my name is Qian Zhang. I am an owner of the Jiufu community. We have a person named Xiao Ran. He started to babble on. After he finished speaking, Deng Hua didn't even look at him, saying, "Zhao, tell the bandits to come with you. Bring enough explosives. Do you have to bother me with such trivial matters?" "Yes, yes." Zhao Guoqiang quickly agreed, "and I will go find the bandits." After that, he pulled Qian Zhang a little to indicate that he should leave quickly. After leaving the villa, Zhao Guoqiang led Qian Zhang to another villa. Although the cold wind was blowing, Qian Zhang couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Cousin, what was that just now?" Zhao Guoqiang laughed and said, "That family is our construction team's contractor. Although they often give us work, every time we get paid, they not only drag their feet, but also find all kinds of excuses to deduct money. Our boss is also the captain of the construction team. For the living expenses of his brothers, he doesn't know how many times he has acted like a grandson in front of this family. Our boss once went to ask for the project payment, but that bastard actually said that our boss had peeped at his wife taking a bath, and deducted 20% of our money. Our boss was so angry that he beat him up and he was locked up for several months.
Not to mention the boss. Which one of us doesn't hate this family?
Now the opportunity has come, and hey, this family will naturally suffer the consequences of their own evil deeds.
For a moment, Qian Zhang didn't know how to judge. Is he qualified to say anything about Deng Hua? No. Because he wasn't plotting against someone else's house or coveting someone else's woman? What's the difference?
Besides, Deng Hua could at least say that he was seeking revenge, but what about him?
He's just greedy. So he just smiled. The two had already entered another villa, and here, it's hard to describe.
As soon as they entered, they heard the screams and moans of a woman, so piercing that it was like a living hell. Zhao Guoqiang didn't have to say anything, and Shen Zhang immediately understood. The men of the construction team had stormed into this wealthy neighborhood and taken over everything here, while the women had become their tools of pleasure. In a way, this construction team is no different from the animals in Building 4 of the community, and after the people in Building 4 were eliminated, they actually took their place in the community, and there was really no difference. So, although he felt a little uncomfortable, his primitive nature was stirring. Zhao Guoqiang had already found a man in a room who was not properly dressed. This man looked to be in his 40s, and he was actually smoking a cigar in his mouth. In his hand was a rope. As the two of them walked out, a woman also climbed out.
Qian Zhang couldn't help but glance at her.
She was a woman in her 30s, quite pretty, well-maintained, and looked no more than 30. The key was that she had big breasts and a big butt, which made him feel hot and desire to erupt.
Old Qian, this is our deputy team leader, Wang Daiyu, nicknamed Bandit. We all call him Bandit Brother. Zhao Guoqiang introduced. Wang Daiyu saw Qian Zhang's gaze on the woman and smiled. Do you want to play?
Qian Zhang suddenly realized what was going on and quickly shook his head. This is Brother Bandit's woman, how dare I?
Ha ha. Wang Daiyu laughed. It's okay, it's okay. Didn't you say that Xiao Ran's villa has a lot of beautiful women? It's just right. I'm tired of this woman anyway. It's okay to give it to you.
But if there are no beautiful women in the villa, you'll make us come for nothing, and I'll pull out your tailbone and use it as a whip.
Qian Zhang was shocked and quickly said, I promise. I promise. Xiao Ran's villa has at least 2 top-notch women.
One is Han Yun, and the other is of course Wang Lulu.
Unfortunately, he can't play with either of them now. Wang Daiyu laughed again and said, since the boss has spoken, let's hurry up and get going.
It's best to take the villa before dark and transport the women and supplies there.
Qian Zhang looked at the woman kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but swallow. He said, Brother, what did you just say? Damn it, I'm not going to lie to you. Let's get to work first. After the job is done, you can do whatever you want with this woman. Wang Daiyu said unhappily. Qian Zhang could only nod.
He was alone, so it was like entering a den of wolves.
How dare he have any opinions?
He finally looked at the beautiful woman's round and perky buttocks, reluctantly moved his eyes away, and walked out of the house. He didn't want to leave the 2 charming beauties, Han Yun and Wang Lulu. Although this woman was a little older, she was also unattainable to him in the past. He could play with her at will when he came back, which filled him with fighting spirit.
Xiao Ran, you must die.
If you don't, you'll block my path and even take my life. Soon, a group of 15 people walked out of the wealthy neighborhood and headed toward the Zhoufu neighborhood. Because they were carrying explosives and other tools, they were much slower, and it took more than an hour to get there. They first observed the situation, but because it was so cold, they were unable to take measurements, etc., and could only make a rough estimate. Then they went to the underground garage and placed the explosives against the wall of the villa.
Lao Qian, what are you still doing here? Go! After the explosives were placed, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but pull Qian Zhang, who was still standing there dumbfounded. Ah?
Qian Zhang was a little confused.
Are you stupid?
Zhao Guoqiang took him by the arm and said, the garage could collapse after the next explosion.
Do you want to be buried alive?
Qian Zhang realized the danger and hurriedly picked up the pace. When everyone had gone up, Wang Daiyu began the countdown, 3, 2, 1, detonation.
Boom! Chapter 127, Detonation.
Because of the existence of the traitor Qian Zhang, the construction team deliberately avoided the surveillance cameras in the passageway when placing the explosives, so Xiao Ran was completely unaware of all this.
Boom!
The fuse burned to the end, the explosives ignited with a loud bang, and the shockwave that formed in an instant even blew off the two load-bearing columns closest to it. The underground garage suddenly split open, and this area became an open-air garage. A large amount of masonry and sediment fell, blocking the villa's access to the garage. The sound was deafening. But for the people in the villa, it only felt like the house shook slightly, and the sound wasn't very loud, like a firecracker. It can only be said that the defense is too thick and the sound insulation is too good. What happened? An earthquake? The women were all a little nervous. The environment is already so bad, if there is another earthquake, even if Xiao Ran has endless supplies, he can't withstand it. Xiao Ran picked up his phone and turned on the surveillance camera in the underground passage, but the 3 screens were all black. It's broken. This is infrared, so it can still capture some images even in complete darkness, so it can't be completely dark. So, it must be completely broken. Xiao Ran went to the window again and looked outside. Oh my god. The ground has cracked open, and you can see the garage below. Was it an earthquake? Definitely not. Because only the perimeter of the villa is like this, and the ice in the distance is still intact, with no trace of cracking. So, someone is blasting. Xiao Ran couldn't help but stare in shock. Who did this? Fortunately, he had remodeled the villa, and the defense level had gone straight up. Otherwise, could the villa, which had simply added a layer of insulation, have withstood this wave? It would have been destroyed. This is to kill people and steal their money. Xiao Ran looked around. Since there was an explosion, the perpetrator must have appeared right after, trying to enter through the broken hole in the villa. If he wasn't dead, he would have struck again, robbed all the supplies here, and taken all the women away. Xiao Ran was full of murderous intent. This wave was truly unexpected. Sure enough, he then saw a group of people rushing out of the building closest to the villa and heading towards it. Ha! He saw Qian Zhang. Although he couldn't call this person by name, he looked somewhat familiar, and was definitely an owner in the community. So, this is the reason for the arrival of outside help. Xiao Ran sneered, and he came to the first floor. After the explosion, Wang Daiyu and his group only waited a few seconds before rushing out. They were afraid that the villa would explode and the cold wind would blow in and freeze the beauties to death. Charge! Because Qian Zhang had described the beauty of Han Yun and Wang Lulu, these men were full of desire and couldn't wait to take the beauties back to enjoy. Deng Hua is a strange character who takes pleasure in torturing the contractor's family, and is not interested in other women at all. He is so single-minded that it makes people angry. Therefore, the 2 best women, Han Yun and Wang Lulu, naturally belong to them. Of course, everyone was eager to fight for themselves. However, when they rushed to the villa, they were dumbfounded. The villa was completely intact. Shit, it's just the outer walls and some tiles that have fallen off? They looked at the metal layer under the outer wall and couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. Are rich people all so perverted these days? What kind of construction standards are these? I'm fucking crazy. Everyone looked at the villa, which was almost intact, and felt like they were being screwed. What should they do? Go back and prepare more explosives. More explosives? At that moment, the door of the villa opened with a click. It opened? Well, after such a powerful explosion, if the people inside hadn't already been knocked unconscious, they would have come out to take a look, right? What's the difference between blasting an entrance with explosives and the host opening the door voluntarily? Go! Wang Daiyu immediately waved his hand, and more than 10 people rushed out. Only Qian Zhang was an exception. He had an inexplicable fear of Xiao Ran. This saved his life. At least, for the time being. Xiao Ran was murderous, and the space door opened. With a whoosh, kinetic energy steel rods shot out, piercing everyone's faces, and then continued to pierce the ice, firmly embedding themselves. As a result, there were 13 bodies nailed to the front door of the villa, each one not lying down, but twisting their bodies in an indescribably strange and terrifying manner. Wang Daiyu was suddenly scared out of his wits. No good, this person is a superhuman like the boss. Run! How could he possibly call for Qianzhang? He turned around and ran as soon as possible, but he slipped and fell when he was in a hurry, and the pain almost made him cry. Fortunately, he was dressed warmly enough that no exposed skin touched the ice, otherwise he would have been infected by the toxin and would have been too weak to get up, and would have frozen to death there. But when he finally got up, he saw a figure standing in front of him.
Huh, dare to blow up my house and think you can just run away?
Xiao Ran's voice sounded calm, but it was hiding a deep murderous intent.
Wang Daiyu was about to cry. Xian Zhang, you son of a bitch, you didn't tell me that Xiao Ran was also a supernatural being, otherwise I would have never come here.
At least, he would not have dared to come here without Deng Hua's leadership.
Without guns and cannons, how can you deal with a psychic with just cold weapons? It's just looking for death. Boss, I was also lured into coming here recklessly. Please give me a break.
By the way, our boss is also a superpower user, just like you, and he can use the same kind of technique you just used. He quickly said, first, lower your tone, and second, bring Deng Hua out to try to intimidate Xiao Ran.
A psychic against a psychic, it's likely that both will be injured, and you don't want that, do you? Ha!
Xiao Ran's heart stirred, and he said to Wang Daiyu and Xian Zhang, go inside.
Wang Daiyu and Xian Zhang had no choice but to enter the villa. The moment they entered the gate, they both had the feeling of stepping into hell. But, would they dare to disobey? But once they entered, they were shocked. It's so warm. And, there are so many beautiful women.
My goodness, apart from 2 who are less attractive, the other 7 are all top-notch. Not only are they stunningly beautiful, but they also have perfect bodies.
What student uniforms and OL uniforms? My goodness, this is a treat only the emperor can enjoy. Xiao Ran actually hangs out with these stunning women every day? How come you haven't been drained dry? You're not a man.
Even in such a situation, they still looked at the women's bodies with greedy eyes, wishing they had more than 2 pairs of eyes, otherwise they would look at the face and then the breasts, and then the waist and legs and buttocks, and there was simply no time to look. Xiao Ran coughed, tell me about your boss. His voice was cold, and it also made Wang Dahu and his 2 friends suddenly freeze, and they came to their senses.
Chapter 128 Xiao Ran's counterattack. Wang Daiyu spoke first.
After he finished speaking, Xian Zhang continued. Xiao Ran naturally understood the ins and outs of the matter. He said to Qian Zhang, go forward.
What do you mean?
Although Qian Zhang did not understand, he dared not disobey, so he walked forward. And then there was nothing. He disappeared in place.
Wang Daiyu's eyes went wide. Is this still considered a superpower? It's magic. Xiao Ran smiled lightly, describe in detail Deng Hua's supernormal ability, and, when did he have supernormal ability, and how did he get it? Wang Daiyu recalled, the boss gained his superpowers on the 7th day after the disaster.
I don't know the details because the boss never told us, and we didn't dare to ask. The only thing we know is that the boss almost died before he gained his superpowers.
Ha!
Xiao Ran seemed to have grasped the key point, tell me more. Wang Daiyu said that on the 5th day after the disaster, Deng Hua was so hungry that he decided to go out and take a risk to find supplies. But at that time, the poisonous hail had not stopped, and although he had prepared before going out, he was still hit by hail.
However, this man's perseverance was terrifying. He actually endured the pain of the poison burning his body and ran back.
As a result, he lay in bed for 2 days and 2 nights, during which time his fever reached 44 degrees. A normal person would definitely have their brains and internal organs burned out, but he not only survived, he even gained superpowers.
So, they are awesome. Xiao Ran couldn't help but sigh.
Since discovering the mutant era, he knew that he was not the only one with superpowers.
Xiao Ran was thinking about one question. How do superpowers come about? Why do some people have them and others don't?
Combining his own experience and Deng Hua's process of acquiring his superpower, he had 2 guesses. First, it may be necessary to be hit by poison hail. He had actually been hit by the poisonous hail, and it had burned like fire, but because he didn't know that Zhang Jia was a fake son at the time, he just wanted to protect his son and ran home in pain. Yes, he had a fever, but it was not a high fever, but a low-grade fever that persisted until the day he was killed by the Zhang family. Second, it requires a near-death experience. He had a strong obsession, and he didn't want to die, so he had a strong desire to survive, which awakened his superpower. Is it the first point or the second point, or do you need both?
There are too few samples to make a judgment.
But Xiao Ran felt that it was already close to the truth, and it was basically impossible to escape this range. He could only investigate other superpowered people in the future. Xiao Ran said to himself. Unfortunately, he actually encountered 2 other superpowered individuals, Yang Wenqi and Song Hui, but he never had the chance to interrogate them. At that time, Xiao Ran was definitely only thinking about killing the other person.
Psychics are too dangerous. If you get the chance, you should definitely kill them first. Giving them a chance is like playing with your own life.
In that case, Xiao Ran would rather not know the secret of humans having superpowers, or know it later, than take such a risk. Knowing later won't kill you, but giving other superpowered people a chance might really get you killed. Xiao Ran continued to ask, mainly about how powerful Deng Hua's superpower was. However, Deng Hua didn't have many opportunities to use his superpower, and Wang Dayu didn't really know much about it.
However, one thing is certain. Deng Hua has never absorbed the abilities of other people.
They have always been the kings of the rich neighborhood, and they only occasionally go out to find supplies, so they never had a chance to meet a second psychic.
Oh, Xiao Ran is the second-ranked superhuman, and this is the result.
After Xiao Ran finished asking, he pushed Wang Dayu, who involuntarily fell into the space door and disappeared in an instant. This made Han Yun and the other women both shocked and scared. A living person had just disappeared. They were naturally grateful to Xiao Ran, because without him, they would not have the comfortable lives they now enjoy, but they were also more afraid. This is their man, and the master who controls their lives and deaths. It was only because Xiao Ran was not a bully that he did not make them live like slaves, but that did not change the essence of the relationship between the two sides. They are the canaries that Xiao Ran keeps. Xiao Ran never hid this fact, and he never thought of them as anything more than that. You sell your bodies, and I give you a good life. This is a deal. Xiao Ran didn't care about the girl's reactions, but instead, he began to think. Should he strike back now? Even if Xiao Ran doesn't suffer any losses, how can he swallow this insult with his character? Moreover, Wang Dahu and the others have been defeated here, and a grudge has been formed. How can it be settled? Rather than waiting for others to attack, he should attack first and take the initiative. Today, right now. Xiao Ran made up his mind and immediately checked the map. It really is close. Hunren Garden is a famous neighborhood for the rich. It is only 4 kilometers away, and if Xiao Ran drives at a safe speed of 20 miles per hour, it will only take 12 minutes. Let's go. Xiao Ran told the girls to wait and went to the underground garage. Fortunately, the point of detonation was not in the underground garage, so the road outside the garage was still smooth. Otherwise, Xiao Ran would have to walk out for a while before releasing the car from the other dimension. He left the community and headed for Hunren Garden. After 15 minutes, he arrived at his destination. He didn't park his car at the gate of the community, but a little further away. He didn't go through the gate either, but instead took a ladder out of the other dimension and climbed over the wall. The idea was to catch him off guard. Deng Hua was in Villa 3. Xiao Ran had already compared it on the map, and he quietly passed by. Will Deng Hua's gang still send someone to keep watch? Probably not. Who are they guarding against? But Xiao Ran was still very careful, trying not to make a sound and walking close to the wall. It took a while to get to the door of Villa 3. He knocked on the door. Who is it? Someone asked from inside. Xiao Ran had already asked clearly that there were 2 caretakers in Villa 3, plus Deng Hua and the original owner, which made a total of 6 people. Can't you tell my voice? Xiao Ran said in a deliberately angry voice, the gangster told me to come. I have news to report to the boss. Open the door quickly. It's freezing outside. He urged him, but the person inside didn't suspect him. The point is, who would go outside in this weather? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? So where are the enemies? The next moment, the door opened with a click. Xiao Ran nodded slightly. If the door didn't open, he would have to use a rock to break it down. This was better, so as not to alert Deng Hua. With the door facing him, he was not afraid of any superpower. With a spatial portal in front of him, what's there to be afraid of? In fact, he had already opened the space door by pressing against the door handle. Even against Xiao Kara, he would not take it lightly. After all, a bullet could kill him without him being able to defend himself. Chapter 129, A Good Corpse is One That Is Completely Dead. The door opened. Behind the door stood a strange man. Now he of course saw Xiao Ran, and even though Xiao Ran was hiding half of his face, he immediately realized that Xiao Ran was not one of them, and immediately opened his mouth to warn him. Pop! A bullet went straight through his right eye and into his brain, but the kinetic energy was not enough to penetrate the skull and exit. Gurgling, blood spurted out of the eye socket. The man looked at Xiao Ran with a vacant eye, but his body fell backwards. He was dead. Xiao Ran opened a spatial portal directly under him, so the man suddenly disappeared halfway through his fall.
Lao Shang, who's here?
A man walked over. He suddenly saw Xiao Ran, and his careless expression suddenly became solemn. But he didn't have time to warn him, and the next moment, another bullet took him out.
The man fell and then disappeared. Sound? Barely audible. Xiao Ran walked through the entrance and into the living room. There was a sound, as if someone was beating.
Xiao Ran glanced around, but there was no one in the living room.
It's upstairs.
Oh, they're playing upstairs? Xiao Ran quietly went upstairs. When he reached the second floor, the sound got louder and louder, and he could also hear painful screams. A door was ajar.
Xiao Ran used his spatial awareness.
If the door is closed, Xiao Ran won't be able to detect it, but if it is left ajar, it will be different. Perfectly clear. In the room, a man was lying on the ground with his limbs tied up.
It was probably the real owner, Sun Junjie.
At this time, his chin was propped up by 3 books, forcing his head to look forward.
What is in front of him?
Another man, obviously Deng Hua, was beating 2 women.
One is Sun Junjie's wife, and the other is his daughter.
They are covered in wounds and are shocking to the eye. This mother and daughter are both of the plump type, not very thin in the waist, but you can still see the curves. They are of average appearance, and the mother is actually better looking, barely getting a 75, while the daughter is only 70, but she is still a beauty. Deng Hua seemed tired and stopped to ask Sun Junjie, "Do you know what you should say if you want your wife and daughter to suffer less?" Sun Junjie's face was full of pain, but he still said, "Please, please hit me."
Ha ha ha.
Deng Hua laughed, walked over, and then, he grabbed Sun Junjie's neck and
said, "When you were making things difficult for me, did you ever think that this day would come?
At that time, I swore that one day I would definitely fuck you hard." Sun Junjie let out a squeal like a pig, and he was even more humiliated. Xiao Ran shuddered, and his spatial awareness was immediately interrupted.
However, Sun Junjie's screams continued endlessly. Damn, it's so hot. How could he have imagined that he would see such a scene?
Now Xiao Ran believed what Wang Daiyu had said.
At the time, Sun Junjie had indeed accused Deng Hua of peeping at his wife while she was taking a bath.
If it had been Sun Junjie himself, Deng Hua might have really peeped at her, or even thrown a bar of soap at her. No wonder the other members of the engineering team were doing all kinds of bad things in the community, but Deng Hua only focused on Sun Junjie's family.
It turns out that he doesn't like women at all.
Deng Hua definitely didn't want his subordinates to know his preferences, and coupled with his hatred for Sun Junjie, he was happy to stay here, tormenting the family every day, especially Sun Junjie, to vent his perverted desires. The end is coming, and really all kinds of freaks are coming out. Xiao Ran said that he really didn't want to touch this kind of guy who knew men, but who let Deng Hua have superpowers.
For the sake of being strong, I'll put up with you for once.
Xiao Ran activated his spatial awareness again, determined the location of Deng Hua, and immediately kicked in the door. He shot out a dozen kinetic steel bars, and even faster than the steel bars were a dozen bullets.
Shit.
Although the rate of fire of the bullets was fast, the superhuman had a general sense of crisis.
Deng Hua's instinctive reaction was even faster than his consciousness.
His body became golden in an instant, and he actually turned into a metal man.
The problem is, he's not standing still. So Sun Junjie was unlucky. He really got blasted.
He let out a scream of excruciating pain, but it stopped immediately because Xiao Ran used a saturated attack to kill Deng Hua, and the killing range was a bit large, so he was also included. So, he was shot in the head by a stray bullet. It was a good thing, because 2 steel bars would soon pierce his body, sparing him the pain.
"Who are you?"
Deng Hua asked in shock. If it was just a bullet, he wouldn't have been surprised, but the combination of a bullet and a steel bar was too strange for him not to be surprised.
How could Xiao Ran stop to talk?
This is a life and death battle, not a bloody comic book, and there's no need to say a bunch of nonsense. He continued to shoot out the steel bars. Why steel bars and not bullets? Because he found that Deng Hua was not fast, and it was impossible for him to avoid the shooting of steel bars. On the other hand, the kinetic energy of steel bars was actually greater than that of bullets.
Third, steel bars were easy to obtain and could be reused. Fourth, steel bars could also block the way. With so many factors combined, Xiao Ran naturally used steel bars to shoot.
Ding, 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 the steel bars all hit Deng Hua's body, splashing sparks, but after the impact, Deng Hua's body only appeared to have a few dents, without any skin damage, and no blood spurting out.
It was as if he were a robot.
He's so awesome, he can use his body to absorb bullets and kinetic energy.
Xiao Ran couldn't do it. However, Deng Hua had a lot of unspoken suffering. Because his superpower is limited, he usually uses a part of his body to kill people, break doors, or torture people. Sun Junjie has experienced this firsthand. Even so, the time he can use it for is only a dozen minutes. Now that he has metallized his entire body, the time he can use it will be reduced by 100 times. How many seconds is that? A little more than 10 seconds.
Once the power is used up, he will have to revert back to a normal person.
How can an ordinary person defend against such an attack? He can beg for mercy, even call his father or grandfather, but will Xiao Ran give him a chance? He doesn't even know who Xiao Ran is.
He came at him with a fierce attack, aiming to kill him.
Poof! How long can 10 seconds be?
Deng Hua's golden body was finally broken, and the steel rod pierced his chest. He knew he couldn't escape, and asked with reluctance, "Who are you, and why are you?"
Poof!
Before he could finish his sentence, dozens of steel bars shot into him one after another, turning him into a hedgehog.
What's the point of showing off to someone who's about to die?
A corpse that is completely dead is a good corpse. Xiao Ran quickly stepped forward to absorb the power while it was still hot. He was worried that if he waited too long, his superpowers would dissipate.
Don't gamble at this time. Chapter 130. Be a little more selfish. A warm current hits me. It's great.
Xiao Yan absorbed the power, and his body trembled slightly. He could clearly feel his spatial ability rapidly increasing. The space portal opened up to a size of 25 by 25 meters. This was really amazing.
What is the concept of 25 meters?
If you calculate that a floor is 3 meters high, this is equivalent to 8 floors and a little more.
It's scary, both horizontally and vertically. However, the spatial portal can only be opened 4 meters away, which is a bit disappointing. He would have liked it to be at least 10 meters away. Forget it.
The range of his spatial perception has steadily expanded by 2 meters, reaching the 10-meter limit. With his current total amount of superpowers, he can use it continuously for half an hour.
Awesome. Hey, wait.
Xiao Ran discovered that there seemed to be some kind of change in his body, but it was like a seed that was about to sprout but had not yet broken through the outer layer of constraints, making Xiao Ran scratch his head and feel a little crazy.
Is this a new ability?
So, is this state caused by the lack of pressure from life and death, or is it because he hasn't absorbed enough power? Xiao Ran pondered, but unfortunately there was no second power user. Otherwise, he could absorb another power to confirm whether it was the lack of power or the lack of pressure of life and death.
That, a woman's voice suddenly sounded.
Xiao Ran looked up and saw the mother of the mother and daughter pair. The beautiful woman's face was filled with fear, and she looked at him carefully.
"Speak," he said in a deep voice.
The woman plucked up her courage and said, "Thank you for saving us, mother and daughter."
"Thank you so much." This woman is quite clever.
Xiao Ran thought to himself. She didn't mention that she had killed her husband, although Xiao Ran's target wasn't Sun Junjie either, and it was a case of accidental killing. In fact, Xiao Ran could have avoided Sun Junjie if he had just been a little more careful and attentive.
But he didn't. At that time, he was thinking about killing Deng Hua, but killing someone by mistake? Then it's fine to kill by mistake. He wasn't a good person. But Sun Junjie's wife deliberately avoided mentioning this point, instead thanking Xiao Ran for saving her life, and asking who would save someone's life and then deliberately kill them. This woman is scheming. Who among the rich doesn't have a little scheme? Except for the nouveau riche. Hey, aren't I a nouveau riche? Am I scolding myself?
Xiao Ran's mouth twitched slightly, and he said to the beautiful woman, "No need.
I didn't want to save you either." "Who are you?" the beautiful woman asked again.
Xiao Ran felt the strengthening of his body, but compared to the last change, this time it was not as intense.
This is understandable.
The first time was the most drastic, from 1 to 2, an increase of 100%, but what about the second time? From 2 to 3, although it was still an increase of 1, the increase was 50%, and the third time, 3 to 4, was only a 33% increase, and this time it was even down to 25%. This means that his body is getting stronger and stronger, and the same amount of improvement is becoming less and less impressive to him. Thinking about something, Xiao Ran said casually, "Police." "Police?" The beautiful woman and her daughter exchanged a glance, although they were somewhat suspicious. Because Xiao Ran was too ruthless and decisive when he started to act, he didn't care about the lives of the hostages in order to kill Deng Hua, but also included Sun Junjie in it. However, the two women still believed it. After all, it was now the time of day, and even if the police were a bit radical in their style of work, it seemed that it was not incomprehensible. The daughter, who had no brains, immediately cried out, "Since you're a cop, why don't you save my dad? Also, we're hungry, so hurry up and get us something to eat." Xiao Ran looked at her and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No wonder Deng Hua would retaliate so violently against this family. Just look at the daughter's attitude. Once she decided that he was a policeman, her attitude suddenly became arrogant and condescending. Now that she is like this, the attitude of Sun Junjie's family towards Deng Hua must have been 10 or even 100 times worse. The mother was wise enough to quickly stop her daughter, and said to Xiao Ran with a smile, "Sir, my daughter is young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take it personally." "Well, officer, my daughter and I are really very hungry. Can you give us something to eat?" Xiao Ran patted his pocket and asked in return, "Do you think I look like I'm carrying food? Wouldn't you go out and find some?" The daughter blurted out. This time, the mother did not stop her daughter, but also looked at Xiao Ran with a look of expectation. Seeing that Xiao Ran was standing there, motionless, her eyes also had a hint of impatience, and even anger. She was used to being a noblewoman and used to giving orders, and this problem would not be solved just because she had been a prisoner for a few days. Xiao Ran, however, smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, there were two loud popping sounds, and the mother and daughter both died instantly, their expressions remaining the same. The mother and daughter knew his secret, so of course they had to be silenced. He had no intention of taking these two women into his home, and he despised them. However, I actually let them talk for so long, instead of solving them right away. I'm not ruthless enough. It's the end of the world, I have to be more cold-blooded and cruel. What if they are innocent? If I die because someone else is innocent and exposes my secret, then I am not innocent? Xiao Ran, you need to be more selfish. Innocent people who know his secrets will die. Because it could be a matter of life and death. So, what if I'm selfish? In fact, Xiao Ran has such great power, and it is already the greatest good that he does not take the initiative to do evil. So, even if he accidentally kills a few innocent people every now and then, what's the big deal? At this thought, a smile appeared on his lips. In this apocalyptic world, he will be selfish to the fullest. Now, eliminate all evil and leave no aftermath. Xiao Ran walked out of the villa and headed for the nearest one. When he arrived at the door, he knocked gently. "Who is it?" After a while, someone inside asked. "I'm a delivery man." "Ha!" Boom! The next moment, a loud noise was heard and the door was smashed open. No, it wasn't just opened, it was knocked down. Because a large stone had hit the door, destroying the latch and everything. Ah, the screams came from under the door. Because the person who opened the door was trapped under the door, and it must have been a terrible blow. Blood could be seen flowing from the edge of the door, and with the heavy stone pressing down on him, it was impossible for the man to push the door open. With each breath, his chest was pressed tighter, and the next breath became more difficult. It was as if he was being strangled by a python, and with each breath he took, he was a little closer to death, until he was completely suffocated. At this time, a group of people also rushed out of the villa. Chapter 131, Long-Standing Hatred. A group of people rushed out to see the fallen door. They could vaguely see an arm underneath. They were first stunned, then all furious. What kind of idiot would dare to come here and act so recklessly? Kill him. Suddenly, the group rushed over. They were unarmed. There was no time to get weapons. Xiao Ran thought to himself, should he practice some close combat skills? What if he needs to use this skill in the future? Yes, you can do without it, but if you don't have it, you'll be in trouble when you need it. The main thing is that he has seen with his spatial awareness that these people really don't have weapons, so with his current physical strength, is he still afraid of these people?
Xiao Ran clenched his fists. Then let's go. Boom. 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 Boom.
Close combat broke out on both sides. Although Xiao Ran was only one person, there were 7 people on the other side. In theory, he was absolutely outnumbered, but on the scene, he was not only not losing ground, but on the contrary, he was not taking it too lightly. His punches were fast, accurate, and heavy.
No one can dodge it.
Once they get hit, everyone has to take a few steps back, sit down, and look really unhappy. Xiao Ran has absorbed 4 powers in total, and since he is also a power user, this means that his body has been strengthened 5 times in total. Although he has not tested it, he can estimate that his explosive power is definitely more than 1,000 kilograms. Because he was holding 2 of the 9 girls in one hand, he could easily lift 4 people at the same time. Who wouldn't be lying on the ground after taking such a punch? In less than half a minute, 7 people were lying on the ground. Xiao Ran touched his waist. Although he quickly dealt with all his opponents, he still took 2 hits. However, his physical fitness was too strong. If ordinary people only used their fists and legs to attack, they would at most make him feel a little pain, and it would be impossible to cause any damage. As expected, these were not professional fighters, and their skills were too weak.
Xiao Ran shook his head and was not satisfied with his performance.
He could easily destroy these people, not because of his superior fighting skills, but because of sheer strength. If you punch me and I don't even flinch, and I punch you and you lose half your life, it's a one-sided crushing.
If I meet a master fighter in the future, I can ask for advice.
Xiao Ran looked around the villa and saw only 3 women lying in the bed, with only their faces and hair sticking out of the covers, their expressions numb. It was obvious that they were used by the construction team to satisfy their sexual desires.
Xiao Ran did not kill him.
Because he didn't use his superpowers, and he didn't show his face, he covered it up tightly because he was afraid of the cold. He is not a homicidal maniac who thinks about killing people all the time. However, even if he didn't act, the 3 women wouldn't have lived for long in their current state.
Bang!
His eyes began to turn red, and flames began to rise from within his body. No good, the after effects of absorbing the power have come. Xiao Ran looked at the 3 women and couldn't help but shiver.
Forget it, these 3 are definitely not okay.
Even if they are innocent and forced, Xiao Ran still can't bring himself to do it.
He really hated them.
If I had known, I wouldn't have killed the Sun family.
At least they hadn't been touched by anyone.
Forget it, they're already dead, why bother? Xiao Ran pushed open the door and left.
There should be other women here.
He could try his luck. Besides, he was now in control. He went to the 3rd villa. Kill. 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 He broke into 8 villas and killed a total of 31 people. Although there were women in each villa, they were all so badly abused that Xiao Ran really had no interest in them.
Then he went to the 9th villa. He knocked on the door. Get out! A man's angry voice came from inside. I'm warning you, I have a weapon. Don't force me to kill.
Ha! Xiao Ran was stunned. The tone of his voice didn't sound like a criminal, more like a resident of the community. He thought he was a thug from the construction team. It was just that, the voice was a little bit familiar. Xiao Ran was not careless. Since he had already made his move, he could not leave any loose ends. He would rather kill 1,000 wrong people than miss one. Moreover, the voice had stirred up his long-standing hatred.
Boom!
He kicked the door, but was embarrassed. With his great strength, he was unable to kick the door open, and instead, his foot was a bit sore.
Damn it!
However, this made Xiao Ran even more convinced that this household was not the construction team's thugs, but the original owners, because the door was so sturdy that it had stopped the thugs. However, even if there was only a slight possibility, Xiao Ran had to confirm it. A thought crossed his mind, and a large stone immediately flew out of the space and smashed into the door. However, the door was not broken open.
Try again.
Xiao Ran reached out and collected the stone, then summoned a second kinetic stone from the space.
Release, collect, release, collect.
After just a dozen or so, Xiao Ran had smashed the door open. This door must be specially made, otherwise, with the power of the kinetic stone, a normal door would have been opened by one stone. His previous experiences proved this point, but this door actually took more than 10 stones to break through.
If it wasn't specially made, what was it?
The door fell, but Xiao Ran immediately took the stone back. About 3 meters behind the door, there was a man holding a cleaver in his hand, looking fierce, but his trembling hands betrayed him. He was so scared.
It's quite warm in the room.
Xiao Ran was slightly surprised.
It is not impossible that a wealthy family installed a fireplace on a whim, but it has been a month now, and who hasn't finished burning their firewood?
The point is, this family obviously can't go out, so the source of the supplies is interesting. Because it was warm enough, the man across the way was wearing a pajama set, winter style, very thick. The room was much warmer than outside, but barely above freezing, unlike Xiao Ran's villa, which was so warm that he could go shirtless. However, Xiao Ran could still see the man's face clearly.
Chang Hua. The man across the street was slightly stunned. Who are you? How could those thugs recognize him?
Oh, it must have been information obtained by forcing other owners to talk. Xiao Ran then slowly lifted the door panel, blocking it at the doorway again, and propped it up with a table to prevent it from falling down. From beginning to end, he kept the door to the space open behind him. If Cheng Hua dared to rush over and stab him in the back, he would have gone straight into the different space. Unfortunately, Cheng Hua didn't have the guts to do that. The door closed, and the bone-chilling chill receded by half. Xiao Ran turned around and saw that there was a woman next to Cheng Hua. She was a very beautiful young woman with a really good figure. Although she was also wearing winter pajamas, her chest was pushed up high, and she had quite a lot of material. She was also holding a kitchen knife, but unlike Cheng Hua, her hand was not shaking and her eyes were much more determined. Xiao Ran smiled and took off her hat.
Xiao Ran. Chapter 132, Settling an Old Score. Who is Cheng Hua?
The class monitor of Xiao Ran's high school class, but his grades were not very good.
He was able to become the monitor only because his family was rich. After graduating from high school, he went to Australia to study.
Later, a few years later, Cheng Hua sent an invitation to the class group, inviting old classmates to attend his wedding.
Xiao Ran didn't go. Because he definitely
couldn't go empty-handed, but his salary was all handed over, and he only had 200 yuan a month to spend, so how could he possibly come up with the money for the wedding?
He had to decline. Unexpectedly, he would meet his old classmates here. Xiao Ran, how could it be you?
Cheng Hua was also very surprised. This person who barged in was actually a high school classmate. Xiao Ran smiled and said, "Oh, I was just wandering around and happened to be here."
You're just wandering around? In these weather conditions, you tell me you're just casually hanging out?
Cheng Hua didn't believe him, and suddenly he thought of something. His heart tightened, and he quickly shook the kitchen knife in his hand. "You are an accomplice of those thugs, trying to use the relationship with your high school classmates to make me let my guard down and rob me of my family's property. Well, you have a very rich imagination, but you're using it in the wrong place." Xiao Ran pretended to be surprised. "I just looked around the villas and found that there were corpses everywhere. The thugs you mentioned must have all died."
What?
Cheng Hua and the young woman both looked shocked, but the next moment, Cheng Hua pointed the knife at Xiao Ran. "Are you lying to me?"
He was doubtful. Are the thugs really dead? How did they die? Is that possible? The young woman said, "Are you my husband's classmate?"
Xiao Ran nodded. "Xiao Ran, Cheng Hua's high school classmate." The young woman smiled, with a kind of charming charm, and made a gesture of invitation. "My name is Sun Jie. It's cold at the door, come sit in the back room." Cheng Hua couldn't help but ask in his wife's ear, "What if he's an accomplice to those people?" Sun Jie gave her husband a look and whispered, "The door has already been broken down."
If he really is an accomplice of those thugs, can we stop him?
That's true. Cheng Hua had no choice but to say, "Come in and have a seat." Seeing that Xiao Ran was about to walk in, he quickly said, "Change your shoes. Your shoes are dirty."
Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh. At this time, you're still concerned about such details?
He really deserves to be called a second-generation rich kid, he's so particular.
Xiao Ran thought about it. Since he was going to take them off anyway, he might as well take them off now.
He took off his boots and put on slippers, then followed the couple into the living room. Sure enough, there was a fireplace burning in the living room, but the firewood inside was clearly pitiful.
Cheng Hua glanced at Xiao Ran and couldn't help but show a hint of smugness. "Shocked, right? Didn't think we'd have a fireplace, did you?" Hee hee, I bet you that there are no more than 5 houses with fireplaces in the entire city of Suzhou. He held out one hand, meaning that there would be no more than 5 households. Obviously, he was taking advantage of Xiao Ran's poverty and showing off. Xiao Ran was speechless again. At this time, you're still showing off your wealth? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and sleep with your wife? Well, I'm not interested in killing for money, but I definitely want to sleep with your wife. Now Xiao Ran's desire for sex is getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Ran, how did you get here? And what are you doing here? Cheng Hua couldn't help but ask. This is too weird. Xiao Ran smiled, I drove here. As for the reason for coming here, I want to settle an account with the monitor. You have a car. Cheng Hua and his wife said in unison, full of surprise, selectively ignoring the second half of Xiao Ran's sentence. Great. They were very excited. With a car, they can go out to find supplies, rather than just eating what they have. It's been a month, and they've been eating instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and all kinds of canned food, and they're about to throw up. Xiao Ran, lend me your car, no, sell it to me. Name your price, I'll pay you right now. Cheng Hua looked like a real big shot. He's a rich kid, used to throwing money around. Xiao Ran just looked at him indifferently. First, what use is money now? Second, even if it is useful, how do you transfer money? Third, you didn't seem to hear what I just said. I came to settle an account with you. What account? Cheng Hua looked confused. Xiao Ran smiled, the monitor is really forgetful. When you were in school, you used to bully me every day. He was an orphan and was used to being quiet, but in high school, Cheng Hua bullied people because his family was rich. In Cheng Hua's opinion, who was the easiest person to bully in the class? Obviously, it was Xiao Ran, who had no parents. So, he often took his thugs to bully Xiao Ran. Once or twice, Xiao Ran put up with it, but when Cheng Hua became more and more outrageous, Xiao Ran exploded. He took punches and kicks from Cheng Hua's thugs, and just stared at Cheng Hua, nearly sending him to the hospital this time. After the incident, although Xiao Ran was defending himself, he was still given a severe demerit by the school and was almost expelled. Of course, it was Cheng Hua's parents who were behind it. However, Cheng Hua was also scared by Xiao Ran, and after that, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Xiao Ran again. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and Cheng Hua has long forgotten the evil deeds he committed when he was young, but Xiao Ran will never forget. However, it was impossible for him to go looking for Cheng Hua. He didn't even know where he lived. This time, it was a coincidence. But now that we've met, let's settle the score. Cheng Hua looked back on the past with a look of reminiscence. After a while, he said angrily, Xiao Ran, you still have the nerve to talk about settling accounts with me? You were the one who beat me up and almost sent me to the hospital. Xiao Ran was stunned for a moment. You didn't even mention the cause and effect. Oh, you people only remember the wrongs you have suffered, but you selectively forget how you bullied others? He shook his head, Cheng Hua, you were the school bully in high school, bullying people with your henchmen every day. Have you forgotten that you blocked me several times? The last time, you brought a bunch of people to block me. I couldn't stand it anymore, and I risked being beaten by a group of people to catch you and beat you alone. You were almost hospitalized, and I was actually hospitalized. Not only that, I was also branded a bully and received a severe reprimand. Class monitor, have you forgotten all this? Cheng Hua tried hard to remember, but shook his head. He really had forgotten. Is bullying others a problem? It's only the wrongs you've suffered yourself that count. Sun Jia was smart and quickly said, Xiao Ran, that was a long time ago. My husband was young and foolish at the time. You should be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. Cheng Hua was still very reluctant and muttered, he clearly hit me, he should apologize to me. Xiao Ran smiled lightly. People like Cheng Hua are never repentant. So he had to use a strong medicine. Today, I'm going to humiliate you. You guys, wait for me. Chapter 133, Change the Terms. Xiao Ran moved the table blocking the door, then opened the door and walked out with his hat on. Cheng Hua and his wife looked at each other, both feeling a bit puzzled. Xiao Ran just left like that? Wait for him. What does this mean? Let's block the door and keep him out. Cheng Hua said. Sun Jia gave him a look, are you stupid? Our door is specially made,
and it didn't even stop that guy.
What are you going to use to block it?
Chang Hua was speechless.
He scratched his head. What should we do? This is our home. How can we let him come and go freely, as if it were his home? Let's wait and see what he wants to do.
Sun Jie said, a little worried.
How many stupid things did my husband do when he was young?
After a while, they heard the sound of an engine, and then a magnificent SUV appeared at the door. Xiao Ran got out of the car and started unloading things from it.
Is that a stove? A hot pot stove.
Mr. and Mrs. Chang were stunned at first, then overjoyed, and hurriedly opened the door to let Xiao Ran in. After the stove, Xiao Ran entered the house with a huge plastic bag. A quick glance revealed that it was full of boxes of food.
Hot pot, we can eat hot pot now.
Cheng Hua and his wife were so excited they wanted to cry. They had been eating dried food and canned food for a month. Xiao Ran started a fire in the living room. Soon, the red oil in the pot began to bubble, and the aroma wafted out. It was mouth-watering. Without being asked, Cheng Hua and his wife had already gathered around, holding chopsticks in their hands, ready to start eating in shabu-shabu.
Xiao Ran stopped them. What are you doing? Hey, didn't you invite us to eat hot pot? Cheng Hua was taken aback. Xiao Ran laughed. When did I say such a thing?
Cheng Hua thought about it and realized that Xiao Ran had indeed not said that. He quickly said, "You brought the hot pot to our house on purpose.
What else could it be if not an invitation to eat? I'm happy and I'm willing." Xiao Ran said, "Is that not okay?"
Cheng Hua was so embarrassed by this remark that he blushed. He hurriedly said, "If you don't want us to eat, then quickly move the stove out of here. You're not welcome here either." This sentence was very forceful, but his stomach was crying out in frustration, and his mouth was overflowing with saliva.
He was hungry and greedy. Because even the dry food and canned food they despised had already been eaten. Xiao Ran shook his head. "I'm just going to eat here." "Xiao Ran, are you still being reasonable?"
Cheng Hua shouted angrily.
Xiao Ran laughed. "Now you know how to reason with me? When I was studying, I asked you not to make things difficult for me, but did you listen?
I was in the hospital for more than half a month, and I was given a severe reprimand and almost got fired.
This debt is not so easy to wipe away."
Cheng Hua could not help but be angry, and came over to drag Xiao Ran out. "Get out of here." However, Xiao Ran just lightly raised his arm, and Cheng Hua stumbled back.
"You want to compete with me in strength? Either your superpower is to strengthen your body, or you have absorbed 4 superpowers, otherwise, how can you compete with me in strength?"
Sun Jia quickly held her husband, preventing him from falling on his back.
Cheng Hua was so angry that he pushed his wife away and angrily pointed at Xiao Ran. "You've gone too far. This is my home. My home." He was furious. "How can you break into someone's home and eat hot pot? The point is, I'm not even allowed to eat it? What, you want to bite me?"
Xiao Ran picked up a piece of meat and started to dip it in the hot pot.
In just 3 seconds, the high-quality snowflake beef was cooked. He dipped it in the sauce and put it in his mouth. It was delicious.
Seeing him swallow it in one gulp, Cheng Hua and his wife couldn't help but salivate, so greedy they were.
Cheng Hua was furious. "It was just a little bullying when you were young and ignorant. You got your revenge, didn't you? I clearly remember how much it hurt when you beat me up that day. Otherwise, how could I have learned my lesson and not bother you in the future? You still hold a grudge? You're so petty." He didn't want to see it anymore, so he angrily ran to another room, but the smell of the hot pot was so strong that it came in through the crack in the door, and he could still smell it clearly, drooling. No, he really couldn't help it. He was so hungry. Xiao Ran said calmly, "Class leader, it's not that you can't have hot pot, but you have to trade it for something I need." Cheng Hua rushed out, his face full of anticipation. "What do you want?" As long as he could have a good meal, he would be willing to pay for anything. Xiao Ran gave a wicked smile and looked at Sun Jia. "I want to borrow your wife." "Borrow my wife?" Cheng Hua immediately understood and jumped in anger. "You bastard, you want to sleep with my wife?"
"Yes." Xiao Ran nodded without any hesitation. After absorbing this supernatural power, his desire had already increased greatly, and with his past grudges with Cheng Hua, it was even more impossible for him to let go. That's why he had to go to such lengths. Otherwise, he would have just come up and traded food for sex, and knocked her down on the bed.
Now, he wanted to humiliate Cheng Hua. He wanted to humiliate him. Well, I am indeed a bit perverted,
Xiao Ran thought to himself.
However, he had no intention of repenting. In such a world, who isn't depressed?
Therefore, if he doesn't release Invent in some way, he will definitely have a big problem. Cheng Hua was so angry that he wanted to beat him, but he thought about how he had just tried to kick Xiao Ran out of the house without succeeding, and now he didn't have to go through the humiliation.
The point is, this guy is eating hot pot in his own home.
How delicious it must taste.
And the aroma. How many days has it been since he last had decent meat? He's hungry and he's greedy. Xiao Ran looked at Sun Jia again. Will you sleep with me? Your body is yours, you can make your own decisions. I don't want to let a middleman make a profit.
Sun Jia hadn't said anything yet, but Cheng Hua had already stopped her and shouted at Xiao Ran, even if I starve to death, I will never eat your food.
Well, I respect you as a king.
Xiao Ran smiled, do as you please. I have one good quality, I don't like to force people. Well, he has killed all those who don't want to listen.
So there's nothing wrong with that.
Xiao Ran stopped talking and continued to eat.
He even took out a bottle of beer. What could be better than hot pot and beer? Cheng Hua and Sun Jie broke through the defense again.
They were not only hungry, but also thirsty, and the thirst was even more unbearable.
The food ran out yesterday, but the water ran out the day before yesterday.
Seeing Xiao Ran guzzle down a glass of beer, they couldn't help but lick their lips, but their tongues were so dry that they couldn't even make a wet mark.
They couldn't help it, they really couldn't. Xiao Ran, you changed the terms. Cheng Hua had a look of desperation on his face.
There were many valuable things in the house, such as luxury cars and antiques.
If you like them, you can take them. We just want to eat and drink some water. Isn't that humble enough? Chapter 134, with a hidden agenda.
Xiao Ran was unmoved. He looked at Cheng Hua and said, I'm only interested in women. Besides, if your wife sells herself to me, only she can sit down and eat. If you want to eat too, first, your wife has to agree to sell herself to me, and second, you have to kneel down and beg me to forgive you for your misdeeds in high school.
I'm fucking.
Cheng Hua wanted to swear, but when he saw Xiao Ran's piercing eyes, he couldn't help but shut his mouth. Sun Jia, on the other hand, clenched her teeth tightly. Of course, she was not a woman who would do anything, but the situation was now beyond her control. Would she starve to death, or would she give up her dignity and sell her body in order to survive?
She hesitated. Time is limited.
Xiao Ran said slowly, I'm going to leave after I finish eating. He took a few more bites, then touched his stomach, looking as if he were full. In fact, he wasn't hungry, or rather, it wasn't his stomach that was hungry, but
he began to pack up.
Wait. Cheng Hua quickly stopped him. As soon as he spoke, blue veins appeared on his forehead. Sun Jie turned pale and looked at him. Honey, you. Even though Cheng Hua had only said wait, it already meant that he was considering Xiao Ran's offer.
How can you do this?
Trust me. Cheng Hua said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with cunning.
We must insist on eating and drinking first.
Then, when he takes you to bed, you must seduce him to take off his clothes first, and then you can grab the clothes and run outside.
Can he run after you naked in this heat? We'll take the opportunity to drive his car away. Honey, with a car, we can go anywhere, survive, and eat meat.
In Cheng Hua's opinion, Xiao Ran was able to live such a carefree life because he had a car that could be driven in extreme weather. So, as long as they get this car, they can replace it. Sun Jia nodded repeatedly when she heard this.
Who would want to sell themselves when they have a choice?
Cheng Hua already had a plan, and deliberately ground his teeth and said, Xiao Ran, we agreed. Xiao Ran pointed at Sun Jia, you can eat first. As for you, come, kneel down and apologize. Cheng Hua couldn't help but have a vein on his forehead jump.
Kneel first? But could he refuse?
In terms of strength, Xiao Ran had already proven that the two of them were not on the same level. He had died early in the morning, and yet he was still kneeling to someone who was not his senior. What a disgrace.
Fine, you wait.
After I take your car, I'll see how I can humiliate you.
Ha! Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow.
Cheng Hua gritted his teeth and had to kneel down. I'm sorry, Xiao Ran.
I was young and ignorant back then, and I bullied you. Please forgive me. Xiao Ran naturally would not let him off so easily. He said indifferently, don't be so insensitive. Kneeling down means you have to kowtow. Don't you understand this principle?
Cheng Huan naturally wouldn't give up halfway through kneeling.
So he began to bow.
1, 2, 3, Xiao Ran didn't call him to stop, and he didn't dare to stop. He bowed his head 20-odd times, and he was a little dizzy before Xiao Ran said, that's enough.
You can eat too.
Cheng Hua finally let out a sigh of relief, quickly sat down, and began to gobble.
Xiao Ran looked on indifferently.
Although the couple had kept their voices down when they were discussing it, his physical condition had improved. Although he could not possibly become a super-hearing person, his hearing was indeed much better than before.
How could he not hear the two of them talking? However, even if he couldn't hear it, Xiao Ran could probably guess, and with his carefulness, would he let these two succeed? You want to take advantage of me for free? Ha, you'll be crying for your mommy later.
Both sides had their own plans, and each side felt that they had a good chance of winning. It was just that one side had real strength, while the other side thought they had strength. After eating for a long time, Sun Jie finally finished eating and burped. Because she had drunk beer, her face was also flushed, making her even more beautiful. I have to admit that Cheng Hua is a lucky guy. Sun Jie may not be as good as Han Yun or Su Qingmei, but she is still 80 points, or even 82 or 83 points. She has a great figure, with her breasts poking out of her shirt. Xiao Ran was already excited by the power he had absorbed, and seeing Sun Jie's charming appearance naturally made him even more agitated. He picked up the kettle on the stove, the hot pot had already been brought to the table and was not cooking anymore, and said to Sun Jie, it's time for you to fulfill your promise.
Sun Jie was very guilty and couldn't help but look at her husband. Cheng Hua gave her an encouraging look. You can do it.
He was confident in his wife's charm. As long as she played her part, Xiao Ran would naturally be spellbound. At that time, he could find any excuse, such as close your eyes and I'll give you a surprise, and take the opportunity to escape with his clothes.
Can Xiao Ran catch up?
Now chasing after him with his bear but would not only make him feel cold, but would also freeze him to death. He swore that after getting into the SUV, he would use the most vicious language to insult Xiao Ran. No, he will also trick Xiao Ran into kneeling down and return all the headbanging he just did.
But would he let Xiao Ran get into the car? Of course not. You want to eat shit. Chapter 135, Regret? Ha ha.
Encouraged by her husband's gaze, and with a desire to live, Sun Jie also encouraged herself, calmed her nerves, and stood up, leading Xiao Ran upstairs. Sun Jie originally wanted to take Xiao Ran to the guest bedroom, but Xiao Ran refused and instead went into the master bedroom. Above the bed, there was a wedding photo of Cheng Hua and Sun Jie. In the photo, Sun Jie was smiling sweetly and radiating a dazzling beauty. Her low-cut dress could not contain her impressive cleavage. Seeing Xiao Ran looking at her wedding photo, Sun Jie couldn't help but blush, feeling a strange sense of shame.
How did you and Cheng Hua meet? Xiao Ran asked. Sun Jie thought for a moment and said, we met through an introduction from our families. Oh, what do you do? Xiao Ran asked casually. City dance troupe. Ha?
Xiao Ran looked at Sun Jie. Indeed, this woman had very long legs and a very beautiful body proportion.
Let me take a look.
Of course, Xiao Ran didn't just look, but since he hadn't taken off his clothes yet, Sun Jie naturally didn't dare to turn her face away. They still need to get Xiao Ran's car keys.
You take off your clothes and wait on the bed.
I'm going to the bathroom to wash up.
Don't get this place wet, she said.
She was stalling. Of course, she couldn't wash her body in the bathroom, but she just needed an excuse to get Xiao Ran to take off his clothes so she could take him away.
Xiao Ran laughed and whispered in her ear, you and your husband have a good plan.
You want me to take off my clothes so you can take them away and take the car keys and drive away?
Do you really think I'm stupid?
Sun Jie couldn't help but shudder, and her eyes also revealed a look of horror.
No, I don't want to make a deal anymore.
She shook her head quickly.
Xiao Ran laughed, you've already eaten my food and drunk my beer, and now you're telling me you don't want to make a deal?
You should return the things to me. Please, just consider it a debt I owe you. I'll pay you back later.
Later?
Sun Jie begged.
No.
Xiao Ran shook his head. He runs a small business and does not offer credit.
How can you just eat and then say you're not doing it anymore?
He is a man of principle, and he never forces anyone to do business.
But now that the deal is done, you took my stuff and you just want to leave, taking advantage of me? That's impossible. Xiao Ran opened the door. Bang!
Cheng Hua fell to the ground. This guy had been fantasizing until this fall woke him up. He was first slightly confused, then his eyes shot fire and he grabbed Xiao Ran's neck. Hand over the car keys, or I'll kill you. Xiao Ran gave him a light kick, and Cheng Hua rolled over, clutching his stomach and hunching up like a drunken shrimp.
It hurts.
And this is still Xiao Ran's mercy, otherwise, your organs will be kicked to pieces. Why not kill this guy? Xiao Ran had been blocked by Cheng Hua and his thugs many times, so how could he let him die so easily?
Xiao Ran is sometimes very suspicious. Why did he drive the car here and bring out the fire boiler? Wasn't it to hide his secret?
Therefore, Cheng Hua and his wife only knew that he had great strength, but they didn't associate it with spatial ability.
Why is that?
In case a person with superpowers came here and happened to meet this couple and happened to ask about Xiao Ran, then this person with superpowers would at most think that Xiao Ran is a person with superpowers in the direction of strength.
When he confronts Xiao Ran, will such a misjudgment kill him?
Of course. When his spatial gate opens, countless steel bars, stones, bullets, and even rocket launchers pour out.
If you face them head-on, who can stop them? Or can you even avoid them? With the current abilities of the superhuman, there should be no one who can do it.
Therefore, Xiao Ran deliberately let Cheng Hua go, first to humiliate him, and second to release the bait. Of course, the possibility of biting the bait is too small, but Xiao Ran doesn't have to pay anything.
But
if Xiao Ran does this a few more times, the chances of other superpowered people discovering it will increase greatly. So, if he still has ill will towards him, he'll be walking right into the trap. Alas, he was originally such a simple person, but now, he is forced by the end times to use his brain and think about conspiracies not only to harm others, but also to prevent others from harming him. This requires a lot of brain power.
Son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
Cheng Hua screamed in pain while cursing Xiao Ran.
Chapter 136, Reward Your Wife.
Xiao Ran smashed the dressing table with a punch, and Cheng Hua was shocked and dared not make a sound.
If this punch hits me, I'll die. The point is, what's the point of killing someone these days? Are there any legal restrictions? There aren't many living people left.
Cheng Hua was so scared that he didn't dare to point at Xiao Ran's nose and scold him anymore. You know, the richer people are, the more they value their lives, because they have so much, and naturally they have so much to let go of. Although it is now the world of the heavens, and all the wealth of the past has vanished, it hasn't been for long, and who has truly accepted this fate? At least, Cheng Hua still has a glimmer of hope for the future.
What if the disaster will soon pass? What if everything goes back to the way it was before? Class leader, we just had a good talk. I offered you food, and you knelt down to apologize. Did I force you to do that?
Xiao Ran sat down next to Cheng Hua and
asked him.
Cheng Hua of course did not want to answer, but Xiao Ran just shook his fist, and he hurriedly said, No.
Then why are you so upset? Xiao Ran laughed.
He left and came back a while later. I'll be back in a couple of days.
Of course, I never force anyone to do anything. I only do business.
You can refuse, of course. Xiao Ran looked at Sun Jie, who was hiding under the covers and refusing to come out, and threw out a few bags of bread, dried meat, and bottled water. This is a reward for you. He was like a great benefactor. Cheng Hua saw this, and although he still wanted to strangle Xiao Ran, he felt an indescribable sense of happiness.
At least I can eat for a day. Xiao Ran laughed and left. This is a real windfall.
He came here for revenge and to collect his superpower, but he never expected to run into his old bully from high school. Not only did he solve the problem of his temper after absorbing the superpower, he also settled the debt from that time.
How many gains can this be considered? Can't you be happy?
Seeing Xiao Ran leave, Sun Jie finally burst into tears.
What's the point of crying?
Cheng Hua, however, went into a rage.
You're a woman. If you don't cooperate, how can Xiao Ran get what he wants? Do you think that guy has a lot of food, so you fell for him and gave in half-heartedly? Otherwise, how would Xiao Ran think you were good and specially reward you?
Sun Jie, how can you be so cheap? Sun Jie looked at her husband in disbelief.
How could anyone say such a thing? Get out! Get out of here!
Xiao Ran didn't care if the couple would fight or even kill each other. In fact, even if the two of them go shopping, he won't care if one of them dies.
It's just a little less fun.
He continued to other villas.
There may be some fish that have escaped.
Since he has already made the move, he must kill them all and leave no loose ends. He searched and searched, but there weren't many living people in the entire villa area. Most of them had starved, died of thirst, or frozen to death.
The exception is the young couple Chang Hua.
It was actually Chang Hua who, after watching a zombie movie a few months ago, bought a large amount of dried food and bottled water on a whim and reinforced the doors and other things.
Anyway, the family had a lot of money and could support his little waste. Unexpectedly, this saved their lives after the natural disaster.
Xiao Ran smiled and looked at the time.
It was already afternoon. Let's go home. Xiao Ran returned home to the empty Jiufu community.
Everything was quiet, but as soon as he opened the garage door and went inside, a warm feeling immediately came over him.
Chapter 137, Asking about Old Classmates.
In the morning, Xiao Ran woke up slowly. He looked at the time, it was a little after 7 o'clock, still early.
Xiao Ran put down his phone and went back to sleep. Why get up so early? To punch in?
When Xiao Ran woke up again, it was already past 9 o'clock.
Wake up! Breakfast is ready, lazybones!
The 10 members of the family came down to the first floor and started eating breakfast. After breakfast, Xiao Ran wanted to exercise, but found that his strength had increased dramatically, and the existing fitness equipment was not effective for him.
Dumbbells? Come on, it's only a few dozen kilograms.
With his current strength of over 1,000 kilograms, it's like a child holding a chopstick.
I need a special gym. And it has to be big. Obviously, the villa could never meet his requirements. In the past, the garage was a good place for him to go for a run or let the leopard out to play, but now? There is now a big hole. Not only does it leak air, but it is also blocked on one side, so how can he run or walk the dog? Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of the Chang family's manor. If he could seize it, he would naturally be able to solve the problems he was facing. For example, there are more and more beautiful women, the villa is getting more and more crowded, and it's easy to suffocate in a tiny place with 4 floors to go up and down. People are so greedy. At first, they just want to survive, but once they have that, they want to eat better. Once they have that, they want more. It is never enough. Xiao Ran began to think seriously. Just the fact that the Chang family had a superhuman was reason enough for him to go. If I'm not strong now, I'll be at the mercy of others in the future. Absolutely not. I have just absorbed a power, and my body is still strengthening, which will last at least 2 days. So, plan well for these 2 days, and then act on the 3rd day. At least, go to the east side of the mountain to check the situation. Xiao Ran made a decision. He began to study the map, and the Chang family's manor was actually marked on the map. Looking at the area, I went, it's really big. A rough estimate would be that it's not smaller than a gymnasium. It even has a name, not just a building number in a residential area, but Chang's mansion. No wonder it can be marked separately on the map. However, this information can be seen on the map. Otherwise, Xiao Ran would have to go there in person to conduct reconnaissance. That day, Xiao Ran didn't go anywhere. The next day, Xiao Ran cured his laziness and went to collect fuel again. If he moved to the Chang residence, then it would be more troublesome for him to go to the city in the future. The distance was too far, so he naturally had to collect more energy now. You have to know that the Chang residence is so big that the amount of fuel used to generate electricity every day is bound to be a huge number. Xiao Ran had prepared everything else, except for fuel. He had no choice. Before the natural disaster, he had to be a law-abiding citizen. And he never thought of taking over the Chang residence. He just thought that one villa would be enough for him to live a carefree life. But as it turned out, human greed has no limits. And greed is not a bad thing. At least it can motivate people to constantly improve and progress. In the afternoon, Xiao Ran went to the rich neighborhood where Chang Hua lived. He was still very vengeful. When he entered Chang Hua's home, he saw that the couple were already starving. Although Xiao Ran had left some food, they had already eaten it all yesterday, and now they were hungry again. Seeing Xiao Ran, they both brightened up. After more than an hour, Xiao Ran asked Sun Jie, "Tell me how Cheng Hua pursued you in the beginning?" "That's too much." But Sun Jie still dared not answer, saying, "What else could there be?" "He was a rich second generation, sent flowers every day, and waited for me in front of the dance troupe in a luxury car. I fell in love with him in less than a month." Xiao Ran's heart stirred, and he asked, "Have you heard of the names Wang Ning, Xiao Pang, and Zhang Yong?" These three were Cheng Hua's lackeys back then, and each of them had beaten him. Chapter 138, Reunion of Classmates. Sun Jie immediately said, "These three people are all employees of my husband's company, and they have a good relationship with my husband. They often come over to play." "Ha!" Xiao Ran laughed. Wang Ning and the other two had been sucking up to Cheng Hua in high school, and he didn't expect them to do the same after they got into college and started working. "They really know how to lick. Do you know where they live?" he asked. Sun Jie thought for a moment before giving an address. "I've actually been to these three people's homes with Cheng Hua, but I've only been to the others' homes once. I only remember where Xiao Pang's home is because I go there often." "You go there often? But why only Xiao Pang's home? Could it be?" He had a guess, but didn't say it. He opened the map and checked it out. Coincidentally, the community where Xiao Pang lived was not far from the gas station, and what's more, this gas station was one that Xiao Ran had never been to. If Xiao Ran had to make a special trip, he definitely wouldn't do it. He's not that idle. He has to collect fuel whenever he has time, and this is the most important thing at this stage. However, if Xiao Peng's house is right next to the gas station, he wouldn't mind taking the time to go there. Of course, it's too late today, so he won't make it. Go home and go again tomorrow. Xiao Ran got up very early today because, in addition to his daily task of collecting fuel, he also decided to go to Xiao Peng's house. I wonder if Xiao Pang is still alive. Who cares? It's on the way anyway. After breakfast, he went to Cheng Hua's house first to pick up the couple. However, after getting into the car, he drugged the two and let them sleep in the back seat. He started his work. Because he got up early, by 2 p.m. he had already completed his task for the day. Good. He arrived at a residential area, a commercial housing area, in a very good location. Before the disaster, the price of a second-hand house was about 50,000 yuan per square meter. How can Xiao Pang afford it? Ha ha. Xiao Ran drove the car into the parking lot. The whole neighborhood was not as lifeless as imagined. Xiao Ran vaguely saw people standing behind some windows, looking down at him with shocked expressions. Of course, Xiao Ran couldn't see their facial expressions, but he guessed that they were staring down at him in shock. People are really resilient. The car stopped at Building 7. Xiao Ran splashed each of Cheng Hua and his wife with half a glass of water to wake them up. Hey, how did I fall asleep? The two were very surprised. Could it be that the car was too warm and they fell asleep without realizing it? This is Xiao Peng's neighborhood. Cheng Hua suddenly said. Oh, you're familiar with it. Xiao Ran smiled. Cheng Hua's face had a hint of uneasiness, and then he immediately said, I've been here a few times, so I'm naturally familiar with it. Oh, only a few times? Xiao Ran said leisurely. Of course, it's only a few times. Cheng Hua said, and deliberately looked at Sun Jie. Get off the car. Xiao Ran said indifferently. Of course, Cheng Hua and his wife didn't want to leave such a warm environment, but where would they dare to go against Xiao Ran's words? They got out of the car. Fortunately, they were wearing thick winter clothes, so they didn't immediately freeze to death, but they still started to shiver. It was really cold outside. Xiao Ran pushed open the door to the apartment building and went inside. The elevator was of course out of order, so they began to climb the stairs. After climbing only 6 floors, Cheng Hua was panting and sweating all over. Class leader, you should exercise more. Xiao Ran laughed. Cheng Hua could only roll his eyes. He was barely able to eat enough to stay full, let alone have the energy to exercise. Fortunately, Xiao Peng's home was on the 9th floor. They climbed another 3 floors and finally arrived. Xiao Ran went to knock on the door. He went to such great lengths, he really hoped that Xiao Peng was still alive. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. After a while, a voice came from inside. Who is it? There was a hint of ferocity in his voice. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up, and a long-forgotten memory was awakened. This should be Xiao Pang's voice. He waved to Cheng Hua, signaling him to come.
Cheng Hua had no choice but to walk to the door and shouted, "It's me, Cheng Hua."
Boss.
The voice inside was a little agitated, and then the sound of the door opening was heard. Sure enough, the door opened and a person appeared.
Xiao Pang.
After many years, Xiao Pang hadn't changed much, except that he had matured a lot. The tall boy from before had become a tall man.
At 1.82 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, he was indeed very strong.
"Boss, how did you get here? How did you get here?" Xiao Pang asked repeatedly, but before Cheng Hua could answer, he slapped his head.
It was the car.
"Boss, you are so good to me, you even came to pick us up."
He was so moved that he was about to cry. Cheng Hua was a little embarrassed.
He was barely able to save himself, so how could he possibly save this lackey? Besides, even if the car really belonged to him, he had no intention of saving this lackey. His own safety was the most important thing.
"Oh, come in. Come in."
Xiao Pang seemed to have come to his senses and quickly ushered Xiao Ran and the two others into the house.
However, he did not recognize Xiao Ran and thought he was just the driver for the two men.
Xiao Ran had no intention of clarifying the situation. The three of them entered the house, and Xiao Pang quickly closed the door.
"It's not so cold now."
"It's minus 40 degrees outside, but it's probably minus 10 degrees in here." In the living room, there were two people wrapped in blankets.
One is big and one is small. The older one is a young woman in her 20s.
She is not bad looking, but her figure is not visible. However, her eyes and eyebrows have a certain charm. The younger one is a boy, probably 3 or 4 years old.
Obviously, this is Xiao Pang's wife and son.
When she saw Cheng Hua, Xiao Pang's wife suddenly brightened up and showed signs of excitement.
Xiao Ran caught the woman's reaction and looked at Xiao Pang's son again. A smile of relief appeared on his face. "How clever am I?"
"Boss,
I'll pack up and we'll leave right away."
Xiao Pang was about to go into the back room to pack up things, such as valuable gold and silver jewelry.
In times of peace, jewelry is precious.
Paper money is definitely useless now, but gold will definitely become hard currency.
"No need."
Xiao Ran finally spoke up. "I brought them here not to pick you up, but to confirm a guess of mine, and of course, to settle an old score with you." Xiao Pang was stunned, and only then did he look at Xiao Ran carefully.
After a few seconds, he blurted out, "Xiao Ran." Chapter 139, The Dog Bites the Master, More. Xiao Pang was shocked.
During such extraordinary times, in his own home, he had actually brought together 3 classmates from high school.
How incredible.
The key point is that Xiao Ran was the target of bullying when they were in school. Of course, it was mainly Cheng Hua's idea.
He was just a lackey.
He would bite whoever his master told him to, and he would do whatever he was told. But now, the master and the victim have come to the door together.
How can he not be surprised? Am I really in the end times? Why does it feel like it's so easy to go out? Then, he frowned. "Xiao Ran, what do you mean by this?"
He was taller and bigger than Xiao Ran, and in terms of physical strength, he was even more powerful than Xiao Ran.
Fight? He could beat Xiao Ran in a fight.
In order to be a good dog's leg for Cheng Hua, he goes to the gym every day to improve his value.
You see, I'm not only obedient, but also very useful.
And his flattery has not gone unnoticed. Because Cheng Hua also introduced a beautiful woman in the company to him, who is now his wife.
He thought he wasn't good enough for her, but they got married and had a son. He naturally became even more loyal to Cheng Hua.
Xiao Ran smiled, "The car outside is mine, and it's my freedom to take whoever I want with me."
But that's not why I'm here. Xiao Pang, your son doesn't look anything like you.
After suffering in a previous life, he is very sensitive in this regard. And indeed, he wasn't just talking nonsense.
It's not at all like him.
As soon as he said that, both Cheng Hua and Xiao Pang's wife's faces turned pale.
Of course, it was very subtle, and if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't necessarily see it. Xiao Ran saw it.
He was only 50% suspicious, but now he was 100%. The two of them changed their expressions at the same time.
This is completely a solid hammer. Xiao Ran, what do you mean by this?
Xiao Pang was furious, his face turning purple with anger, his hair standing on end.
He was even about to start a fight.
He was a bit hot-tempered. Xiao Ran was naturally not the least bit nervous, and he smiled and said, I'm just kindly reminding you not to raise your son for someone else. Do you know your son's blood type?
Are you done?
Xiao Pang's wife screamed, Honey, why are you letting him talk nonsense?
Throw him out.
Chang Hua also took the opportunity to say, Yes, let's take this bastard down together, grab his car keys, and his car will be ours.
With his master giving the order, what was Xiao Pang to do?
Although it was already the end of the world, Xiao Pang had been Chang Hua's lackey for so many years that he had already gotten used to Chang Hua's orders. His brain hardly had to think about it, and his body already instinctively carried them out.
He reached out to Xiao Ran. Boom!
Then, he was knocked back by a punch.
Pop!
He sat down with a thud, his face instantly turning pale, and he almost couldn't catch his breath. Xiao Ran looked at Xiao Pang's wife, Is that Cheng Hua's seed?
What?
This sentence changed the expressions of Cheng Hua, Sun Jia, and Xiao Pang's wife and husband at the same time. Only Cheng Hua and Xiao Pang's wife were nervous, while the other two couldn't believe it. Think carefully before you answer. Xiao Ran took out a gun from his pocket and patted it gently.
It was an empty gun, but did it matter to Xiao Ran whether it had bullets or not? He can shoot as many bullets as he wants. The gun is empty in case someone touches it by accident.
Safety first.
It's enough to scare people.
Xiao Pang's wife's face turned pale, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Xiao Ran was in no hurry. The goal for the day had been achieved, and now it was time to have some fun.
Come on, first tell me your name.
He asked.
Chen Si.
The woman replied, and this time there was no hesitation.
Xiao Ran nodded. How did you and Xiao Pang meet?
The woman hesitated for a few seconds before saying, I work with Xiao Pang.
Ha! Xiao Ran smiled, so, you've known Cheng Hua for a long time? Chen Si forced a smile and said, I'm the receptionist at Cheng's company. How could I not know Cheng? Did he seduce you into bed, or did you take the initiative?
Xiao Ran suddenly asked. He suddenly pointed the gun at Chen Si and shouted, If you dare to lie, I'll shoot you.
It was me. It was me.
Chen Si was so scared that she lost her mind for a moment, and her mind was completely blank, so she blurted out the truth. Then, there was a moment of silence in the room. Xiao Ran looked at Xiao Pang and then Sun Jia, and said with a smile, I'm going to ask you again.
Is it Cheng Hua's seed?
Sun Si regretted what she had said as soon as it came out of her mouth, and quickly shook her head. I have never slept with Sun Chang, you forced me at gunpoint, I was too scared to choose my words.
Xiao Ran poked his ear, pointed at Cheng Hua with his gun, and then pointed at the boy, Look at them. Do they look alike?
Cheng Hua's face is pointed, while Xiao Pang has a square face.
What about the boy?
There is no trace of Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang trembled all over, and looked at his son carefully.
Do they look alike? No, they don't.
He had never doubted it before, but now he was different. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that he didn't look like him, but more like Cheng Hua.
More doubts came to mind. Why would Chen Si like him?
Although Chen Si is also just a receptionist, what about Xiao Pang? He is not as handsome or rich as Chen Si, so why would Chen Si like him?
Is it because Chen Si is already pregnant with Cheng Hua's seed and needs a successor?
Cheng Hua always came over to visit, and he was flattered, but now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous and pitiful.
Cheng Hua, you son of a bitch!
Xiao Pang shouted, and then lunged at Cheng Hua, his tears streaming down his face. The two men immediately began to wrestle. Seeing the once master and servant turn against each other, Xiao Ran couldn't help but smile. He had not been waiting in vain. Chen Si hurriedly came to break up the fight, mainly to pull Xiao Pang. Honey, don't listen to nonsense from others. Me and Chang Xiaoqing are innocent.
Sister-in-law.
Xiao Pang roared, slapped Chen Si in the face, and pulled her away. He held Cheng Hua in one hand and slapped him repeatedly in the other. You son of a bitch, I'm going to beat you to death.
Chapter 140, Crazy for Killing.
Watch the show.
Xiao Ran also didn't interfere, sitting back and watching the dog bite its master. Let go. Let go.
Cheng Hua cried out, because he was being strangled by Xiao Pang. Getting slapped in the face only hurt, but being strangled could cause suffocation. His face was turning red and even a little purple. He was about to die. Chen Si saw this and hurriedly yelled at Sun Jia, What are you still doing?
Do you want to watch your husband die?
After saying that, she ran to the kitchen. Sun Jie was stunned at first, but quickly ran to Xiao Pang and grabbed his hand that was holding Cheng Hua's neck, trying to pull it away. However, Xiao Pang was too strong, and she could not fight him. Fortunately, Xiao Pang had to use some of his strength to fight back, which gave Cheng Hua a little bit of a breather and prevented him from being strangled to death immediately. At this time, Xin Si also returned. She had a kitchen knife in her hand. Seeing her husband was so focused on strangling Cheng Hua, she couldn't help but get angry and stabbed him with a knife. Pop! The knife pierced Xiao Pang's vest. Xiao Pang screamed, let go of the knife, and retreated. He reached for the knife to pull it out, but he couldn't reach it. Shit! 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 He cursed repeatedly, and when he turned around, he naturally saw Chen Si, who had stabbed him. His expression became extremely strange. There was ferocity, anger, surprise, sadness, and even a hint of relief. Die! Cheng Hua broke free and pushed Xiao Pang away. Bang! Xiao Pang had lost his strength and was slammed into the wall, and the fruit knife in his back was stabbed in again. The knife was actually very accurate, aimed at the back of Xiao Pang's heart, but Chen Si's strength was not enough to stab into the heart, but when Cheng Hua pushed him, the tip of the knife stabbed into the heart. Xiao Pang didn't even look at Cheng Hua, but just stared at his wife. His mouth was open, as if he wanted to say something, but he just coughed up blood, unable to say a word. His eyes gradually dimmed, and in the end, he reluctantly tilted his neck and fell to the ground, and blood began to seep from his back. This woman is so poisonous. But it was still a good show, and he didn't work for nothing. Xiao Ran clapped his hands. Sun Jia, however, stared at Cheng Hua and said, is that child really your son? Could Cheng Hua deny it? Chen Xining would rather kill her husband than save him. Could there be no affair between the two? Ha! Cheng Hua had no choice but to admit, yes, my dear wife, listen to my explanation. You know you can't have children, and I can't let the Cheng family go extinct, so I had to resort to this. My dear wife, you have to believe me, I love you, and I was just having fun with her. However, this did not calm Sun Jie down, but instead made Chen Si angry. Cheng Hua, do you still have any humanity left? She shouted, I gave you a son, and I even married Xiao Pang to cover it up. Is this how you see me? Cheng Hua suddenly didn't know how to respond, and his face showed hesitation. In his heart, his wife was naturally more important. Why else would he have married her? In terms of appearance and figure, his wife is better than her, but Chen Si is after all the mother of an illegitimate child, so he can't turn his back on her. What should I do? Mom, what happened to Dad? At this moment, the little boy suddenly asked. Chen Si quickly said, my dear son, this is not your father, he is. She pointed to Cheng Hua. The child didn't understand, shaking his head repeatedly, he's Uncle Chang, this is Dad. Wow! The child cried, Daddy's bleeding. Daddy's bleeding. Chen Si was so upset by his crying that she pulled the knife out of Xiao Pang's back, and blood immediately spurted out. She didn't have time to dodge it and was sprayed directly in half of her face. Now, half her face was covered in blood, and she was holding a knife in her hand, which made her look very scary. She walked towards Sun Jie. Sun Jie was scared by her appearance and couldn't help but back away. What do you want? Cheng Hua couldn't help but say, Chen Si, put down the knife. Chen Si turned around and gave Cheng Hua a terrifying smile, I have been your lover for so many years, and I even gave birth to your son. Today, I am going to kill this bitch and make her Mrs. Cheng. Do you have any objections? Seeing her look so fierce, Cheng Hua was too scared to say anything. Not refusing is tacit consent. Sun Jie's face turned ashen. This is a huge blow. She shook her head and said to Chen Si, don't be silly. What time is it now? The wealth and glory you see in his eyes have already become a bubble. Is Cheng Hua still a rich second generation? Don't fool yourself. Now he can't even afford a loaf of bread, and you still treat him like a treasure? Chen Si was taken aback by these words. Yes, what is the point of wealth now? She couldn't help but lower her hands and sob. Sun Jie felt a surge of sympathy and walked over, saying, let's not hurt our hearts for a man who doesn't deserve it. Before she could finish the sentence, she stopped abruptly and looked at the knife that had been plunged into her chest with a look of disbelief. The other end of the knife was in Chen Si's hand. The woman, with a blood-stained face, said sternly, "Don't pretend to be so kind in front of me. Because of you, I was Cheng Hua's underground lover for several years.
Do you know how much I envied you? How much I envied you before, and now how much I hate you? Die, bitch."
She pushed the knife hard. Sun Jia took a few steps back, her body already against the wall, her eyes beginning to dim.
Finally, she fell to the ground. "Wife! Wife!"
Cheng Hua cried like a rat, because he only cried, but did not dare to rush over to check. He was afraid of the knife in Chen Xi's hand.
Xiao Ran couldn't help but shake his head.
Chen Xi had made a stupid decision. Because in such a post-apocalyptic world, the strong and capable Xiao Pang is obviously much more useful than Cheng Hua, the pretty boy.
Let Cheng Hua go find supplies and protect his family? Can he do it? Ha, what a joke.
However, Xiao Ran just watched the show. Chen Xi suddenly stabbed and killed Sun Jia, which really caught him off guard, but he was only surprised for a moment and then lost any emotional fluctuations. Even the women like Han Yun are just a game to Xiao Ran.
Could he possibly have any feelings for Sun Jie?
He brought this couple here today to make a clean break with the past. If she dies, it's over, and he won't have to do it himself.
Chen Xi turned around and glared at Xiao Ran. "If we kill him, the car will be ours, right?" she asked Cheng Hua.
"Yes." Cheng Hua was so scared that he could only nod. Chen Xi slowly walked towards Xiao Ran, step by step, her expression grim and terrifying, making the little boy beside her gasp in fear. But no one was paying attention to him right now.
Chapter 141, Infighting.
With Chen Xi leading the way, Cheng Hua couldn't help but follow. Kill Xiao Ran and take the car, and then there will be a way out.
Go!
Xiao Ran smiled and no longer hid his superpower.
Ouch!
Cheng Hua and Chen Xi both let out a painful groan, because they had actually hit a stone.
They hit a rock? In the house, you told me you hit a stone? Who would believe it?
Cheng Hua and Chen Xi both stared at the large rock in front of them, looking like they had seen a ghost. They even reached out and touched it.
It was cold and hard. It was indeed a stone. But how could that be? How could a large stone appear in the room out of thin air?
The two of them looked at each other, their eyes passing over the stone and then to Xiao Ran, their expressions confused and frightened.
Is it you? Or is it you?
Cheng Hua was the first to react, and asked Xiao Ran in a trembling voice.
Yes, it was me.
Xiao Ran reached out and the boulder disappeared again. He sat down leisurely, and then a table appeared in front of him, with some snacks and a glass of warm milk, and a pistol. This directly left Cheng Hua and Chen Xi dumbfounded. You, how is this possible?" Cheng Hua screamed.
"How is this like a dream?"
"It's called a superpower. You can call it a superpower, a special ability, whatever you like,"
Xiao Ran added. Chen Xi couldn't help but light up. "You can make things appear out of thin air?"
"Yes."
Xiao Ran nodded. He didn't explain that he had actually prepared these things in advance.
He never produced the items, he was just a porter for them.
But was this necessary? Once you know his secret, you're a dead man. The dead don't need to know so much. Chen Xi couldn't help but be moved, and said, "How about letting me follow you? Look at me, I'm a beauty, right? And I'm very good at my job. If you don't believe me, you can ask Cheng Hua."
Cheng Hua's face turned green at once when he heard this.
Why does this plot sound so familiar? Is she going to cheat on me again? No, Chen Xi is not my wife, so why would I be jealous?
But she is the mother of my son. If she turns to Xiao Ran's arms and asks my son to call Xiao Ran his father, even if I die, the coffin board will not be able to hold it. This bitch, realizing that she is useless as a rich second generation, and seeing that Xiao Ran has superpowers, immediately changes her mind and wants to switch to Xiao Ran's embrace? Bitch! You deserve to die. Cheng Hua stared at Chen Xi, his eyes burning with rage. Xiao Ran naturally saw it in his eyes and said with a glare, "Kill Cheng Hua and I'll give you a chance." Chen Xi immediately turned around and stared at Cheng Hua with a murderous look.
Does she have feelings for Cheng Hua? Well, if she wants to be the next Mrs. Chang, that's for sure, but to say that she has any feelings for Cheng Hua? That would be a joke. You expect a third wife to have feelings?
Of course, she only has eyes for the wealth of the Chang family. After she becomes Mrs. Chang, she can go to all kinds of high-end places and become the envy of everyone.
The problem is, none of this is possible now. The end of the world.
Therefore, getting Chang Hua was just a fixation.
After killing Sun Jia, this obsession was released.
So, Xiao Ran only said this, and Chen Si immediately pointed the gun at Chang Hua. Of course, the pistol that Xiao Ran had placed on the table also had a deterrent effect, accounting for at least 99% of the effect.
Who in modern times is not afraid of guns?
Chang Hua couldn't help but curse in his heart, but Chen Si was really crazy. She stabbed her husband first, and then stabbed her wife to death. She was so vicious and ruthless that even though he was a man and the other person was a woman, he had no confidence at all, and he was cold. He didn't dare to fight. What should he do? He couldn't help but look at the little boy next to him. He had a brainstorm and immediately rushed over, picked up the little boy, grabbed his neck, and shouted, "Don't come over, or I'll kill him." At this point, Chen Si finally changed color.
"Let him go!" she screamed. "Put down the knife."
Chang Hua also shouted. This was now his lifeline.
Chen Si couldn't believe it and said, "Are you still a human being?"
"He is also your son."
"So what?"
Chang Hua disagreed, saying that compared to my life, everything else can be put aside.
"Hurry up and put the knife down."
Chen Si's hand holding the knife was trembling, and suddenly she showed a look of intense fear. "Put it down, son."
"Something's wrong with him."
"Chen Si, don't play games with me."
"Put the knife down."
Chang Hua was unmoved.
Ding! Chen Si threw the knife away. Chang Hua also let the little boy down. Chen Si immediately rushed over, picked up the child and cried out, "Son! Son!"
But the boy's limbs were limp and he didn't move.
Chen Si cried out in grief.
At this point, Chang Hua quietly walked over to the discarded knife, carefully picked it up, then quietly moved toward Chen Si, step by step, until he was behind her, holding the knife high in his hand. Chen Si did not notice, and just held her son and cried.
Pop!
The blood splattered as the knife went down, and the wailing stopped abruptly. Chen Si turned her head and looked at the hideous Chang Hua, her eyes flashing with hatred. She coughed up blood and said, "You really are a beast." After that, she just knelt down and died on the ground, still holding the boy in her arms. Chang Hua, however, snatched the boy and kicked Chen Si away with one foot. "Give me back my son, you bitch." However, after taking the child, he was horrified to discover that the boy was no longer breathing. His face was purple and black. At this point, Xiao Ran said slowly, "When you took your son hostage, you noticed something was wrong with him, and if you had given him artificial respiration or cardiopulmonary resuscitation right away, he might have been saved." Chang Hua froze in place.
"So, I killed my own son with my own hands?" "No.
It's not like that. It's not my fault, it's your fault." "Yes, it's you." Chang Hua seemed to have found a target to shift the blame to, pointing at Xiao Ran and saying, "You knew my son was sick, why didn't you warn me?"
"It's you killed him."
Xiao Ran laughed, "Your son is not my son, why should I care? By the way, class monitor, you are really poisonous. Someone killed your wife, and you still sweet-talked your enemy, but then you turned around and took your son hostage, killing your lover. You really are a standard villain." Chang Hua didn't even blush, and retorted loudly, "Everything I did was out of necessity, all for the sake of survival. It's the end of the world, and everything I did is what everyone would do, right?" "Xiao Ran, don't make it sound so good. If you were in my shoes, you would do the same thing, or even worse." Xiao Ran shook his head. If Zheng Jia were his biological son, he would give up his life for his son.
A fake son is fine. But does he need to argue with a selfish little man?
Class monitor, thank you for keeping me company for a few days.
Now it's time to send you on your way. Chapter 142, You Reap What You Sow.
Chang Hua looked at Xiao Ran in disbelief and blurted out, "Didn't you just say that as long as Chen Si and I killed each other, we could follow you?" Xiao Ran laughed, "Is it your ears or your brain that are at fault? I clearly told your lover this. When did you get included? Besides, I was just talking casually. I didn't make a deal with your lover." He was serious about the deal, but what he said casually, he's not a bad liar. Seeing that Xiao Ran was about to get the gun on the table, Chang Hua suddenly burst out with amazing strength and pounced on Xiao Ran. The desire to survive gave him the courage to fight. Then, he suddenly disappeared without a trace, and there was a corpse in the other dimension. The next moment, Xiao Ran threw Chang Hua's body out. It seems quite interesting to bury the 5 family members in the same room.
Xiao Ran smiled.
That's it, he had played with someone else's wife and killed her.
How could he let it go? He walked out.
But to be honest, of the 5 members of the family, only Cheng Hua died at the hands of Xiao Ran. At most, he had a little trouble with the law, but Cheng Hua had an affair with Chen Si and had a child with her.
He didn't make that up. Is it a crime to tell the truth?
But this kind of killing without using force, relying only on the power of the tongue, is also quite exciting. It's just that it requires a lot of thinking and the plot needs to be right. For example, if Cheng Hua and Chen Si didn't have an affair, or even if they did but didn't have a child, the ending would definitely not be the same. So, killing with your brain is too exhausting.
I'd rather use violence.
Xiao Ran thought to himself, and he had already reached the bottom of the building.
At this moment, a group of people
stopped him. Xiao Ran was not surprised at all, because he had activated his spatial awareness as soon as he left Xiao Peng's house. Within a 10-meter radius, he had everything under control. These were people from the neighborhood, but they were clearly not there for friendly purposes, because everyone was carrying weapons, kitchen knives, hammers, etc.
You are the owner of the car outside, right?
One of them said, probably in his 40s, with a dog-like appearance and wearing gold-rimmed glasses.
So what? Xiao Ran asked.
If so, please hand over the car keys. The man with the glasses said with a smile. After all, we are all civilized people and don't want to do anything to harm people.
But if you don't want to be civilized, we'll help you be civilized. That is to say, robbing. Xiao Ran laughed.
You really are a civilized person, describing robbery in such a fresh and new way. It's just that, robbing requires strength. He looked around at the crowd and said, I am a very reasonable person. If you leave now, I won't kill you. But if there is a war, everyone who stays here will die. He said the last sentence with a solemn expression.
Suddenly, several people showed signs of fear.
They came to force Xiao Ran to hand over the car keys, but they only wanted to use them to go out and find supplies.
What was their ultimate goal? To survive. So, if you lose your life because you rob a car, why bother? What are you afraid of?
The man with glasses said angrily, he's just one person.
How many of us are there? Does he have a gun? Right, without a gun, how can one person deal with a group of people? Are you Master Yi or Master Huang? That's not necessarily the case.
Xiao laughed, calmly pulling out a pistol.
Suddenly, everyone took a few steps back involuntarily. Who isn't afraid of guns? I am.
The man in glasses almost slapped himself in the face.
Am I a jinx? I just said you didn't have a gun, and you pulled out a gun and shot me in the face. Fear and embarrassment.
But he immediately said, a gun can only hold 9 bullets at most.
How many people are there here? His bullets will run out soon. Besides, ask yourselves, how many days of food do you have at home?
If we don't fight now, we'll still starve and die of thirst. Hearing this, the people who had wanted to retreat regained some courage, but they didn't run away. None of them wanted to take the first step, for fear that the gun would shoot the first bird.
Who will carry the 9 bullets? Just don't let me get shot.
Come on, it's just a pistol, not an assault rifle. The bespectacled man waved his hand. Of course, he didn't want to be the one to sacrifice himself, but to encourage everyone to take action, so that the bullets wouldn't necessarily be aimed at himself.
He smiled.
Very good, you asked for a melon and got a melon, you asked for a hammer and got a hammer, you asked for a machine gun and got a machine gun. Then, a machine gun appeared in Xiao Ran's hands. His current strength is enormous, so it's not difficult to hold the machine gun with one hand and the long magazine with the other.
Okay, it's just like the classic Terminator look. I'm fucking.
The bespectacled man was dumbfounded.
You have a grudge against me, right? I say you have nothing, so you bring out whatever you have. But how did Xiao Ran do it?
After all, this is not a magic show, and Xiao Ran can prepare the props in advance.
It's too weird. But more was fear. Because that was a machine gun.
If a pistol can only kill a single digit of people, and the accuracy is not good, with everyone wearing thick clothes now, it may not be able to kill a single person, but a machine gun is different. When the trigger is pulled, the bullets pour out like a flood, killing a large area. Everyone was so scared that they were too stunned to think about how Xiao Ran had conjured up a machine gun out of thin air.
Goodbye,
Xiao Ran said indifferently. The machine gun began to spit out flames.
The bullets poured out. Suddenly, the crowd became a mess, desperately trying to escape.
In the chaos, the crowd did not notice that the machine gun had not actually hit many people, but rather that the fleeing people had mysteriously disappeared. In the end, dozens of people became 7, kneeling on the ground and trembling.
Spare us. We didn't shoot at you.
Spare our lives. All these people knew was to beg for mercy. Xiao Ran shook his head. I said that those who left before could live, but you didn't leave. Although you didn't make a move, you were obviously on the fence. If my key was taken, you could also enjoy the fruits of victory.
The 7 of them couldn't help but look ashen. Because that's what they were thinking. Fight.
One of them said, and rushed towards Xiao Ran first.
If they don't fight, Xiao Ran won't let them go. However, as soon as he moved, he disappeared.
He disappeared into thin air, as if he had never existed. This directly scared the 6 people who were about to make a move, and one of them even peed his pants. Xiao Ran smiled. Come on, don't just stand there gawking.
But who would dare to move?
Xiao Ran shook his head and replaced the weapon in his hand with a pistol, and fired.
Bang!
One man's forehead burst open and he fell dead on the spot.
The remaining 5 panicked and quickly got up and ran.
Then, they all disappeared. Xiao Ran used his spatial awareness to check again, and there was no one alive within at least 10 meters. These people dared to come and grab the car keys, and they were doomed. Xiao Ran still gave them a chance, but they didn't take it. Later, when they saw that he had used his spatial abilities, they still wanted to live?
Dream on. Let's go home. Chapter 143, Ha, Dong Shashan? Xiao Ran returned home.
A warm, comfortable home, and most importantly, a bunch of beautiful women. Oh, and there's the leopard. Xiao Ran rubbed the dog's head, and the leopard curled up on the ground, showing its belly, which was the greatest expression of trust and loyalty to Xiao Ran. After stroking the dog for a while, Xiao Ran went to take a bath. After a day out, he was bound to be a bit dirty. There will be more training later, so if you wash now, you won't have to wash later. After watching a play with the girls, they started to eat dinner.
After dinner, that's the main event. Daily exercise, good health. The night passed.
After breakfast, Xiao Ran was like the husband in the movie Little Days going to work, except that the number of wives who followed him was a bit too many. Every time Xiao Ran goes out, Su Qingmei and the other women can't help but worry. But they are not afraid that he will spend money or bring home new women, but that something will happen to him. Their fates are deeply bound together, and if one dies, they all die. Xiao Ran started the car and drove to the gas station according to the established route. He still had 4 days to go, and he could probably visit all the gas stations in Suzhou, in the city, of course. If he included the ones in the countryside, he would need another 40 days. However, if he collects fuel for another 4 days, the fuel in the alternate space should be enough for him to use for the next 10 or 20 years. Of course, this is still not enough, but there is no need to rush. The first gas station, collect; the second gas station, collect; the third gas station, collect.
No oil. Xiao Ran frowned.
He looked at it and saw that the oil storage area had been pried open. So, this should be a gas station that was stolen after the end of the world, not one that ran out of oil just before the disaster.
So, there is a new group of people taking the oil, either the Chang family or the new personnel sent by the Hope Camp? If you want to keep warm now, you have to use fuel to generate electricity. Wood is of course an option, but where do you get it? Fuel is so much more convenient.
Xiao Ran continued to the next gas station, but to his surprise, it had also been emptied.
Damn, who's competing with me for fuel?
Xiao Ran continued on to the 5th gas station.
Someone is here.
He immediately noticed a group of people busily working in the fuel storage area. He spotted the group, and of course they noticed him. After all, who could ignore the roar of a sports utility vehicle? So, 3 people came over. Xiao Ran also opened the door and got out of the car. The space door was already open, and he looked at the 3 men warily.
He didn't underestimate anyone. Hey, man, this is a nice car.
The man in the middle of the three said, and he should be the leader of the group. One was not involved in the work, and the other two were clearly lagging behind.
Xiao Ran smiled faintly, so what if it's good? Hey, don't be so angry. The man in the middle was still smiling. My name is Dong Xiaoshan. What's your name, little brother? Dong Xiaoshan?
Xiao Ran couldn't help but feel a slight tingle in his heart, slightly surprised.
The world is too small. Who is Dong Xiaoshan?
The counselor who worked for the Yu family and almost ruined Su Xinran's life.
Oh, no, he should be called a beast. After all, some people only look like humans. Of course, there is another possibility, just the same name and surname.
Xiao Ran asked, I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. You weren't a teacher before, were you? Yes, before the disaster, I ran a tutoring center.
Dong Xiaoshan didn't suspect anything and admitted it directly. Oh, it really is him.
Xiao Ran smiled and looked at Dong Xiaoshan.
Should I take it back alive or dead?
Better to take the dead. The living are more trouble. Of course, Xiao Ran would not ask him to kill Dong Xiaoshan and Yu Jiaqing for Sister Su, but since they had run into each other, he could not let the opportunity pass. Dong Xiaoshan was also sizing up Xiao Ran and making plans in his heart.
Should he take him by force or win him over?
Xiao Ran saw the hesitation and murderous intent in his eyes, and without saying a word, he took out a pistol from his pocket and waved it around. Dong Xiaoshan made a decision immediately. If he killed a few people to get the car, it would be a big loss. On the contrary, as long as Xiao Ran followed him, then, he couldn't help it.
Even with a gun, it's no good. You're really brave, brother.
At a time like this, you still dare to come out alone.
I can only say that you're brave because you're good at what you do.
Dong Xiaoshan said, pretending not to see Xiao Ran's gun, which he had just holstered.
Are you interested in joining us? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. We're working for the Yu family. Do you know the Yu family? The Yu family of the Qinghong group. Old Master Yu is desperate for talent, especially at this time.
If you work for Old Master Yu, you will definitely enjoy an unprecedented good fortune. He lowered his voice, as if he was telling a secret. Before the natural disaster, the Old Master Yu had formed a dance troupe. The people who could enter this troupe were all the most beautiful women. In the past, they were either used by the Old Master himself or to entertain important clients. I can tell you that the girls in this dance troupe are all beautiful enough to be TV stars. However, now the old man is rewarding those of us who work hard by allowing us to go to the cabaret once a week.
Brother, are you tempted?
Damn, this Yu Jiaqing is quite a player.
He even built a dance troupe for his own amusement, and he's asking this lackey to find female students?
Old bastard.
Xiao Ran thought to himself, it would be good to go there. First, he could get rid of Yu Jiaqing.
Second, they should have collected a lot of fuel, so it would be a good time to take them all out.
He came out to collect fuel, so does it matter if it's at a gas station or somewhere else?
He was tempted. Xiao Ran nodded, but his heart was beating a little differently from what Dong Xiaoshan thought.
Chapter 144, Hooked. Dong Xiaoshan was overjoyed and said, Brother, you have made the right choice.
You will definitely not regret it.
I certainly won't, but you will. Xiao Ran smiled and pretended to be impatient, saying, Brother, can you tell me more about the dance troupe? It's so cold now. How does the old man support so many people? If you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger.
Dong Xiaoshan laughed and said, Ordinary people certainly can't handle this kind of weather.
However, the Qinghong group has a secret entertainment venue. You know, when it comes to that kind of thing, it's always better to keep it a secret.
In this secret place, there are a series of entertainment facilities that you can think of and can't think of, such as a sauna and karaoke rooms. To maintain confidentiality, this secret place is not connected to the company's power grid, but uses its own generator.
So, the electricity is out now, but our group is not affected at all. The reason we have to come out to collect fuel is to ensure the normal operation of the generator.
Xiao Ran thought for a moment, and indeed, he had to ask more questions.
One question will make everything clear.
This way, there was no need to turn on the heat, and Dong Xiaoshan would naturally take him to the Qinghong group in the secret location.
That's good, so I don't have to look for it myself. Each side had its own plans, so they got along well. After collecting the fuel, they went to the next gas station. What a low efficiency.
Xiao Ran watched them transport the oil in barrels and felt a sense of melancholy. When he collected the oil, he took the oil tank with him and transported it into the other dimension directly, which was highly efficient and took a short time. Therefore, when they had emptied the gas station, it was almost time, so they didn't continue to collect fuel, but hurried back to the Qinghong building. The Qinghong group is located in the Qinghong building. The building is 56 stories high, which is meant to represent the 56 ethnic groups. Obviously, Yu Jiaqing was trying to curry favor with the authorities when he built the building, but his conscience was black. The car was parked in the underground garage, and they climbed the stairs. The generator only supplies the secret place, but not the entire building, and it can't afford it.
Xiao Ran followed Dong Xiaoshan and the others to the 18th floor.
He could clearly feel that Dong Xiaoshan's attitude had not been so enthusiastic since they entered the Qinghong building.
This is not surprising.
Because before, Dong Xiaoshan was only trying to lure him here, so he was polite to him.
Now that he was here, why would he still be polite? Does he still need to be so polite?
He could have been looking for people, cars, or both. Xiao Ran didn't care either, but he was on high alert. His spatial awareness was still functioning, and it would last for another half hour, so he didn't mind splurging a little. After arriving on the 18th floor, Dong Xiaoshan removed a large picture frame from a wall, and behind it was an electronic panel, a panel that required a password.
He deliberately blocked Xiao Ran's view with his body and entered 6 numbers. 8, 1, 9, 2, 4, 7.
Xiao Ran could see clearly through his spatial awareness.
Then, a secret door on the wall opened silently.
Inside, there was a flickering dark light, just like the look of cheap love when you walk alone in a dark alley.
Please, brother.
Dong Xiaoshan first hung the picture frame back up, then said with a smile. Now, Xiao Ran could only join them and obediently hand over the car. He never liked taking risks, so it was much simpler to bring the car back with him.
Xiao Ran followed Dong Xiaoshan into the tunnel, and after entering, Dong Xiaoshan pressed the wall again.
The secret door closed, and there was no trace of it outside.
The group moved forward, and after walking through the long corridor, the way ahead suddenly opened up. It was very much like the front desk of a hotel, brightly lit and extremely spacious.
Wait here, I'll go and invite the old man over, Dong Xiaoshan said. He left, but the others did not. Instead, they stood in place, looking at Xiao Ran with pity.
This expression and gaze were like looking at a fool. Xiao Ran's heart stirred.
He clearly had a gun in his hand, but Dong Xiaoshan still dared to invite Yu Jiaqing over.
What did that mean?
Yu Jiaqing has a way to fight against guns.
It can't be bulletproof vests, because bulletproof vests can't protect the head. Then, there's only one possibility. Superhuman abilities. Yu Jiaqing is actually a superhuman?
Xiao Ran felt a little unbelievable, because the 3 psychics he had met were all young, including himself, and at least none of them were old men.
Now there is a difference?
Xiao Ran pretended that he had not discovered anything, and waited silently.
After a while, the person came.
Dong Xiaoshan led a half-old man in his 50s over, and judging by his extremely fawning appearance, he looked just like a puppet of the warlords.
Xiao Ran, you dare to sit down when you meet our boss, you? Dong Xiaoshan immediately shouted, do you have any rules? Since he had met the main character, Xiao Ran naturally didn't need to act anymore.
He took out his pistol and said, I have a gun in my hand, so I'm the most domineering person in the world.
This was of course to confuse Yu Jiaqing. Why take the trouble to risk it when you can use a sneak attack to solve things? Moreover, he was also observing Yu Jiaqing.
In theory, this old guy should be in his 50s. Even if he is well maintained, he will inevitably experience a decline in physical function. However, looking at his vigorous appearance, even Dong Xiaoshan had to run to keep up.
If the old guy has superpowers, is he physically enhanced? Like that mutant dog from the beginning?
This time it's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
However, one must not be careless.
Xiao Ran reminded himself that he must never underestimate any superpower user. No, even an ordinary person can threaten him as long as they have a gun. Therefore, one must be careful at all times.
A wave can kill you in a second.
Seeing the gun, Yu Jiaqing was not at all panicked.
He said calmly, young man, put away the gun. This thing is useless to me.
I can guarantee that when you want to pull the trigger, before your finger has moved, I will have already broken your bones. From this sentence, it can be judged that the old guy has supernormal capabilities and the possibility of being a physical type is as high as 90%. Fortunately, I have prepared a large amount of kinetic energy steel, stones, and sniper bullets. Even if you are a physical type of superpower, I will still blow you up. Xiao Ran deliberately showed hesitation. You are the enemy of the Su sisters, I will never let you go. Ha! Yu Jiaqing was first stunned, then revealed a look of joy. You know these two bitches? Where are they now? The only son died because of the Su sisters, so he hates these two women.
Since you killed my son, give me 10 or 20 more. He's hooked. Chapter 145, The Relentless Een.
Xiao Ran shook his head with a look of righteous indignation. How could I possibly tell you where they are? Yu Jiaqing, you put Su Qingmei in jail and threatened to hurt Su Xinran.
I will never forgive you.
He immediately raised his gun and aimed. Humph. Yu Jiaqing sneered, his body moving as he rushed towards Xiao Ran.
As fast as lightning.
To the average person, he really seemed like a bolt of lightning.
By the time the nerves reacted, he was already close.
However, let's not talk about the fact that Xiao Ran's body has been enhanced 4 times, and his eyesight and nerve response far exceed that of ordinary people.
Even without this enhancement, doesn't he still have spatial awareness?
As soon as Yu Jiaqing moved, the trajectory of his movements appeared in his mind.
It was clear, even in slow motion. Because, no matter how fast you are, can you match your thoughts?
Yu Jiaqing's speed at this time was also the speed of sound, which was even worse than the mutant era, so it was naturally impossible for him to escape Xiao Ran's spatial perception.
Suddenly,
Yu Jiaqing's body appeared, and it suddenly stopped 3 meters in front of Xiao Ran. This scene was too strange. In the eyes of ordinary people, Yu Jiaqing seemed to be teleporting. One moment he was here, and the next he was already in a completely different place.
However, the strangeness does not end there.
Xiao Ran knew that superhumans had an instinctive warning of danger, so he didn't expect Yu Jiaqing to rush directly into the space portal and easily and simply kill his opponent. On the contrary, everything he said and did was to make Yu Jiaqing rush over, and even more so to stop abruptly at this moment.
From a sudden start to a sudden stop, how long does it take to accelerate again and regain speed? Is my bullet faster?
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Dozens of bullets were fired silently. Yu Jiaqing is truly a superhuman.
Even if the bullets are as fast as the speed of sound, ordinary people simply cannot catch them, but he is different.
He saw it. Not only did he see it, he was even able to take defensive action.
He quickly curled up, shielding his face and chest with his hands.
This was to protect his lower abdomen and crotch, and also to build up his legs so that he could burst out at high speed again in the next moment.
Xiao Ran smiled faintly, everything was as he expected.
Then, dozens of steel bars and a dozen stones were also thrown.
This was the first wave, and the second and third waves were all kinetic steel bars.
How big is the space door now? 25 by 25 meters.
Therefore, the range of these attacks is also extremely large.
Pop, 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 ding, ding, ding.
The bullets hit Yu Jiaqing's arm, but only a few of them actually went in, and they didn't go deep enough to hurt the bone. They fell to the ground with a crisp sound.
But this is just a distraction.
Before Yu Jiaqing could launch a counterattack, the kinetic steel bar had already shot out.
This is amazing. The kinetic energy steel bar is not as fast as a bullet, but how much does a steel bar weigh? The destructive power is definitely not comparable to that of a bullet. And it's not just one, it's an endless stream.
There's no shortage of these things. He can prepare tens of thousands of them in one night.
Pop. The kinetic energy steel bar hit Yu Jiaqing's arm, and the noise was loud.
An ordinary person's arm would have been smashed to pieces, but Yu Jiaqing was a superhuman, and after the blow, his arm only appeared to be strangely bent, but it was not broken, let alone flying flesh and blood.
His defense is strong.
Xiao Ran had to admire it, because if it were him, his arm would have definitely been broken. But this was just the beginning.
Pop, 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 pop.
The steel bars kept shooting, and after a dozen had gone in, even though Yu Jiaqing was a physical-type mutant, his 2 arms were still smashed and broken.
A bloody mess.
But Yu Jiaqing didn't have time to cry out in pain because more steel bars were continuing to fall.
Now that both of his arms are broken and gone, how can he block them? And what's more,
there were large rocks all around, whistling past his ears and piling up, blocking his escape route.
Now he finally realized that it was all a trap set by Xiao Ran. He was lured into the trap. Once he enters the pot, he is doomed to be a dead crab. He didn't want to die. Let's talk it over. I'll give you whatever you want. The old man shouted. Although his arms were broken and he was a complete cripple, his legs were still intact. As long as he could catch his breath, he could still easily kill someone with a kick. You want to cripple me? I want your life. However, Xiao Ran not only did not stop attacking, he didn't even bother to talk to him. This is going to kill you. Those are just two bitches. I have plenty of beautiful women here. I can give them all to you. Yu Jiaqing was unwilling to give up and continue to struggle. Pop. However, he could no longer resist, and a steel bar pierced his chest, passing straight through his body. Fortunately, it did not hit his heart, otherwise even as a superhuman he would have been killed instantly. After this blow, the breath he had been holding could no longer be held back. The next few steel bars continued to pierce his body. The more rebar that penetrated his body, the more difficult it was for him to move or dodge. He was doomed to die. The old man was not willing to accept this. The apocalypse had not brought him down from heaven to hell, because he had supernatural powers and was still a superior being. Moreover, now that there is no law and no need to care about morality, he can release the darkness in his body endlessly and commit any evil deed without restraint. Who will stop him? No. Even if there were, he could easily kill them with a punch or a kick. He despises everything. But, after only a few days of living his life as he pleases, he is now facing death? He couldn't accept it. No. 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 He roared, his face contorted with rage and madness in his eyes. Pop. A steel bar pierced straight through his mouth and came out of the back of his head. Yu Jiaqing's roar suddenly stopped, and his eyes quickly began to dilate and his pupils dilated. However, as a physical type of superpower, his vitality is very tenacious. He still has a little bit of life left, his limbs are twitching, and his severed arm is also shaking. If he still had hands, he would definitely want to grab something. He really didn't want to die. He had too many attachments. The key is that he doesn't even know Xiao Ran's identity. It's so unfair, so unsatisfying. Will Xiao Ran leave a problem behind? He didn't even have time to gloat before two more bullets were fired. The bullets went into Yu Jiaqing's eyes, hitting the depths of his brain. Yu Jiaqing's body trembled violently, and then stopped. Only then did Xiao Ran walk over. He reached out and pushed away the obstacles in front of him, and then he pushed on Yu Jiaqing's body. A warm current surged. It's done. Chapter 146, Spatial Cutting. From Yu Jiaqing's attack to Xiao Ran's counterattack, which killed him, the whole process only took a dozen seconds. Therefore, Dong Xiaoshan and the others were all dumbfounded. They were still wearing a cruel smile on their faces, waiting to see Xiao Ran be taken down by Yu Jiaqing, who easily broke his arms and legs like they were biscuits. But in the blink of an eye, Yu Jiaqing had turned into a corpse. No, I must have been hallucinating. If I close my eyes and open them again, oh my god, it's still the same. Their faces all turned into expressions of disbelief, because this is truly unbelievable. Xiao Ran should only have a pistol in his hand, so where did all the steel bars and rocks come from? It's a damn miracle. Superpowered. Dong Xiaoshan finally reacted, looking at Xiao Ran with a shivering. Oh my god, what kind of monster has he brought back? Boom. He immediately knelt down. Master Xiao is mighty. Master Xiao is domineering. I wish to follow Master Xiao and henceforth be a dog of Master Xiao. If Master Xiao tells me to go east, I will not dare go west. His head was pressed firmly to the ground, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Keywords: Su Qingmei, Su Xinran. He was also involved in the Su sisters' affair. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but kneel down, their bodies trembling. In their eyes, Su Jiaqing was like a god of war, who could even bend and break steel pipes with his bare hands. But even such a fierce man was killed by Xiao Ran in just 10 seconds. What kind of fighting spirit do they have? What they didn't know was that Xiao Ran had made too much preparation in advance, with bullets, kinetic steel, and kinetic stone. Therefore, Yu Jiaqing was killed instantly because he was completely unprepared and didn't know that Xiao Ran was also a superpower user. He was lured into taking the initiative to attack, and was in an absolutely passive situation where he could only be beaten. Even if there was a slight difference in the situation, at least Yu Jiaqing would not have died so quickly. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, and the bullets immediately poured out of thin air. He had already used his spatial awareness to lock onto everyone's position, so the spatial door only opened in 3 different directions, and the bullets shot out at different angles. There was a chorus of screams, and everyone was shot in the forehead. The way they died couldn't be said to be similar, it was exactly the same. The speed was even faster, and in less than 3 seconds, everyone in the hall was dead. Only one person was left, Dong Xiaoshan. Xiao Ran, while experiencing the changes brought about by absorbing the supernatural power, said to Dong Xiaoshan, "Tell me more about this place." "Yes, yes." Dong Xiaoshan hurriedly began to introduce it. He was afraid that Xiao Ran would be unhappy, so he spoke in great detail. Xiao Ran listened. The spatial gate had expanded again, reaching 30 by 30 meters, and the maximum distance of release had finally become 5 meters away. Well, it had finally improved a little. As for the maximum distance of spatial perception, it had become 11 meters. What excited him the most was that the feeling of the new ability sprouting was getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Ran suddenly took out an apple and looked at it. There didn't seem to be any change, but Xiao Ran smiled. No, it should be ecstasy. He cut the apple in half, and a strange scene appeared. The core of the apple was actually, how should I put it, as if it had been dug out long ago. It wasn't cut by a knife. And even if it was cut by a knife, it didn't affect the fact that the entire core was cut out. Because Xiao Ran had used his new ability to destroy things directly from the inside. In this case, the apple was not damaged on the outside, but the core was cut out by Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran used this new ability on the table. But it won't cut. Is the upper limit just on objects with such tender flesh as an apple? Then what's the point of this ability? Yes, it is very useful. Even for physical-type superheroes, their thick skin makes it difficult for bullets to penetrate, and sniper bullets can only cause superficial wounds, not even breaking bones, let alone the ability to cut through wood. But what about the brains of martial arts-type superhumans? What about the blood vessels? Can they be so tough? Absolutely not. Therefore, this is a powerful weapon against supernaturals. The key is that the spatial gate is a passive skill. If you encounter a psychic, the opponent will have a warning of danger and it is basically impossible to be hit. So far, no psychic has died by running headlong into a different space. It is true that various projectiles can be fired from the other dimension, and kinetic steel bars and the like are very effective now, and are Xiao Ran's ultimate weapon, but as the power of the superhuman becomes stronger and stronger? Especially for martial artists, their strength will increase, their speed will increase, and their defense will also increase. In the future, can they still be hit? If they are hit, can they penetrate their defenses? These are all questions. Therefore, Xiao Ran urgently needs a means of attack, and a means of attack that can grow. Now, he has finally waited. This new ability is called space cutting. It can be released up to 5 meters away, and the power is only at the level of cutting the flesh of an apple. It is basically impossible to use it to cut muscles or bones, but what about cutting blood vessels or brains? Very easy. Moreover, the human brain is the most fragile organ, and damage to any part of it is extremely dangerous. It can range from loss of consciousness to paralysis or even death. Great, I finally have an active attack skill. This can be perfectly combined with spatial awareness. Because I can detect my opponent in advance, I don't even need to turn around. Even if the enemy is hiding behind a wall, I can easily kill him. Of course, there are also some imperfections in spatial cutting. First, the range is only 5 meters, so if you encounter a powerful physical-type mutant, he may be killed by the opponent from a distance. Second, the power is still a bit small. What if the psychic gets stronger and stronger, and even his brain and blood vessels can be strengthened and become more tough? Therefore, I must continue to improve my powers, make the power of space cutting stronger, and ensure that I can cut the brains of the superhuman into pieces and kill them on the spot. I wonder how the psychic's crisis warning will affect the power of the space cut. Xiao Ran suddenly became very curious. This ability can be activated with almost no preparation time, at most 0.1 seconds. So, even if the opponent is aware of it, how can they defend against it? Unfortunately, there are no psychics for him to test. The other thing is the enhancement of the body.
which takes 2 or 3 days to fully release and will not be obvious for the time being.
Moreover, the more powers he absorbs, the smaller the percentage of this physical enhancement will be.
After he absorbs 100 powers, the enhancement will only be 1% for each new power absorbed, which is too small. He withdrew his thoughts, and at this time Dong Xiaoshan had also finished speaking, looking at him with a nervous gaze, his body shaking as if he were having a fit.
Don't be afraid, death is not a big deal. I'll do it quickly, you won't feel much pain. Xiao Ran smiled. Dong Xiaoshan looked desperate. Don't talk like you've died before. Chapter 147. Who can withstand it?
Xiao Ran had already asked for what he needed, so he didn't hesitate to smash Dong Xiaoshan's legs with a rock.
Ah, the piercing scream echoed in the lobby.
Dong Xiaoshan still looked at Xiao Ran.
Didn't you say it would only hurt for a moment? Oh, I've changed my mind. Xiao Ran nodded. People like you should be tortured to death.
In fact, he also wanted to torture Yu Jiaqing to death, but the other party was a superhuman, and superhumans are a threat as long as they are alive, so they must be killed as soon as possible.
This is called safety first. Going out to take risks is for the sake of becoming stronger, but it doesn't conflict with being cautious. Dong Xiaoshan's legs were smashed and he was bleeding heavily. If he didn't receive immediate treatment, he would bleed to death.
So, don't worry about him, just let him fend for himself. He naturally couldn't just leave, but continued to walk inside. This secret place is very large, and he has only seen such a large hall.
There are many secrets hidden inside.
All the way along, there were guest rooms on both sides. They were like hotel rooms, but much larger. If you had to compare them, they were like presidential suites or executive suites. They were very large, and Xiao Ran only carefully inspected one of them.
In the bathroom, he found a strange chair, or rather a bed. What the hell is this?
He was stunned at first, then images from the news came to mind. The scene of the police officer catching the mantis.
Oh, he suddenly understood.
So, Yu Jiaqing invited his business partner to come over and play. After the partner had chosen a beauty, they played here.
Gee.
Xiao Ran's heart stirred, and he put the watermill into a different space.
Yes, he remembered what it was called. Haven't you seen a pig run before?
However, there was no one in these reception rooms, not a single person. Xiao Ran didn't even need to look carefully, because as soon as he opened the door and sensed the space, he knew exactly whether there was anyone inside and where they were. After walking down this long corridor, there were 2 rooms at the end.
Xiao Ran entered one of the rooms first.
It was an office, very large, and connected to a lounge.
There was finally someone here.
A middle-aged man, looking very refined, was wearing headphones and listening to music. He didn't hear Xiao Ran's footsteps, but saw him with his eyes. He took off his headphones and looked a little angry.
How dare you come to the old man's office without any manners?
Because he was listening to music with headphones, he didn't hear anything outside.
Another possibility is that the doors here are well soundproofed.
Xiao Ran glanced at the door, which was covered in leather on the edges, providing a strong soundproofing effect. He activated his spatial cutting ability, and the middle-aged man immediately screamed, covering his eyes with his right hand, but blood flowed from between his fingers.
He had gone blind in one eye.
Xiao Ran said indifferently, "Answer my question, or else, die." The middle-aged man was in pain and in shock. Because he had been following Yu Jiaqing, he was quite receptive to the idea of a psychic. So he immediately realized that the young man in front of him must also be
a psychic. Yes, you ask. Xiao Ran said, "What's your name?" He Yu Hang.
The middle-aged man said very simply, without any nonsense.
Secretary? Xiao Ran asked with a smile. Yes. He Yu Hang nodded.
Indeed, a secretary must be able to read people's faces and colors in order to please his master. This person should be quite capable, otherwise why would Yu Jiaqing still keep him around now that the world is coming to an end?
You should know all the evil deeds that Yu Jiaqing has done, right? Xiao Ran asked. He Yu Hang hurriedly said, "I know everything."
Before Xiao Ran could ask again, he told him everything.
Xiao Ran listened and couldn't help but shake his head.
No wonder Yu Jiaqing could become bigger and stronger, and no wonder he wanted to set up such a secret place, because he had installed hidden surveillance cameras in every brothel, filming the women being toyed with by the clients. This can be used to threaten and blackmail. Therefore, Yu Jiaqing's business is getting bigger and bigger. He also took out a box of hard drives, which contained videos that had been secretly filmed over the years and selected for their high value. Xiao Ran was not interested in watching small movies, and when he thought of it, Yu Hang's eyes went blank, and he fell to the ground and lay motionless. His brain nerves had been cut into a paste by Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran also showed his teeth. Using this ability is very energy intensive. No, it should be said that it is extremely energy intensive. He estimated that with his current total amount of psychic energy, he could use it for a maximum of 10 consecutive times.
Only 10 times.
Therefore, first, I need to continue to increase my total amount of psychic power, which means I need to absorb more psychic power. Second, when fighting an enemy, I need to finish them off within 10 moves, otherwise I'll have to go back to my old fighting habits and use bullets from the other dimension, kinetic steel bars, etc. to finish them off.
Xiao Ran left the room.
This was Yu Jiaqing's office and lounge.
There was nothing to see. The last room.
The door was heavy, but of course it was no problem for Xiao Ran. When the door opened, Xiao Ran felt as if he had entered the wrong room. Because there were 12 women in the room, all of them wearing yoga clothes and exercising. Xiao Ran thought that there were two types of clothing that best accentuated a woman's figure.
The first is the cheongsam, and the second is yoga wear. However, whether it is a cheongsam or yoga, you must have a good figure to wear it, otherwise, if you have a slightly worse figure, the shortcomings will be infinitely magnified. But the 12 women in front of him? I can't find a single flaw.
The sound of the door opening also alerted the women inside, who immediately lined up and knelt down in unison. "Welcome, Master."
Damn, who can withstand this? Chapter 148 Learning Materials.
Before the end of the world, the beautiful women here were used by Yu Jiaqing to entertain his guests. There were both business partners and powerful people he had to curry favor with. Therefore, the beauties here are actually high-level ladies.
The people they serve are all influential people in Suzhou, even in Jiangnan province and even in the whole country.
Yu Hang said that none of these beauties were over 25 years old, and they were paid up to 100,000 yuan a month. In addition, Yu Jiaqing often gave them luxury goods, took them out to sea on yachts, and took them around in private jets, making them all fall into the trap of material desires and unable to extricate themselves. They were used to high consumption and had no choice but to obediently become canaries here, serving various bigwigs for Yu Jiaqing, and even spying on secrets. However, after the end of the world, although Yu Jiaqing still kept them, the people they served changed.
It is no longer the big shots, but only Yu Jiaqing.
Dong Xiaoshan said that it was a lie to say that they could also join the dance troupe.
With the strength that Yu Jiaqing has now, does he still need to win people over?
It's all about those who follow me live, and those who oppose me die. Xiao Ran looked around. Although all 12 girls were very beautiful, there was still a difference between them. The two girls in the middle were the most beautiful and had the best figures. They were tall among the tall. Even with Xiao Ran's current discerning gaze, he had to admit that they had reached the standard of the best.
90 points, or even 91 points.
They should be the captain Bai Rui and the deputy captain Yan Xin of the dance troupe. Xiao Ran smiled, and he was not polite. It was ecstasy, it was bone-chilling. Even so, Xiao Ran decisively pulled himself away. Of course, he left behind a pile of supplies, including water and food.
Why not take them back to the villa? First, the villa is too small. If you cram 12 people in there, it's going to be really crowded. Second, these women don't know how many people they've served.
So, just have fun with them, but why bring them home to raise them? Not to mention Han Yun and Wang Lulu, who were also rejected by Xiao Ran because they were not virgins.
How long did they have to be locked up in the basement before they were promoted? These women are high-class prostitutes. Bringing prostitutes home to raise them? Forget it.
But their skills can be promoted so that Su Qingmei and the others can learn from them. If it's good for him, it should be widely promoted. These women have been practicing yoga in the house and have no idea what is going on outside, so he doesn't need to kill them to keep them quiet. Back in the lobby, he saw Dong Xiaoshan had bled to death. He took the corpse into the alternate dimension and took away the corpse of Yu Jiaqing. Then he went downstairs and left. It was almost time, so he didn't go to collect fuel, but went home instead. There are really quite a few supernormal people out there. Perhaps other superpowered people have discovered that they can absorb superpowers to become stronger. Therefore, although I have been getting stronger, I must never become complacent.
I must continue to get stronger. Damn it, you have to force me. I want to lie down and have a beautiful woman in my arms every day. When he got home, Su Qingmei and the others were all relieved. The man is back. They have a backbone.
In such extreme weather and a cruel end times, they really need a backbone. With Xiao Ran by their side, they had the confidence to face the future. Otherwise, they would have to worry about whether they would have food and drink tomorrow, and where they would have to venture to find supplies today.
Now,
they live in a warm villa, so bored that they can only exercise and watch TV series.
Even cooking and housework have become a way to pass the time. How idle are they? It's all because of Xiao Ran. So, when Xiao Ran came home, she was treated like a queen and received the warmest welcome. Xiao Ran smiled and took out a USB drive and threw it to Han Yun. This is the study material I prepared specially. You guys should read it and practice it well.
Han Yun took it and the 9 girls were all very curious.
Study materials? What are they learning? They plugged the USB drive into the TV box and turned on the TV to play a video.
Suddenly, they all blushed.
Oh my god, is that possible?
The 9 girls were dumbfounded. Even though they were not virgins anymore, they still opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Xiao Ran smiled and said, "In the future, I will establish a ranking system.
Students who study well can get high grades and enjoy the corresponding treatment. Students with poor academic performance, if they fail 3 consecutive assessments, then they can only be asked to leave."
He's not raising a princess, but it seems like it is. It's just not the kind from ancient times, but the kind from the karaoke bar. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing.
You get what you pay for.
History tells us that it is not possible to eat from the same pot. The more you work, the more you get, the less you work, the less you get, and if you don't work, you get nothing. If you just react passively, then I'll just let you eat enough, but don't expect to eat well.
It's that simple. Xiao Ran needs to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm.
Introducing a hierarchy will naturally stimulate a sense of competition and break the habit of eating from a common pot. In this way, he can enjoy it to the fullest.
This is too boring.
Otherwise, every day you are busy with work and your children's studies, and you are exhausted at night like a dog. Even if your wife is as beautiful as Jiaochan, you probably won't have any desire. The 9 goddesses have different expressions, some are embarrassed, some are reluctant, but some are positive. For example, Green Tea and Wan Lulu both had a bright look in their eyes, and their fighting spirit was clearly coming.
Chapter 149, By People's Hearts, More.
Xiao Ran called over the Su Qingmei sisters.
He first spread a huge plastic sheet on the ground. Su Qingmei couldn't help but say, "On the ground? There is a bed, but you want to sleep on the floor? Are you perverted?"
Xiao Ran gave her a dirty look. "You're the pervert."
"It's you." Su Qingmei glanced back at him, but obviously didn't dare to retort.
But the next moment, she knew she had mistakenly accused Xiao Ran.
Because there were 2 more bodies on the plastic sheet. Ah!
Su Xinran immediately covered her eyes with both hands.
She was completely a flower in a greenhouse.
This kind of domineering personality may be more to his liking, but Xiao Ran doesn't like it. In such a post-apocalyptic world, he appreciates a tough personality like Su Qingmei's. Even the green tea of Zhou Yunsu was much better than the delicate flower of Su Xinran.
Sure enough, Su Qingmei didn't even blink an eye.
She suddenly showed a look of surprise. "Yu Jiacheng."
"Dong Xiaoshan."
Xiao Ran looked at Su Qingmei in surprise. It's not surprising that she recognized Dong Xiaoshan, but Yu Jiacheng's mouth and eyes were all stabbed up.
How could you recognize him?
She really hates him to the bone. It seems that the saying that you can recognize someone even if they are burned to ashes is not an exaggeration, but it is also based on a foundation.
What?
Su Xinran put down her hand and looked at the 2 corpses with a sense of disgust. But she only recognized Dong Xiaoshan. She would never forget this bad guy, because he almost ruined her life.
Xiao Ran. Su Qingmei turned to look at Xiao Ran and suddenly bowed. "Thank you."
After finding her sister, her only wish was to see Yu Jiacheng and Dong Xiaoshan brought to justice, but she also knew that in the current harsh environment, this was destined to be a luxury. The only possibility was that they had been frozen to death by the cold. But she never imagined that Xiao Ran would bring back the bodies of these 2 people. Obviously, they were both killed by Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran also didn't expect it, and her lips moved slightly, and she also said, "Thank you." Her eyes were full of surprise, gratitude, and an inexplicable feeling. They were forced to commit themselves to Xiao Ran by reality, but which woman doesn't have a little fantasy? Now that Xiao Ran has brought the two women's enemies here, what does this mean for the two women? Xiao Ran took their affairs to heart and unexpectedly went on a trip to kill these two bad guys. What a thoughtful and heartwarming gesture. Can you not be moved? Women are emotional creatures, and since Xiao Ran is the first and only man they have ever known, there is already a special kind of affection. Now this wave of affection has swept over them, directly breaking down their defenses. Xiao Ran didn't treat them as tools, but loved them. For a moment, the two women were overwhelmed with emotion and excitement. This is the effect Xiao Ran wanted. In fact, he just happened to meet Dong Xiaoshan, and he wasn't looking for these two people at all. But why should he explain? Why not take advantage of the opportunity to win the hearts of two women? Hurry up and repay me with your utmost gratitude. Xiao Ran never thought of himself as a good person. Why did he bring the bodies of Yu Jiaqing and the other back? Wasn't he just trying to make the Su sisters grateful and devoted to him? It worked. That night, everyone showed off their learning progress, but the progress varied. Xiao Ran was very satisfied. This is the kind of spirit I want. Very good. Continue learning tomorrow and work hard to improve your skills. He smiled and said, "I'll give you half a month. After that, I'll grade you. Don't think I'm joking. Just one thing, those in the 4th grade will be assigned to the basement." When he said this, the 9 girls were all moved. Xiao Ran really wasn't joking. You guys work hard. Xiao Ran smiled. After today's baptism by the dance troupe, he felt that he shouldn't let these women at home just sit around and wait to die. Now, it seems that the results should be good. Wait for the harvest. It's not that they've reached the level of a dance troupe, but at least 80% of it. One night has passed. The end of the world has entered its 36th day. In the morning, Xiao Ran brushed his teeth and washed his face, and when he glanced out the window, he was taken aback. It's snowing. Holy cow, it's snowing? Xiao Ran looked out of the window in disbelief. The snow wasn't heavy, but because it was cold enough, it didn't melt and the ground had already turned white. He had long since lost his foresight, so he was very confused when he saw the snow. This extreme weather is actually changing. Xiao Ran frowned. After breakfast, he went ahead with his plan to collect fuel for the move into the Chang family estate. Today went smoothly, and he didn't encounter any other oil collection teams. However, 2 of the 11 gas stations on the schedule were empty. Someone had collected the oil in advance. Xiao Ran was a little surprised. It seems that there are still quite a few survivors. And what does collecting oil mean? Either they have cars that run on gas, or they have generators at home. As long as they leave me alone, everything will be fine. Otherwise. After a busy day, he returned home, took a shower, and after dinner, he began to check the results of Su Qingmei and the others learning for the day. There has been great progress. Especially Su Xinran. A good student is a good student. If you are willing to work hard, there is no reason you can't learn. However, Xiao Ran did not behave absurdly this evening, but instead took everyone to the rooftop to replenish the wave energy steel bars. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time or energy to sharpen one end of the steel bar, otherwise the lethality would have increased by another level. They didn't get home until 3 a.m. and went to bed soon after. In the morning, Xiao Ran opened his eyes and looked out the window. Snowflakes were falling. Chapter 150, The Young Cyclist, Chapter 2. It's still snowing. Look at the ground, it's already a foot deep. Although yesterday's snow was not heavy, it kept falling and did not melt. It accumulated little by little and naturally piled up. Is this snow water poisonous? Xiao Ran couldn't help but be curious. Hail is indeed poisonous, but it's been more than a month. Has the cosmic ray that the experts said was coming from outer space completely left the Earth? Therefore, the snow water may not be toxic. Then the changes brought about by this are huge. Before, the poisonous hail contaminated all natural water sources, and even without the low temperature, all the trees and flowers outside would die. What about humans and animals? They would have to find pure water to drink, otherwise they would die of poisoning. Therefore, apart from hunger, the greatest problem for humans is dying of thirst.
If the snow water is non-toxic and drinkable, then the big problem that plagues human survival will naturally be solved.
Of course, it is a problem to melt the snow in such cold weather.
Eat it directly? You're already dying of cold, don't you think it's dying fast enough?
Xiao Ran collected some snow and put it in a different dimension. He wouldn't try it himself, but he could use someone else to test it. For example, if someone tries to rob him, he can make them eat the snow to see if they get poisoned.
Today's snow is a little bigger than yesterday's. Xiao Ran frowned. If this snow keeps falling, there will be a problem. Forget it, I'd better go and collect some fuel first. He drove away.
The snow today was a foot deep, and the car felt a lot of resistance when driving. Fortunately, the fuel consumption was not a big deal.
After 20 minutes, Xiao Ran arrived at the first gas station of the day. Start working. The second, third, and fourth, and soon it was noon.
Xiao Ran ate lunch in the car, and after a short break, he started working again. The busyness now is for the ease later.
So, he can't afford to be lazy. He arrived at the penultimate gas station on today's schedule. Hey! He saw a heavy truck. It's the Chang family's. The style is exactly the same, so you can tell at a glance. The Chang family is out collecting oil again. Is that strange?
Anyone with a bit of foresight would take advantage of the early opportunity to collect oil.
Wait a few months? All the gas stations will be empty.
At that time, you might have to go to the sea to find a cargo ship that specializes in transporting oil, or an LNG ship that carries natural gas. It would take several years to collect a ship. Xiao Ran decisively stopped the car and turned off the engine.
A Chang family member? Can't let them go. He opened the door and got out.
The coldness immediately rushed in, making him shiver and his mind clear at the same time.
This is a good state.
At this point, the Chang family also discovered him, and they all dropped what they were doing and surrounded him.
Hey, he can drive in this weather. It's been modified. You can tell by looking at the tires. Good stuff. It's ours.
There were 6 of them, all armed with hammers, wrenches, and other tools, which were obviously used to pry open the fuel tank.
However, one of them got off the truck and had a gun in his hand.
Because they had a gun, they were unrestrained.
Oh, is there a show here?
A light laugh came from somewhere, attracting the attention of everyone, who couldn't help but turn their heads to look.
Except for Xiao Ran. Because he has spatial awareness.
The 7 Chang family members all had a look of horror on their faces.
What did they see?
A man, riding a bicycle, was leisurely approaching. The key point is that he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt.
Can you believe it? A superhuman.
Suddenly, the 7 Chang brothers said at the same time. Because the second son of the Chang family is a superhuman, even if they have not personally seen Chang Yingxiong use his superhuman abilities, they have heard about it from others. Therefore, after seeing this incredible scene, their first reaction was that this person was definitely a superhuman. Xiao Ran was using his spatial awareness to observe this person. The person on the bicycle was a teenager, at most 18 years old, or even 16 or 17, but his eyes gave Xiao Ran a feeling of a wild animal. He was fierce and cruel, and there was no trace of humanity in his eyes. Other people only saw that the boy could travel in the cold, but Xiao Ran saw more. The wheels of the bicycle are not stuck in the snow. You know that the snow is not compacted, so even if you put a brick on it, it will sink.
Isn't that weird?
Xiao Ran immediately found the reason. The boy had ridden his bike all the way here, leaving a long trail of ice. Apparently, the boy's superpower is freezing, which directly turns the snow into solid ice, so that the bicycle and his weight don't sink the snow. But, how can you use your superpower to hold up the fork? Xiao Ran shook his head in his heart, but his murderous intent was already burning.
Hey, you know about supernaturals?
The boy stopped the bike, still sitting on it, with one foot on the ground, and smiled. So, you must have seen or know other supernaturals.
Can you tell me where he is? He casually pointed to someone, you say.
The man hesitated before speaking.
Too slow, I'm angry.
The young man raised his hand and a cone of ice appeared out of thin air, shooting towards the man. The man opened his mouth, but only gurgled and bled, and he died unhappily on the ground.
Was he slow in answering?
No, he hesitated for only a second at most.
Obviously, this young man is bloodthirsty and likes to kill people. Xiao Ran frowned.
This personality is very antisocial and extremely dangerous, but it is very suitable for this end of the world. I don't care if the flood is overwhelming, I just do what I want. When this man died, the 6 Chang family members were all shocked and frightened. Xiao Ran, however, was appropriately trembling. The only man with a gun immediately aimed at the boy. I'm warning you, don't do anything. The boy smiled, go ahead, shoot me, right here. He pointed at his forehead with a nervous smile that sent shivers down people's spines. The man holding the gun was shaking, and he said in a trembling voice, what do you want? It turns out he's a fool. Forget it, you're going to die too. The boy's smile instantly turned cold, and his expression was so cold that it was frightening. The man with the gun panicked and pulled the trigger at the boy. Bang 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 bang. In the midst of the gunfire, the boy was already surrounded by an ice wall, which stopped all the bullets. He laughed again, but it was like a demon. With a whoosh, he shot 3 ice spikes into the gunman's 2 wrists and lower abdomen. In the midst of the blood splashing, the gunman was unable to hold onto his gun, and he fell to his knees, pressing his hands against his abdomen and his face filled with expressions of pain. The boy could have killed him outright, but he chose to wound him instead, obviously intending to make him suffer before he died. He's so evil. He's so sick. Chapter 151, Number 9. The boy laughed, and he was extremely excited by the pain of others. Who will answer me? He asked loudly. Then he pointed at another person. The man hurriedly said, our second young master is also a superhuman. What is his power? The boy asked. I don't know, I really don't know, the man hurriedly explained. If you don't know this, what use are you? The young man snorted, and another ice cone shot out. Pop! The man immediately coughed up blood and fell to the ground. He was dead. This young man has a strange temper, killing people at the drop of a hat, but sometimes he likes to torture people, which is very strange. What do you think the second young master's name is? The boy pointed at the 4th person. The man was trembling and unable to speak. It was useless to answer, because if you couldn't answer just one question, you would die. Too slow, die. The boy said casually, and an ice cone flew over. The 4th person died. The boy hummed a song, listening carefully. It was a children's song. My father's father is called Grandpa. He finally got off his bike and approached Xiao Ran and the others. The strange thing was that Xiao Ran and the others were all stuck in the snow, but he wasn't, so he looked tall. In fact, he was only about 167 or 168 centimeters tall. My mother's mother is my grandmother. The boy hummed, his eyes fixed on Xiao Ran's face. Answer me the question I just asked. Changing Xiong. Xiao Ran replied. The boy was still 7 meters away, which was still a bit too far. The boy regarded him and the Chang family as a group, so it was no surprise, but the 3 from the Chang family naturally knew that. When Xiao Ran mentioned Chang Yingxiong's name, they were all stunned. How did you know? That's a bit weird. Fortunately, the boy asked Xiao Ran, not himself, so they felt a little relieved. The boy continued forward, his face showing a half smile, just like his temperament, ready to turn his face and strike a killer blow at any time. What is his superpower? The boy returned to the previous question. Fire. Xiao Ran replied. The boy let out a little gasp and said to himself, he's fire, I'm ice, which means we're natural enemies. He took 2 steps forward and asked again, where is Chang Ernie now? And Xiao Ran only said one word, and in a flash of thought, the spatial cut was already activated. This was the first time that this new ability had been used against a psychic. The boy jerked his head to the side, and then one of his eyes seemed to be cut, and it burst open, and blood gushed out. The boy didn't seem to feel any pain, on the contrary, he even showed a hideous smile. You're a psychic. So you're a psychic too. He seemed very excited, as if he didn't care that he had lost an eye. Xiao Ran sighed, this damn crisis warning for superpowered people. He had disguised himself well and mingled with the 7 ordinary people, and the boy really didn't notice anything wrong with him, and he also walked into his best attack range, but the spatial cut still allowed the opponent to dodge. Of course, it didn't completely avoid it, and it blinded the boy's left eye. But Xiao Ran needed a kill. But this kid is too abnormal.
He's blind in one eye, but he's still laughing. If you say his spirit is fine, no one would believe it.
The other three were scared silly.
Another superpower, and this one seems to be even more powerful, as he injured the boy right away. So the three of them are the real poor wretches. They actually tried to rob Xiao Ran's car? If it weren't for the boy, would they have become corpses already? What will happen to them when they face the two great demons? The point is, they don't dare to move. However, even if they are fully armed, they will be exposed to such extreme cold, and after 15 minutes at most, their lungs will suffer irreversible damage, and they will eventually die. Originally, they would have hidden on the truck for a while. They were trapped, and it seemed that they would die no matter what. Xiao Ran didn't even look at the three men. He was using his spatial awareness, and he could kill them at any time. "What's your name and where are you from?"
he asked the boy, and before the boy could refuse, he smiled and said, "I just answered a few of your questions."
"Shouldn't you answer me as well?"
The boy actually tilted his head and thought about it for a moment, then smiled, but there was still blood on his face, which was quite scary.
"I am number 9, from Hope Camp."
Xiao Ran was shocked.
Hope Camp.
At this moment, the boy suddenly waved his hands, and a dozen ice spears shot over.
They were incredibly fast and cold.
However, the ice cones suddenly and mysteriously disappeared all of a sudden when they were only half a meter away from Xiao Ran.
The boy was stunned. He had answered Xiao Ran's purpose of paralyzing the opponent to give himself a chance to land a critical hit.
He had never imagined that such a fierce attack would be neutralized so easily, to the point that it was beyond his comprehension.
"What kind of superpower do you have?" he asked curiously, his face full of curiosity. "Guess."
Xiao Ran smiled, but his heart was in turmoil.
Hope Camp. That is the underground research center.
He had known that there were supernormal abilities there before, and that there was more than one. He had never expected to encounter one so soon. The boy also had the ability to control ice, and he was far stronger than Song Hui.
Could it be? Xiao Ran's heart stirred.
This guy has absorbed supernatural powers.
Yes, that's the only explanation. But, number 9? What kind of name is that? He thought to himself. Wait, research center? Could this boy be an experiment? Otherwise, why would he be given a name like number 9? Number 9? Is he the 9th of all the test subjects, or the 9th of the successful test subjects?
If it's the latter, then there are at least 8 more superpowered people in this research center. It's a bit shocking, but it also makes Xiao Ran excited. If he could capture all the superpowered people from this research center, how many times would his strength increase? Just look at the boy. The psychics from this research center, also known as the Hope Camp, should all be like crazy, so he doesn't need to worry about killing the good guys by mistake. No, in this society, whether you are good or bad, as long as I feel you are a threat, you will die. The boy number 9 looked askance at Xiao Ran and said, "Your attacks leave no trace, but my attacks disappear for no reason." Could it be that you can manipulate space? His one eye lit up, and his face was full of anticipation. Am I right? Am I right? He looked eager for a reward. Damn, no wonder some people say that there is only a fine line between genius and lunacy. This crazy guy guessed it right away. But even if you guessed that I had spatial abilities, could you have guessed that a bunch of bullets, steel bars, and rocks would be thrown at you? Chapter 152, The Madman. I was right. I was right. I'm so smart. The boy number 9 laughed in a morbid manner, staring at Xiao Ran, and there was even a kind of surprise and resentment in his eyes. What is this expression? Xiao Ran frowned. What kind of research was this underground research center doing, and what had it done to the people? This boy's brain is definitely not normal. The research center is nothing, but when you add the word underground, it has an illegal, anti-human flavor. So, this boy must have gone crazy from the experiments. Crazy people are the most annoying. They are fearless of death and pain, and their behavior is unpredictable. Xiao Ran was ranting in his heart, but he smiled on the outside. Well, you're very clever. What do you want as a reward? I want your life. The boy, number 9, let out a scream and began to move. He took a few steps on the snow, and then began to slide. If you look closely, you can see that a perfectly smooth ice road has appeared on the snow beneath his feet. So, he just needed a few running steps to gain momentum and then he could slide.
Whoosh, 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 ice cones shot over and from different directions.
The boy walked around Xiao Ran, so the ice cones shot in all directions.
How did Xiao Ran respond?
He thought for a moment, and behind him, a pile of stones had already formed a solid wall, while in front of him, a door to the space opened, and no matter how many ice cones were shot at him, he would catch them all.
This way of fighting is simply magical.
The 3 Chang family members on the side were about to pop out of their eyes.
It was like a fight between immortals.
It's just a pity for these little people, because if the immortals even slightly miss their attacks, they're the ones who will suffer.
Humph.
Xiao Ran naturally didn't just take the beating without fighting back. He finally used the kinetic energy steel bars from the other dimension to strike at the boy.
Why not use bullets?
Because the boy is not a martial arts type. Even if he is sliding on the ice, his speed is only about 10 meters per second, while the kinetic energy steel rod has a firing rate of more than 20 meters per second. Xiao Ran had previously fought against Song Wei, who also had ice powers. This person could block bullets with an ice wall, and the boy number 9 had just done the same thing. Therefore, the kinetic energy of the bullet should not be enough to destroy the ice wall, and a more powerful kinetic energy steel bar was needed. Once the ice wall created by the teenager is destroyed, then one more bullet can easily deal with this opponent. 100 steel bars appeared at the same time and shot at the boy. The boy's pupils constricted. Suddenly, hundreds of steel bars whistled and shot over. Wasn't this a spectacular sight?
And he can't dodge them. Not so fast.
But the madman is a madman.
The boy actually laughed.
He raised his hands and a thick ice wall appeared in front of him. The steel bars splashed and splattered, shooting out countless ice shards. 100 or so steel bars shot at him at the same time, instantly dissolving the ice wall. The boy retreated, and while he was doing so, he rebuilt a second ice wall. However, under the bombardment of kinetic energy steel, this layer of defense also immediately crumbled. Xiao Ran didn't need to use his psychic power to use kinetic energy steel bars. As long as he had the steel bars in stock, he could use them at the drop of a hat.
This is equivalent to Xiao Ran having an arsenal in front of him, and he only needs to keep pressing the button. The boy kept retreating, and after breaking through 19 ice walls in a row, he finally showed signs of nervousness. His psychic power was being used up too quickly, and he was running out of it.
This is only his own fault. He had to pretend to be a hero all the way, riding a bicycle through the ice and snow to make it easier for the bicycle to pass, but this was also a continuous drain on his power. Even if it was only a minute or two, the cumulative amount could not be ignored. If he wasn't fighting Xiao Ran, he wouldn't have been in such a situation even if he had a different opponent. But Xiao Ran's attacks were so violent and unreasonable that he broke through his 19 ice walls and was at the gates of the city.
Pop!
The boy was pierced through by a steel bar. He let out a scream, but at first it was a piercing scream, but by the end it had become a feeling of enjoyment.
Come again, you bastard. I'm fucking.
Xiao Ran shook his head. This underground research center was definitely illegally conducting human experiments.
Otherwise, how could it have driven a teenager to such a state of madness?
Although he thought so, his hands did not stop.
He likes the dead superhuman.
I like it when you lie there quietly, motionless.
Shoo, 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 this time it's a bullet.
After breaking through the defense, the bullet's lethality can be brought into full play. However, when the bullets hit the teenager, they all bounced back.
Damn, you're too careful.
The boy cursed with clenched teeth. He actually still had a little bit of energy left, and even eating that piece of rebar was intentional. It looked very tragic, and the person was pierced through, but the vital organs were avoided, and it was just an ordinary puncture wound. For ordinary people, this would be fatal in such an environment, but for him, it was only an ordinary injury. He deliberately took this blow so that Xiao Ran would think he had one, relax his guard, come over to check the situation, and even brag a little. He could then take the opportunity to launch a counterattack, kill Xiao Ran with an ice spear, and turn the tables. However, Xiao Ran did not have this mentality at all.
What's the point of gloating over a dead man?
The more dead he is, the better.
Facing a dozen bullets, would the young man dare to take them on?
They were all aimed at his head. So, he was forced to use his superpower again, and a layer of ice formed on the surface of his body, blocking the bullets.
That's pretty impressive.
Xiao Ran said with a sigh. It's not surprising that the ice wall is thick enough to block bullets, but how can they ice that?
The boy formed on his body block bullets? This ice is even better than the material of bulletproof vests. Shoo, 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 another dozen steel rods were shot. The bullets can't break through the defense, so let's continue using steel bars.
The boy's eyes flashed with madness, and suddenly he started to run. He wasn't running away, but toward Xiao Ran.
This is obviously a last-ditch effort.
A thin teenager, with a steel bar stuck in his body, wearing short sleeves and running in the snow.
This scene looks like a movie. He really is crazy.
When faced with such a desperate situation, a normal person would either flee or beg for mercy, but the young man was different. He actually charged toward Xiao Ran, determined to fight to the death. It was truly in line with his madness. However, Xiao Ran is not afraid of this style of play. The boy was running frantically, and at this point he had no other thoughts in his mind, except to get close to Xiao Ran and launch his final attack. He didn't care if they both died. Come on, even if you shoot me into a hedgehog, I will still rush to your side, hug you, and use my last power to freeze you into an ice ball. This way of dying should be very beautiful.
Ha 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 ha. Chapter 153, A Great Harvest.
Youth number 9 rushed towards Xiao Ran. He looked like a madman. However, when he reached 3 meters in front of Xiao Ran, he mysteriously disappeared. He had entered a different dimension. Xiao Ran was left with his mouth slightly open.
Is that it? That was easy. Don't psychics have a crisis warning system? How did he still crash in?
Oh, that's right. The boy has already been beaten so badly, and his superpower is almost exhausted. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have used such a desperate strategy.
So, in this state, he can't even think about crisis warning, or maybe crisis warning is gone? If it's the latter, then he has another way of playing against superheroes.
A war of attrition.
Once the opponent's power is exhausted, he can easily use the spatial gate to capture the opponent. When it comes to attrition warfare, who in the world can compare with Xiao Ran?
In theory, if he can collect enough bullets and shells, he can fight against all other superpowered people in the world by himself.
Of course, this is only a theory. While the power of supernormal abilities will only increase, the power of bullets and guns will not.
Therefore, the power of these weapons against supernormal abilities will become weaker and weaker, until they are completely useless. For example, when he fought the Ice-type psychic twice, he only needed about 10 waves of attacks to kill Song Wei, but when he fought the boy number 9? Dozens of waves. And in the end, it was the teenager who took the initiative to throw himself into the space gate and died. Xiao Ran's heart stirred, and he threw the boy's corpse out. He reached out and pressed a button, and suddenly, warm air flowed in. It's so comfortable. The maximum size of the space portal immediately increased to 50 by 50 meters, but it was still only open to a maximum of 5 meters away. The latter seemed to be particularly difficult to improve, while the spatial perception was expanded to 15 meters away, and the spatial cutting suddenly increased to 8 meters away. You have to know that before, every time a power was absorbed, the space gate would expand by 5 meters. Now, it has suddenly expanded by 20 meters. What does this mean? Youngster number 9 should have absorbed 3 powers, plus his own, so it is equivalent to providing 4 powers to make the space portal soar 20 meters.
This is the best calculation.
Of course, spatial awareness and spatial cutting have also been greatly improved, but the proportion of improvement in these two abilities is still unknown. I only know that they have increased dramatically, but I cannot calculate the reverse. As expected, this young man has killed a psychic, and it is very likely that he has absorbed 3 psychic powers.
What about the others? Number 1? Number 2? Number 3? Wait. Zurin felt a sense of urgency again, because number 9 had absorbed 3 powers, so were number 8 and number 7 even stronger? What about number 1? This research center. I have to go there as soon as possible. The stronger the power user, the less threat bullets and the like pose to them. So, you have to kill them as soon as possible. Xiao Ran turned around and looked at the 3 Chang family members. The 3 of them had already been trembling, and when Xiao Ran looked at them like that, they suddenly all knelt down with their knees weak. Xiao Ran smiled. Why are you kneeling?
You're dead already, and I'm not a devil. No, you are much more terrifying than a devil. The 3 Chang family members dared not argue with Xiao Ran, and after looking at each other, they all stood up. Their eyebrows had already frozen with ice, as if they had grown white eyebrows.
Let's go back to the car first. It's so cold outside,
Xiao Ran said, looking very considerate.
The Chang family was also freezing to death, so they hurriedly nodded.
So, they all got into the truck. The truck was not turned off, so it was very warm inside, but it was very crowded with 4 people. Xiao Ran took out 3 glasses of water and handed them to the 3 of them. Drink.
The water in the cups was melted snow.
Before Xiao Ran got into the car, he put the snow in the cups. Because the car was warm, the snow naturally turned into water.
Would the Chang family dare to drink it? Who knows what's in it? But if they don't drink it, will Xiao Ran spare them?
The 3 of them could only drink the water with sad faces. As they slowly drank, they could only pray that Xiao Ran was really not a devil.
No matter how slowly they drank, a glass of water was quickly finished.
Xiao Ran said, Because the hail was extremely poisonous and had a strong smell when it melted, he could only trick people into drinking the poisoned water if they were completely unable to smell or taste. But the snow water at least had no smell, and he could tell that by just smelling it. Since the 3 of them had already drunk it, there was no obvious strange smell.
And
before, just being touched by the poisonous hail caused excruciating pain, and drinking a mouthful would have killed you. But the 3 of them didn't seem to feel anything after the first sip, and they didn't seem to react after finishing the drink.
Could it be that the snow that fell later was not poisonous?
Then there is finally a glimmer of hope for mankind. Water, the source of life.
Xiao Ran did not rush to draw a conclusion, but waited.
However, absorbing the superpower of the 9th teenager seemed to be 1, but in terms of quantity, it was actually 4, so the impact on Xiao Ran was too great. He could clearly feel that the cells in his body were rapidly dividing and growing, and his physical strength was skyrocketing. Because the growth was so fast, he even felt a tingling in his muscles, and he couldn't wait to fight someone. In addition, he was horny, his mouth was dry, and he was unable to control his urges. After half an hour, he saw that the Chang family trio were still acting as if nothing had happened, and that they even looked better after the chill had gone.
He could always do the test later.
Besides, he had prepared enough clean water, and he didn't have to use the snow water. So, whether the snow water was poisonous or not had no effect on him. Xiao Ran thought, and the 3 Chang family members were instantly killed. The spatial cutters had turned their brains into mush.
Easy.
Xiao Ran discovered that the previous cutting power was at the level of cutting the flesh of an apple, but now it was almost double, so it was much easier to use to mash the pulp this time. It could be used about 17 or 18 times.
He estimated it and was very satisfied.
Although he only killed 1 teenager this time, the harvest was surprisingly large. So, killing powerful supernaturals is dangerous, but the rewards are great.
This is in line with the high-risk, high-reward nature of the job.
Xiao Ran got out of the car and put away the heavy truck. He wanted to deprive the Chang family of all means of transportation, so that they could only be trapped in the manor and he could wipe them out.
Otherwise, if there are any fish that escape, someone will always be thinking about you, and you won't feel completely at ease.
But his desire was so strong right now, he felt like he was about to be consumed by it.
This time it was really fierce.
Xiao Ran got into his car and immediately headed for the Qinghong building.
Nothing else, it's close.
After parking the car, he walked quickly to the 18th floor, entered the code with ease, and the secret door opened immediately. He went in, closed the secret door, and went straight to the waiting area where Yen Qin and the others were waiting.
Chapter 154, Snow Flies, More.
Xiao Ran finally calmed down. While absorbing the superpowers of a strong person can certainly make one a hero overnight, the side effects are really quite severe. I almost felt like the protagonist in a martial arts novel who had mistakenly taken some kind of medicine. If a woman hadn't helped him detoxify, he would have exploded and died.
He really felt like he was going to explode.
His heartbeat was over 200, and if he measured his blood pressure, it would probably be over 200, or even higher. It was only because he was a superhuman that an ordinary person with such a heartbeat or blood pressure would either die or have a stroke.
Who exactly are you? Bai Rui asked.
The head of the dance troupe has the highest appearance and the best body, and she is not just a flower vase. She can sing and dance, and her level is not low. She has not just learned a few things, but has received professional training.
Xiao Ran smiled. What do you think? I guess you're a superhuman like the old man.
Bai Ruwei said, after you left yesterday, we went out to take a look and found a bunch of corpses, but the old man was missing.
We guessed that you killed everyone. Even the old man couldn't beat you, you're too powerful. They are not stupid. When no one comes to call them to eat, they will naturally find something wrong.
When they go out and take a look, they will naturally know everything.
Xiao Ran was a little surprised and said, "Aren't you afraid?"
Because when he came today, the 12 women acted as if they were waiting for him to favor them. Yan Qin added, "Of course we are afraid, but whoever controls here has no effect on us. Men want that little bit of happiness, and we happen to be able to give it to them."
This makes sense. When a dynasty falls, the ministers will certainly die, but will the brothel industry be affected?
Yan Qin and the others are very self-aware and have a precise understanding of themselves. Therefore, they will not have any unrealistic expectations, and at the same time, they are optimistic because as long as the men are in control, they can continue to live a life of ease and comfort.
It's just that simple.
Xiao Ran laughed and thought to herself that you are all a bit presumptuous. These 12 women are indeed all beautiful, especially Bai Ruwei and Yan Qin, both of whom are top-notch, but how many men have they served?
It's fine to play around, but to bring them home?
At least he had no such thoughts at the moment. He didn't argue with these women, there was no point. In terms of comfort, this place is much bigger than the villa, but he had not considered moving here.
Because the design here is not rational.
The building was designed for privacy, and the cold was not a consideration, so the fuel consumption to keep it warm was staggering. Oil is the only resource that Xiao Ran does not have in abundance, so he does not have such a luxury. Besides, although it is large, it is not much larger than the villa, and the layout of the rooms is very unreasonable. It is basically a beauty contest area and a bedroom, not suitable for living.
There is one more fatal drawback. This is the 18th floor.
If there is a random explosion from below, even if the 18th floor is made of metal, falling from such a high place will guarantee that everyone will be crushed to death. Xiao Ran could not hope that no one would discover this place.
Fate is in your own hands.
Xiao Ran decided to leave decisively.
However, he left some supplies behind.
Fair trade, this is the principle that Xiao Ran adheres to, and he has become a little obsessed with it.
It's the end of the world, and everyone has a little bit of a problem. Xiao Ran returned home.
In just one day, the snow had already reached 2 feet deep. Even with the powerful engine, it was extremely difficult to drive. Fortunately, the journey home was not too far, and he finally managed to return to the community.
Xiao Ran frowned.
If the snow keeps falling like this, it will be a hassle to travel in the future.
And the villa is only 3 stories high. If the snow keeps falling, what if it floods the entire villa? Is this possible?
In the past, Xiao Ran would have thought it impossible, but now the weather is so abnormal that he thinks it's not impossible for the snow to reach 3 stories high. He entered the villa and took a hot bath to get rid of the chill.
When he got out of the bathrobe, it was already 6 p.m.
In a normal summer, the sky would still be bright at this time, but after the apocalypse, everything was different. The sun had not shown itself for a long time, and thick clouds had covered the entire sky, so it was already very dark at this point.
However, it was obvious to the naked eye that the snow had gotten heavier.
Xiao Ran stood at the window and looked out. Although the dense fog made visibility less than 1 meter, he could see a large number of snowflakes floating on the window, which quickly turned the glass white. It is clear that the depth of snowfall tomorrow will reach a new high. The women are also looking, and they have the same grave expression.
It's one thing after another. If this heavy snow continues, will it bury the house? Just thinking about it makes you scared. Go to sleep.
Xiao Ran simply stopped thinking. It's raining, and the mother is getting married. Can he change the fact that he is worried? The next morning, it was still dark. Xiao Ran woke up and the first thing he did was open the window.
Phew!
The cold wind blew, but it didn't affect him at all. Because Gubi had opened the door to the space next to the window, the cold wind was sucked in and he was naturally not affected at all. The good news is that the snow hasn't yet covered the window, and it's still more than a meter away from him.
The bad news is, he's on the 3rd floor. In one night, the snow piled up to a full floor. Isn't that deadly? The key is that the snowflakes are like goose feathers and don't stop at all.
If this continues, it won't be long before the snow floods the 2nd and 3rd floors.
Oh, no, this is a big problem. Xiao Ran's eyebrows were locked together. The snow had reached such a level that not only would the house be flooded, but he was also trapped. Drive out? No way. And it's not realistic to go skiing or on a hovercraft until the snow has become solid. After breakfast, Xiao ran. And the girls were all fully armed. What for? Shoveling snow. Now he cleared a path so that even if the villa was really buried in snow, he could run out through the cleared path. Xiao Ran opened the door, and immediately, a large amount of snow rushed in, but it was all collected into a different space. Let's get to work. Chapter 155, The snow stops, and they are ready to go. On this day, the Xiao family spent the whole day shoveling snow. Even the leopard came to help, using its claws to dig, causing the snow to fly. Fortunately, they only needed to shovel the snow in the area in front of the door to form a ramp to get out. Even if the snow continues to fall, it will continue to flood this passageway, but the amount of snow is much less than other places, allowing Xiao Ran to go out as soon as the snow stops. There's no way they can give up on this villa. Now even the first floor has become a basement, and with the snow continuing to fall, the second floor is probably in danger. Go to the Chang family's manor. This manor is built on a mountain, so it has at least some elevation. So, as long as the amount of snow is not too excessive, even if the manor is covered in snow, he can use fire to melt the snow, and the snow water will flow downhill, rather than being blocked in place, turning the entire manor into a large piece of ice. Now, does Xiao Ran dare to use fire to melt the ice? Not to mention that the snow water has nowhere to go. If the bottom layer of poisonous ice and hail is melted, then that would be a lot of fun. Everything will have to wait until the snow stops. Xiao Ran muttered. The heavy snow has sealed the city, and the heavens are not letting people go out. Therefore, Xiao Ran stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. He believed that no one would dare to go out in such a situation. It's just asking for trouble. After the snow was cleared, the Xiao family all went to take a bath to warm up. Unfortunately, although there are 2 bathtubs, they can only hold 2 people at most, so if everyone wants to take a bath, they have to wait in line. Xiao Ran really wanted to have a swimming pool, so that he could watch the graceful figures of the women in the water. The Chang family estate should have a pool. With the amount of energy he has collected so far, it should be no problem to power a large manor for a year or 2 at full capacity. Therefore, energy has become the biggest problem. Is there an oil refinery in Sioux City? If he goes directly to the oil refinery to move the oil, won't the efficiency go up? He opened the map and sighed. There are only steel mills, not oil refineries. However, the heavy snowfall was not without its benefits. With everything covered, ordinary people naturally won't be able to get the oil again, and my competitors will be greatly reduced. The next time he finds someone who is collecting oil, the other party must be a superhuman. Kill. The family began to have dinner, and then some leisure activities. In the morning, Xiao Ran looked out the window again. Wow, the snow had piled up even higher. Now the second floor is completely invisible. So, let's continue shoveling snow today. After the snow is cleared, it's time to play games again. Xiao Ran just felt so decadent. One can't just indulge in pleasure and not think about making progress. Well, tomorrow for sure. By the evening, the snow had suddenly stopped, but the snow had reached 2.5 stories high, so if it weren't for the thick fog, the entire city would be covered in white. The snow finally stopped. It's so cold that the snow will harden overnight, so tomorrow the conditions will be right for going out. Where to? Dongshan. The villa is almost completely buried in snow now. Although it doesn't threaten him, is Xiao Ran the kind of person who considers retreating only when danger is imminent? No way. He will set off tomorrow and first explore the road to Chang's manor. That night, Xiao Ran did not move, but slept soundly. Even though he is now physically strong, exercising a little bit won't have much of an impact, but he still chose to be cautious. He checked the other dimension. There were millions of bullets, tens of thousands of kinetic steel and kinetic stone, and several rockets. And he also had nearly 100 ice spears fired by juvenile number 9. This can be used to confuse other superpowered people. You think I'm an ice attribute, sorry, then you might die because of a misjudgment. Xiao Ran was already very good at being a 6th level lean person. Go to Wan Yin Ping and Ji Wang Dao, Guang Ming Leguishan Ni, Wu Xiaopian can do a lo ba. The next morning, the window was covered in white. Ready to go. Chapter 156, A Long Way Ahead. The snow in front of the villa has been cleared, and there is a ramp that allows two people to walk side by side. It's not wide, but for Xiao Ran, who has a different space, this is naturally enough. In theory, as long as he can get out, he can take anything out. He could even take the whole villa, provided that he digs up the foundation. The wind stopped, the snow stopped, but the vast expanse of land was all white, and even without the sun, the snow reflected white light. After a long time, it was guaranteed that your eyes would go blind. So Xiao Ran put on his goggles. He looked around and saw that many buildings had been buried under the snow, while the tall buildings were unaffected, but the shops on the side of the road had all disappeared. The walls and gates of the community? All gone. At a glance, everything was vast, and the roads were more than twice as wide. If it weren't for the tall buildings, Xiao Ran would really think he was in a snowfield. A lone fisherman in a straw hat and coat, fishing alone in the snowy river. How lonely! Xiao Ran stood on this snowy plain, and his first feeling was loneliness. It was as if he were the only human being in the entire world. He shook himself and threw the hovercraft out. Unfortunately, the hovercraft had not been modified. Otherwise, Xiao Ran would have at least asked for the bottom to be made more durable so that it would not wear out after rubbing against the snow for a long time. But the hovercraft shouldn't be that fragile. Xiao Ran had seen a movie in which Jackie Chan drove a hovercraft on a road and even had a car chase on a street. Although the snow was not as soft as water, it should be much better than concrete or asphalt. After all, the snow is fresh, and even if it freezes, it shouldn't be as sharp as a knife. It's okay, he still has 9 hovercrafts. Xiao Ran got on the hovercraft and started operating it. After a while, the hovercraft moved in a crooked way. In normal times, even if hovercrafts were allowed on the road, Xiao Ran's driving skills would definitely cause him to hit a wall everywhere, but now it was different. The road was wide. It was wide enough to give Xiao Ran enough time to react and correct. Moreover, after so many rounds of intensive training, Xiao Ran's nerve reactions were naturally far superior to those of ordinary people, and his hand-eye coordination and flexibility had reached an extremely high level. Therefore, after driving for a few kilometers, the hovercraft became less and less crooked. Eventually, it drove in a straight line. Unlike cars, the hovercraft provides excellent cushioning even if it does hit something, so Xiao Ran boldly and heroically increased the speed to 30 miles per hour. Although this is still slower than most electric cars, what other means of transportation can be used to travel outside? Is there? Besides, isn't 30 miles per hour 50% faster than 20 miles per hour? Isn't that enough? The straight line distance from the villa to Dongshan is about 60 kilometers, but the actual driving distance is more than 80 kilometers. However, the lake is frozen now, and the low-lying buildings are completely covered in snow, so Xiao Ran is basically driving in a straight line. What he needs to worry about is getting lost. The navigation system had long since stopped working, so he had to rely on his eyes to recognize the road. For example, he could look at landmarks and street signs. But how high are the street signs? The snow is now more than 7 meters deep, so how can any road signs be seen? So, you can only rely on landmarks to determine where you are. The sun is completely hidden by the thick clouds. Xiao Ran drove very carefully. At this time, a slight mistake could lead to a huge mistake, and he might end up driving to the West Mountain. Fortunately, he is a native of Suzhou and is quite familiar with the landmarks along the way. The main thing is that some sections of the elevated road are 30 to 40 meters high, so it is impossible for the snow to cover them. Therefore, this has become a landmark to guide the location. This is the Yusheng Elevated Highway. Wuzhong An. We've reached Taihu Lake. Xiao Ran looked ahead and saw a circle of residential buildings forming an arc, but in front of him was nothing but snow. Because that was where the Taihu Lake used to be. There was still half the distance to go. Xiao Ran continued to move forward. Dongshan is like a leg of Suzhou kicking into Taihu Lake. It is very obvious that the lake is on both sides. Xiao Ran drove the car onto Taihu Lake, and staring at the land on the right-hand side ensured that he would not veer off course. This is almost it. Xiao Ran took out his cell phone, got out of the hovercraft, and looked up at the sky to find the satellite. There's a signal. He sent a text message. It didn't matter who he sent it to, because the satellite text messages sent by the Mate 60 had latitude and longitude. He sent it and could see the latitude and longitude himself,
so as long as he compared the latitude and longitude of Chang's manor on the map, he could see how far he was from his destination. It was about 3 kilometers off. Xiao Ran patted his phone and smiled. He was way ahead. Keep going. He drove his hovercraft onto the island and slowed down to start looking. The Chang family estate is so big, he shouldn't miss it. But it's not certain, because the snow is so thick now that the entire manor, except for the main building, should be covered in snow, so he still has to be careful not to miss it by accident. Of course, Xiao Ran was prepared to stay outside for 2 to 3 days. So he left enough food and water in the villa for 10 days. The generator was also fully fueled. There are no worries. Found it. Xiao Ran stopped the hovercraft and looked ahead. A huge sign was embedded in the mountain, and although there was a layer of snow on it, it was completely unobstructed. The most important thing was that after the snow stopped, the fog also completely dispersed, and visibility was only limited by the light. Qingfeng Garden. This is the largest and most luxurious commercial district in the Dongshan area. All the residences are villas with at least 200 square meters of gardens. There are about 80 households in the entire district, and the Chang family villa is the king of the building. Xiao Ran even suspected that this residential area was developed by the Chang family's Baolong group. Otherwise, the Chang family's villa would be too big, covering at least 10 acres and surrounded by a separate wall. This is a manor, how can a villa be this big? Of course, Xiao Ran saw it on the real-life map. Now, the walls are all covered in snow, so it's hard to see. Only the upper 3 floors of the entire residential area are visible, and even then, the buildings here are still 2 stories high. So, these should all be 4-story or higher buildings. It's true that Dongshan is a mountain, and digging basements is too difficult, so it's better to build a few more floors on top. Xiao Ran stopped the hovercraft from a distance, then changed into skis, jumped off the hovercraft, and pressed a button, and the hovercraft disappeared. There was about 500 meters left, not far. Walk. He walked forward awkwardly. Even though he was a novice skier, his physical fitness was good, and his movements were not bad, but he was still steadily moving forward. Soon, the tall building of the Chang family was in sight. Chapter 157 Entering the Chang family. Xiao Ran didn't just charge in. They have guns. Although his space portal can swallow everything, as soon as he moves, the space portal will close by itself. Although it can be opened again with a thought, what if a bullet comes at this very moment? Although the probability of this is very small, why take the risk? Xiao Ran will definitely move, but it will definitely be at night. Not to mention whether the fog will recondense, but just saying that it's dark at night, he won't be seen if he goes over, right? The night is a natural camouflage. Moreover, he can also observe. Xiao Ran set up a tent at his position on the mountain. It was white and could not be seen at all in the snow. There was a stove in the tent, an electric blanket on the floor, and 3 heaters powered by a battery. Although this was indeed very power-consuming, what could he do? Even though it was minus 40 degrees outside, Xiao Ran was sweating so much that he had to turn off 2 of the heaters. He took out his binoculars and began to observe. There were people moving around in the Chang family manor. But apart from that, he couldn't see anything. Even if the Chang family still has a truck, can it still be driven out now? On foot? This is no joke. Only if Xiao Ran had a lot of money to spend, would he buy a hovercraft, and not just one, but are others also reborn? Oh, mass rebirth? Therefore, the Chang family must be trapped and very anxious. Because the Chang family has a lot of people, the amount of food they consume every day must be a huge number. Now that they can't go out to find supplies, they can't help but be anxious. But since they can't go out, Xiao Ran can't gather any information by observing them. He shifted his binoculars. This is a small community. Ha! He was stunned because there were more than one family with living people, and from time to time, he could see people in the windows. How did you survive? Xiao Ran found it incredible. He already knew about the Chang family, but what about the other families? Did every household have a large amount of food reserves? That doesn't make sense. Xiao Ran was amazed, but he was not interested in finding out the truth. The current goal is the Chang family. The vast white snow reflected the light, causing his eyes to ache. After a while, Xiao Ran put down his binoculars and retreated completely into the tent. It's so boring to be alone.
If I had known, I would have picked up a girl to bring along. The two of us could have played around a little.
As soon as this thought came to him, Xiao Ran shook his head.
He didn't even move last night for today's mission, so how could he even think about that now? Ha ha. Take a break, rest up, there's action tonight.
Xiao Ran closed his eyes to rest.
Time passed slowly, and he couldn't really fall asleep.
After resting for a while, he took out his phone and started watching dramas.
Don't worry about the battery running out, there's a power bank. Finally, it started to get dark. The night was accompanied
by a thick fog that made it almost impossible to see your hand in front of your face.
The fog still hasn't really cleared up.
Xiao Ran shook his head.
The clouds were particularly thick now, and it was naturally pitch black at night. But even if it was just that, you would still be out with a powerful flashlight in your hand. But with this thick fog, it would be useless even if you had a sun on your head, and you still wouldn't be able to see anything. However, this is a natural cover for Xiao Ran. What's the key?
Although his eyesight is impaired, his spatial awareness is not affected.
He can now see within a 15-meter radius. So, in the fog, he is like a god. He was ready to go. Xiao Ran had already eaten, but he wasn't full.
Eating too much makes people lazy, so it's best to eat until you're only half full, so you can concentrate to the best of your ability.
Although the fog blocked the ground, Xiao Ran had already determined the direction.
He headed in that direction, and after gliding for hundreds of meters, his spatial perception finally saw the main part of the Chang family's manor.
However, he had already arrived at the edge of the corner.
Xiao Ran could not help but call out in relief. Even though he had locked in on the direction, he still had a deviation when moving forward in such a secret fog. It was only a few hundred meters, but he almost missed it, which shows how difficult it is to maintain a straight line in such an environment. If the error had been greater, even spatial awareness would not have been able to help him locate it.
Fortunately, he didn't make a big mistake.
Xiao Ran felt his way to a window.
Now he wants to go through the front door? Ha, like a groundhog digging a hole?
Even though it was late at night, Xiao Ran still took out his professional glass cutting tool, a diamond drill. After a few cuts and a push, the glass fell, but it didn't fall to the ground, it was taken away by the space door.
Perfect. He reached in, gently pushed, and the window opened.
Xiao Ran climbed in, closed the window, and was completely silent.
He took off his skis and put on a motorcycle helmet.
It wasn't to hide his face, but to protect it from bullets. After all, it does have some effect. At this time, Xiao Ran would never mind giving himself a manicure. Even though most people should have gone to bed by now, he should be able to sneak in without being noticed. The room was very warm.
Xiao Ran even took out a thermometer to check the temperature. 6 degrees.
This is far from comparable to the villa, but don't forget how big this building is. Even a corner room has a temperature of 6 degrees, which is already quite exaggerated.
Xiao Ran couldn't help but ponder. If a family like the Chang family can survive, then what about the power of the state? It should be possible. It's just that the weather is too bad right now, and the power of the state still can't be extended.
He couldn't help but feel a chill, and he kept a low profile, because with his current strength, he was completely unable to compete with the country.
How can Xiao Ran stop a missile from coming? Yes, he can indeed send the missiles into a different dimension, but can he stand on the roof all the time, waiting for the missiles to come? Keep a low profile and you'll be safe for 1,000 years.
I'm not an ambitious person, I just want to protect my own little piece of land, so how could I possibly stand in opposition to the state? Xiao Ran put away his daydreaming, and his spatial awareness was still on. After absorbing the power of the boy number 9, this ability was enough to ensure that he could use it for an hour.
This room is surprisingly large.
It's not a house, but a gym, with all kinds of fitness equipment.
He opened the door and stepped out. The entire hallway was dark.
If it were normal, the corridor would be lit up, just like a hotel, but now that the end of the world is upon us, even the wealthy Chang family has to be frugal and save where they can.
Energy is limited and precious.
Xiao Ran went to the first floor first.
He went from the bottom to the top, clearing out all the living beings here. To Xiao Ran's surprise, every room was unlocked and could be opened with a twist.
For whatever reason, this was convenient for him, otherwise he would have made a lot of noise if he had broken in.
Empty, 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 someone's here. Chapter 158, Clearing the House Floor by Floor. The lights in the room were not on, and it was pitch black, but that didn't affect Xiao Ran in the slightest. With his spatial awareness, he could not miss any details. Xiao Ran saw that the room had obviously been remodeled, with all the furniture removed and replaced with beds. There were 9 in total. Each bed was occupied by a man, all of them male, and they were obviously hired thugs of the Chang family. Why are they living in the same room? Because there is obviously central heating here, and the temperature is around 15 degrees. So, this is to save energy, using central heating. Xiao Ran's mind moved, and 9 bullets were fired at the same time. Pop and pop, pop, 9 people died in their sleep. Xiao Ran walked up and pressed the button again and again, and all 9 bodies disappeared. He planned to occupy the place, so he couldn't possibly leave the bodies in each room, so he would deal with them all at once after he was done. That's why he didn't smash the windows. Because it is much easier to replace a piece of glass than a whole window. Xiao Ran left the room and continued to check. Empty, empty, empty. Someone's here. There is still no furniture here, but there are beds instead. There are 8 people in total, all of them male. Xiao Ran was merciless, and the 8 bullets were sent out, and the 8 people died in a daze. At least they didn't suffer. Continue. Xiao Ran found a third room with people in it, and there were still 8 people here. Kill. No one was alarmed, but Xiao Ran had already killed 25 people. He searched the entire first floor and found no living souls. Okay, let's go to the second floor. The rooms on the second floor were also all unlocked, and most of them were also empty. However, unlike the first floor, the rooms that had people in them only had one person living in them. Male. Xiao Ran guessed that the people living on the first floor were the lowest-ranking members of the Chang family, so they were treated the worst, with 8 to 9 people sharing a room, while the second floor was for the old brothers who had followed Chang Baolong in the past, and they were treated better, with each person having their own room. A single room means more electricity consumption, which means more fuel. The one before that, what was his name? Never mind, it's not important. He said that the Chang family had 50 security guards, and that they should all be living on the first floor. How come I only killed 25 of them? Oh, the Chang family sent them out to collect oil, and I killed 2 waves of them. Maybe there are other teams that died outside or are trapped outside, so there are only 25 people left here. In addition, there are about 15 old brothers who follow Chang Baolong. This group of people should be on the second floor. Indeed, the men living on the second floor are all very old, generally over 60 years old. Xiao Ran counted and killed 14 of them. Is it only 14, or is there more than that, not on the second floor? Did they just leave temporarily? This is impossible. Either there were only 14 people living on the second floor, or if there were more, they must have been called upstairs by the Chang family. Continue. He returned to the third floor. The first floor he entered was the third floor, because the snow had buried the first and second floors. This floor is basically all about fitness. In addition to the equipment, there are also table tennis rooms, badminton rooms, and bowling rooms, but now every room is closed and the lights are off. When Xiao Ran arrived at the last room, he found a standard swimming pool. An indoor swimming pool, how luxurious. He checked it out. The pool was actually designed to be heated, but it was obviously turned off. The energy consumption is terrifying. And how precious is water these days? Xiao Ran discovered that the water level in the pool was nearly a meter lower than normal. What does this mean? The Chang family uses the water in the pool as drinking water. It really is wrong in a good way. Xiao Ran couldn't help but sigh. Rich families have more reserves, and even if they encounter natural disasters, they are much luckier than ordinary families because they are inexplicably prepared. Ordinary people normally only stock up on food, not water, and even if they do, it's not in large quantities. But they have a swimming pool, and it's indoors, so there's no chance of it being contaminated, and the problem of drinking water is solved in one fell swoop. Xiao Ran nodded. Fortunately, he had also collected a lot of energy these days to supply a swimming pool, not difficult. Who wouldn't want to see the girls in their swimsuits playing in the water? That's just a man's hobby. Go to the fourth floor. The first room Xiao Ran entered was the audio-visual room. It was very large, and although it could not be compared to a movie theater, it could seat about 15 people.
The chairs were top-quality leather sofas, and the audio system was also top quality, because Xiao Ran had heard of the brand.
If even a layman has heard of the brand, can you say it's top-notch? Well, it's not bad.
The conditions here are much better than in my own villa.
Xiao Ran's criteria for renovating the villa were safety, warmth, and solidity.
The degree of warmth and solidity here was unknown, but from the perspective of enjoyment, it should be a few floors higher. He stepped back and continued to look around. When he entered the second room, he thought he had suddenly traveled to the secret place in the Qinghong building.
It was so similar. The layout and decoration were all decadent. Except for one thing. There are no beauties lined up here. Of course, if you live here, wouldn't you want to have a bunch of beautiful women to serve you? They're all mine. Never mind, I can do without them.
He looked again and found that the fourth floor was occupied by women, all of whom had the same characteristics: young, beautiful, and well-proportioned. They were obviously the canaries kept by the Chang family, but there were only 4 of them.
Xiao Ran did not act. If he absorbs Chang Yingxiong's superpower, he'll have to rely on these women to relieve his anger.
At worst, he'll wear a raincoat, just like when he relieved his anger in the Qingqing building.
This is the difference between domestic and wild flowers. Then, Xiao Ran went up to the 5th floor. This was also the highest floor of the entire building.
All of the suites were huge, with each bathroom alone being over 100 square meters, larger than many entire suites in other homes. However, the door was locked.
Break in?
Xiao Ran thought about it and used spatial cutting. This ability of course cannot cut metal, but it still has a little strength, and Xiao Ran can use spatial perception to know the structure of the lock core, so with a gentle flick, the door lock opens.
If it were an electronic lock, Xiao Ran would have to resort to violence.
He went in and quickly found 3 people in the bedroom.
1 man and 2 women, 1 old and 2 young.
Therefore, the old man must be Chang Baolong, and the 2 young women are the canaries. Oh, no wonder there were only 4 on the 4th floor. The others had been summoned to serve in bed. Xiao Ran did not act, but quietly slipped out. The 5th floor should be where Chang Baolong, his 2 sons, and his grandchildren live. Chang Shuli had already died at the police station, so there should be a total of 7 people here.
Chang Baolong, his 2 sons, and 2 grandchildren, 2 granddaughters.
Oh, and Chang Yingxiong's daughter-in-law, that's 2 more people.
And the beauties who serve as bed companions, how many people are there? It's hard to say. Kill Chang Yingxiong first. Chapter 159, Ambush Chang Yingxiong. Now, the Chang family's lackeys have all been killed by Xiao Ran, and the only ones left are the women and the Chang family's direct descendants. The only one who can really threaten Xiao Ran is Chang Yingxiong. Therefore, he must deal with this vice president first. Once Chang Yingxiong is dead, the rest can be dealt with at will. What does Vice President Chang look like? Xiao Ran vaguely remembered him because he had been on the news. Not to mention, Chang Baolong has 2 sons. The eldest son should be in his 50s, and the second son, Chang Yingxiong, should be in his 50s. It should be easy to find someone of that age. He entered the second room. He cut the door open with the space. Hey, I'm really smart. Xiao Ran entered the room, and there were 3 people sleeping in the room, a man and 2 women. The man was in his 50s and should be Chang Baolong's eldest son, while the 2 women, one was also in her 50s, and the other was only in her 20s. So, the one in her 50s is the original wife of the eldest Chang, and the young girl in her 20s is the one who was summoned to serve as a concubine? Let the original wife lie with the mistress? This is a bit of a violation of the 3 views. Xiao Ran still didn't act, and quietly slipped out. In theory, the 3rd room should be Chang Yingxiong's room. Xiao Ran did the same thing, opened the door, and quietly slipped in. He didn't even need to enter the bedroom to find that there was only one person in the bed. A man in his 40s. Chang Yingxiong, there's no escape. This man is so self-disciplined, but Lao Tzu and his brother have both got women on their side, but he is alone? Wait. Xiao Ran noticed that Chang Yingxiong's heart rate, which had been very stable, suddenly quickened and the whole person exuded a strong heat. He's awake. Is the psychic sense of hearing so sensitive that he didn't make a sound? No, Chang Yingxiong should have been awakened by the crisis warning, but he didn't know what had happened, and even someone had entered the room. Then there could still be an ambush. Xiao Ran stopped and hid behind the sofa. He was waiting for Chang to come out on his own. Sure enough, just a second later, the lights came on.
Under spatial awareness, Xiao Ran could not see Chang Xiong, but he clearly knew every move he made.
The other party has come out. In the bedroom, Chang Xiong walked out wearing a dressing gown.
As the second son of the Chang family and a supernatural being, he is actually the mainstay of the Chang family's ability to maintain its status. That's why the heating in his room is particularly strong, at over 20 degrees.
What about electricity consumption? Is this something that the superior should consider? The people below collect energy.
He was awakened by a throbbing sensation.
He didn't know what it was, but he felt uneasy.
After the end of the world, he suddenly developed this strange sense of intuition. And he had tried it out. When someone pointed a gun at his back, even though he couldn't see it, the same feeling
of fear would occur, as if it were a warning.
So, although he didn't know what was going on, he was still very cautious. He stepped out of the bedroom and took a look around. The room was quiet, not at all like
Shoo!
3 ice cones shot at him silently. The crisis warning saved his life again.
Chang Xiong roared loudly, turned around, waved his hand, and a huge fireball shot out.
The fireball was extremely hot, and the 3 ice spikes immediately melted into water. Although they still hit Chang Xiong through the fireball, they did not cause the slightest bit of damage, as if they had splashed some water. It was not just like that, it was just like splashing some water. Xiao Ran sighed in secret.
It's really hard to kill a superhuman. Well, let's try it from a different angle.
The space door can now be opened at any angle up to 5 meters away from Xiao Ran, so Chang Xiong turned around again and fired another fireball.
Boom!
The fireball disappeared after a few meters, and the 3 ice cones were melted again.
Damn, didn't that boy absorb several powers? How come the ice cones he shot out were so weak? Chang Xiong probably hasn't absorbed any powers.
Therefore, the ice cones you shot were too weak.
Could it be that the boy didn't use his full power at the time?
That's right. Since he didn't have the ability to control fire, the boy didn't need to pursue the coldness of the ice cone, but used it as a sharp weapon to pierce. Therefore, the boy was intentionally controlling the temperature, so as not to consume too much of his ability. This should be a sign of strong combat skills. After all, no one's power is bottomless. However, this also resulted in the poor quality of the ice daggers received by Xiao Ran.
Damn it! Who is attacking me?
Chang Xiong shouted loudly, his face showing surprise and nervousness. He thought he was the only lucky one, the only one with superpowers.
Now!
The strange ice spikes shot from different angles, but there was no sign of the attacker. This made him puzzled, surprised, and frightened, but he reacted quickly and realized that someone like him had come.
The opponent's superpower is ice? But why can't I see him?
Xiao Ran did not answer, and the next moment, the space door opened again.
This time, it was ice cones and bullets.
After 2 attacks with ice cones, he believed that he had paralyzed Chang Xiong, and that he was an ice attribute superpower user. Therefore, if Chang Xiong tried to use the old method to resolve the situation, there would be only one way out.
Sure enough, Chang Xiong still shot a fireball.
But he immediately felt a great tremor, and saw that black flames were flowing from his forehead like lava. The bullet was heading straight for it, and Xiao Ran's eyesight naturally couldn't capture the trajectory of the bullet, but his spatial awareness clearly captured it. The bullet hit the black flames and immediately melted at a very fast speed. Damn, the bullet is made of metal, and it is shot at such a high speed, but you can actually burn it and melt it in such a short time?
However, Xiao Ran was just complaining, but Chang Xiong was shocked to the point of numbness.
He has 2 ways of using his fire ability. The first is to throw a fireball with his hand. The temperature of the fireball is about a few hundred degrees, and it can be thrown up to 5 meters away, and then it will immediately extinguish and disappear. The second is to spit flames, which can only attack at a very close distance of half a meter. However, the temperature of the fire can reach up to 1000 degrees. In addition, he has a power that cannot be considered an attack method, which is to magmize a certain part of his body. It is only a few centimeters square, but the temperature can reach thousands of degrees or even higher, because there is no way to measure it. This ability will automatically operate under extreme tension, excitement, and other emotions, so this is also the reason why there are no women around him.
He accidentally killed several people. This last ability is very powerful in saving lives.
It can melt almost any attack, but it consumes a lot of energy. After just a moment, he was sweating profusely and felt completely exhausted. What scared him was that he still didn't know where his opponent was.
Without knowing where the attacker is, how can he fight back?
Suddenly, a dozen steel bars appeared and shot silently toward Chang Manor.